You're late? No, you're late. You're late. No, I'm not. Don't ever say that. I wanted to stream at 11 or 11:30, but I could not wake up. So now that it's in the summer months, my living room gets like insanely hot. It's unbelievable. And I was frying yesterday trying to record a video. Like, I would sit down, I would start to record a couple of lines, record like a couple of reads or parts from the script, and then I would just be drenched in sweat. So I would just go over, turn on the AC, stand in front of it, then come back over. And it sucks because the thing is that like while on stream, you guys don't really hear the AC that badly. But when you're trying to record for a video, it's just dead silence, no background, no game in the background, no music in the background or anything like that. And the AC comes through very clearly. And it was upsetting and distracting. And also on top of that, I was really like tongue-tied yesterday. I had a really hard time saying things. I had a really hard time speaking yesterday, and I don't understand why. I said you did not put on any lipstick. No. No, I didn't. Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the $6. Reeser. Also, thank you for the 2. Well, I'm not late, but I'm late. I'm not late, but I'm late. I think that's like one of the most, I think that's the one thing that's like really difficult when it comes to like trying to set a stream schedule, is that in my mind, it makes sense because it's like clocking in for work, right? You know, you got to go to work, you got to wake up at a certain time, you got to do all these things. But like the problem is that like once you add like a creative layer to that stuff, the next thing you know, like yesterday, I legit, no bullshit, was up working on the video since I started on it at around 10 o'clock in the morning, and I didn't stop working on it until almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Unreal, dude. Unreal. It's a lot of hours to put in. It's a lot of hours to put in. We respect the grind. Hey, I respect you for respecting me. Yeah. It's hard work, man. It's hard work. It like genuinely is. I don't like when I see channels that are out there that are pumping out like as many videos as they do, it genuinely blows my mind. It genuinely blows my mind because it's like, how do you guys do that, man? How do you do that? How do you do that on like every single day? Or, you know, because you'll see some like you'll see some channels that pop out like 4 or 5 videos a week. There's no way that I could ever do that, personally. There's no way I could ever do that. And to be fair, you put in a lot more work than the average creators. Think so? Think so? Hey, I love your new player experience. Oh my god, new player experience to Warframe. Veteran who has moved provinces and am AFK indefinitely until I get a new PC. But can't you play on mobile? I don't know how that game would play on mobile. I feel like it would play like ass on mobile, to be honest with you. One of the channels that usually pump out vids have editors and a whole team that are helping them. Yeah, they do. They do. I know just as an example, because I look at like channels that have like blown up recently, and or like within like the last like couple of years or something like that. And I look at somebody like Turkey Tom, and I know for a fact he has somebody that edits his videos, and he also has somebody that writes his scripts. So like there's certain ideas or certain content that he comes up with that he wants to cover, and then he has other people do the research and put it all together and then presents the video. I think that that's more or less you getting to like a critical mass where you have such a wide audience, and your options are either underserve them by not putting out enough content, or putting in maximum effort and investment into single videos, you know, a week or a month that that like capitalize on that the right way. But that also like widely depends on like how people want to like do YouTube and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Maybe you'll have a small team eventually. I have a shorts editor that does great work. He's been doing really well for me, and I've been using that to just kind of like just hopefully grow the live stream more than anything else, because it's all clips from the live streams. So I'm hoping that that has some kind of effect. But when it comes to like my regular videos, I don't know if I could ever have anybody else included in that process. Especially because more times than not, what I do is that I come up with an idea, like usually like maybe like the week before or something like that. And just because of like streaming and, you know, regular life stuff, you know, just like living life, I usually don't like write the script until the day that I'm actually going to record it. Because recording probably takes the longest. Writing is not the longest part. Recording's the longest part because you have a lot of retakes. Editing probably takes me an hour. So like that's one of the things when I'm like trying to justify having like an actual video editor. I'm sure the quality of the editing would go up significantly because you'd have somebody that's like professionally, you know, professionally into that kind of thing. But yeah, I can't see the justification in trying to have somebody edit my videos personally. Now, no. I was gonna say like maybe information gathering or like writing maybe would save a lot of time, but even that's hard. Especially when you're trying to give your own genuine opinion on stuff. And I usually cover like articles and things like that 90% of the time anyway. You know what I mean? So it doesn't really make a lot of sense for me to try to hand that off to somebody else. Good evening. How's it going? It's going good. Going good. It's a very personal process. I get it. Yeah, it is. It is. Especially when you do a lot of like opinion work like I do. You know what I mean? It makes a big difference. Makes a big difference. I saw your journalist video on YouTube. Great stuff. Glad you enjoyed it. Thank you. Yeah, I was actually worried how people were gonna take. I was wondering how people were gonna take that video, because I feel like more times than not, people usually fall on the sides of extremes when it comes to issues like that, because a lot of people want to view things as very black and white. There was even a comment that has a lot of traction actually in the comment section, which is like, you know, enough with this like in the center bullshit. You know, somebody breaks into your house. Like they try to turn in, like they use like an ad hominem basically to try to, you know, try to show that everything is black and white and you have to pick a side. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, what are you talking about? That's not what this is. Social issues aren't always... Social issues are anything but black and white. Very few things are black and white. Using extreme examples or just trying to get you to pick the other extreme. Yeah, exactly. It pisses them off, is what it is. It pisses them off. There's nothing more that frustrates somebody there's nothing more that frustrates people like that than somebody that they can agree with and disagree with at the same time. They're like, wait, am I supposed to like you or am I supposed to hate you? Pick a side, Fed Center! So stupid. So fucking dumb. Oh, man. Any idea, an idea for the next video, like viewing videos as your podcast, audio, or doing something else? And I'd appreciate if you could open quotes and end quotes when quoting somebody. It's quite hard to figure out when it was you talking based solely on the audio. You know what? You actually got a really good point about that. That's actually pretty smart. I've always done it visually because I take the article off the screen, right? So if somebody's listening to it via audio only, I could easily see them go, well, wait a minute. Though at the exact same time, I try to make sure that I qualify by saying, you know, this is where they're wrong here or whatever it might be. But yeah, I totally can see how you could kind of blend that together. Hey man, what's up? Do you have an opinion about Ubisoft that always hiding about inclusivity for their bad product? I mean, well, that was kind of my video, right? It was kind of like the discussion behind it. I think that in a lot of cases, like what goes on lately, and it's just something that I've seen a lot of, which I think it's much more reflective in like TV and movies, right? Because you see it in the interviews, you see it how they, you see how they respond to audiences and feedback and controversy, whatever it might be. And it just doesn't, like, the characters don't feel genuine. And I think that's the biggest problem that I have with a lot of games lately. And anytime you look at a lot of the games that are coming out there, especially when like players are trusting these companies less and less by the, you know, by the day, honestly. And, you know, when they look and they go, oh, well, now they're using, it's like I said in the video, players are going to come to the conclusion at one point in time that they're going to look and see, oh, you're using a black character or a woman or whatever it might be. And they're going to be like, oh, well, they're doing it for this reason. Of course, players are going to come to that conclusion because the industry and the journalists and the critics have quite literally led them to that conclusion themselves. Why wouldn't they come to that conclusion? That's the whole point of the video, is like, stop talking about what people are saying. Start asking why people are saying these things. Where is it coming from? It doesn't make any sense, man. Because all you're gonna do is just run around in circles if you're, oh, well, this is what they said. I don't give a fuck about why did they say that. Why do they think that way? All issues are far more complicated than yes and no. Otherwise, there would be no conversation about them. Yeah, and I think that's the other. It's almost like consumer lost trust to the West developer. I wouldn't see. So, no, I don't think it's just Western developers. I think it's just video game developers across the board. I don't think anybody trusts video game developers as much as they used to anymore. Same thing goes for journalists. Like different journalists and publications that are out there. I still remember to this day, back in the day, everybody, if Game Informer gave a game a 10 in their magazine, not a website. We weren't looking at websites. Most people were waiting for the magazine. We had that shit on subscription. The Game Informer gave it a 10. I mean, you buy it. You buy it. It's obviously a great game. Now? No. Now, people don't give a shit whether IGN gave it a 10 or whether Game Informer gave it an 8 or whoever else gave it. Like, they want to watch gameplay. They want to see it for themselves. They want visual proof before they make a purchase. They don't trust any of these people based on their words anymore. As they shouldn't. As they shouldn't. Let's ease up on topics here. What do you think about the Middle East right now? I had somebody ask that in one of the streams before, and I'm like, I live in fucking America. Why? I don't fucking know. Why would I don't know anything about that shit, man. I wake up and play video games and then talk about video games. Why would I have opinions on something like that? Empathy in society. Empathy is hard in society. We all struggle with it, distracted by semi-slave work and bills. That's also fucking true. Everybody is like so stressed to have an opinion on everything when everybody's lives are more complicated than even allows them to be able to have opinions on a lot of things. You know what I mean? Then people wonder why folks, why normal everyday people look around and get mad. I'm gonna turn that down. People wonder why everybody looks around like normal everyday people that are just going about their lives and working, and they wonder why, you know, those folks get mad when they see people protesting and shutting down streets and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, of course, because they're like, bro, I gotta go to fucking work. I have other shit to do. Like, it's great that you're passionate about this, but why do you need to interrupt my fucking life? I gotta pick up my kid from daycare. motherfucker. Like, it's tough to trust devs half of the time, but DE consistently has been open to communicative. Yeah, I mean, there's obviously going to be companies that are out there that are going to subvert the rule, right? I think that Larian Studios is another great example of a studio that does something like that. I think that not Square Enix totally, but Creative Business Unit 3 definitely does, right? The folks that run Final Fantasy 14. There are instances of developers that are out there, but they've become a rarity over the years. It's a lot better for your mental health to not have an opinion on literally everything. Yeah. But and that kind of goes back to like one of the discussions that I brought up in that video, which is like everybody feels like they need to be like so close in proximity to a lot of these topics, because I wonder, like, are they like afraid socially that somebody's gonna like judge them for not knowing anything about it or not having an opinion on it? I don't really know, especially because the thing is that like just about all online drama, not even online drama, like just about all online conversations, for me personally, I realize it's anecdotal, don't really come up in day-to-day normal conversations. They don't come up in day-to-day conversations. They're huge online, huge discussions online, but I never hear other people talking about them, just, you know, around the water cooler. You know what I mean? Like, none of that kind of stuff. None of that kind of stuff. Elden Ring DLC opinions. Elden Ring DLC we're playing tomorrow. So we will formulate those opinions appropriately tomorrow. Twitter drama is not real. I mean, like, so like things like news can break, right? News can break on Twitter, and that's real. But the conversations that are around it don't, like, I hate to say it, but like conversations that are around it, the people that are commenting on a lot of that stuff, including myself when I'm posting things on there, it doesn't fucking matter. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's just one random person saying what their opinion is on something. It's as simple as that. To stay in theme with this, what do you think about the Dr. Disrespect drama? So I saw the recent tweet, Dr. Disrespect's recent tweet, where he brings it up and he's talking about it, and he, you know, admits to the fact that there was a conversation with him that happened through Twitch Whispers. So it seems that the guy that leaked the reasoning was right. But it's also like a really complex issue that probably goes further than that, obviously, because there's no criminal charge that was ever levied at Doc. So there's some nuance to that isn't being talked about. So for that reason alone, I'm not going to, you know, pass judgment at this point, if that makes any sense. Like I like, it's one of those things where it's like obviously without a doubt it's bad that he was talking to a minor, if that's what was going on, and yeah, obviously that's a fucking terrible thing. However, it's also weird that like there was no criminal charges that were levied, and that's not really something that you can just settle with Twitch, because they have to report that. So I don't, like, the thing is that it's like the only way that wouldn't have gone criminal is, from my understanding, the only way that wouldn't happen is if like there was genuinely no like no explicit content or like explicit conversations or physical actions carried out, and because of that, you know, he dodged it. Right, so like it looked like there was maybe intent or dancing around it or whatever, but there was no actual action, if that makes any sense, and no like explicit evidence that would then drive like a criminal case. So it's problematic for sure. Yeah, it's not good. It's not fucking good. And it also probably goes to show as well, like, you know what the funny thing is? I think I brought this up on I think I brought this up when we were discussing it, I think on the podcast, is that, you know, if something like that was the case, chances are the reason why Twitch didn't speak up on it is specifically because they didn't want it to be leaked, that they were running around and reading, like, popular creators' DMs. Because that's pretty fucked up. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty fucked up. Not that it's fucked up that they caught him in something. It's fucked up that they were running around reading creators' DMs. Like, that's a pretty strong breach in privacy. Regardless if it was in there, like, I'm sure there's like an end user license agreement for signing up for a Twitch account or something like that, but at the same time, the funny thing is that you realize that if that end user license agreement that they would have in place that allows them to be able to read people's conversations, know for a fact they are probably not reading they're not reading every DM. They're just looking at the most popular people because those are the easiest to catch, right? Those are the easiest ones for them to hammer down if they can and protect themselves. Killer vid, my guy. Glad you enjoyed. Oh man, it's bad, but we don't know the nuances. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. It's like as much as I understand people want to like talk about it and dive into it. And I've seen a lot of other content creators have been weighing in on it too. Like a lot of the heavyweights. You know what I mean? And while I totally understand what they're doing, like, you know, farm while the farming's good. At the same time, it's like, I don't know. Like, even with the tweet, there's just not enough to go on to like formulate a strong opinion on it, either for or against. I think that he's gonna walk away for a while. He's gonna stay away for a while, and then he's just gonna come back and just make money. He's gonna make money the same way he always has. You know what I mean? It's sad to see either way because it's one of those things where it's like, you know, in a lot of ways, when I used to watch Dr. Disrespect all the time. I always found him really entertaining. I thought he's one of the most entertaining streamers there ever was, honestly, because, you know, he's the only guy that does what he does, like how he does, and does it as well as he does with the amount of the production quality and the investment that he's put into it and stuff like that, and the character that he made and all of that stuff. However, it's disappointing to see people like that be as flawed as they are. You know what I mean? But I think that's just kind of the dangers of ever trying to like build people up in your mind to be more than what they are. You know what I mean? Are these only allegations? Do we know what actually happened? Dr. Disrespect in a tweet has now admitted that yes, he was having conversations with a minor while he was on Twitch using the Twitch Whispers program. The conversations never led to anything explicit, though they definitely danced the line of appropriateness, is how it was worded. That's what it is. So, I mean, that's no longer an allegation. That's somebody that's admitting to, you know, some level of wrongdoing. You know what I mean? Or we wouldn't even say it's wrongdoing. Some level of inappropriateness. I think that's probably the best way to say it. He was having inappropriate conversations with somebody on Twitch. Inappropriate conversations that do not lead to anything explicit are not illegal, but are morally not right. Did he just talk to a minor or was it suggestive? In his tweet, I'll show it to you guys. So in his tweet, oh my god, if I could click the right buttons, that'd probably help, right? Okay, so in his tweet, he says, first and foremost, I want to apologize to everybody in my community, as well as those who are close to me, my team, everybody at Midnight Society Game Studio. A lot of people have been left in the dark about what happened yesterday with Midnight Society and I. We made the painful decision collectively to have me step down. That's him talking about him leaving Midnight Society. Everybody's wanting to know why I was banned from Twitch, but for reasons. My God. Hit the wrong button. Hold on. Sorry. A lot of people want to know why. A lot of people have been left in the dark about what happened yesterday. We talked about that part. Sorry. Everybody has been wanting to know why I got banned from Twitch. But for reasons outside of my control, I was not allowed to say anything for the last several years. Now that two former Twitch employees have publicly disclosed the accusations, I can now tell you my side of the story regarding the ban. So there was a gag order on this entire thing, and it was all predicated on the fact that nobody ever talks about it, right? It was all predicated on that, you know, it all stayed under some level of discretion, okay? Were there Twitch whispers with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. Was there real intentions behind these messages? The answer is absolutely no. They were casual, mutual conversations that sometimes leaned too much in the direction of being inappropriate, but nothing more. Nothing illegal happened, no pictures were shared, no crimes were committed. I never met with the individual. I went through a lengthy arbitration regarding a civil dispute with Twitch, and that case was resolved by a settlement. Let me be clear, it was not a criminal case against me, and no criminal charges have ever been brought against me. He's being very vague. I don't think it's vague. I think it's, honestly, you know, the funny thing is that I feel in a lot of cases people are trying to like read between the lines on this stuff, and I don't think it's really necessary. I think that chances are he was having inappropriate conversations with a minor, whether or not he knew we don't know whether he knew it or not, whether like in the moment he knew it or whatever it might be. There's obviously context that's missing from this, but the only thing that I can see from this is that they were having inappropriate conversations that never actually led to anything of criminal action. That's it. It's vague because he could be inappropriate. Well, I mean, it's not. I don't think it's vague. I don't think it's vague because of because it could be anything. I think it's just I think we all understand within the context of if you're talking to a minor and you're saying inappropriate things but no action was taken, that's a pretty clear description of what kind of conversations you were probably having, right? That's a pretty clear depiction of what kind of conversations that you were having. Like I said earlier, old enough to know better, grown man having conversations with a minor, still having fantasies, kind of gross. Kind of gross. I mean, at the time, I think when he was sending those messages, he already had a kid and a wife. So yeah, it's fucking disgusting. It is. But at the exact same time, the thing is that I think what really sucks about shit like this is that the internet will then take it to like a wild extreme, and they will stretch it to the point where now you're a criminal in their eyes now. Like, quite literally, everybody on the internet right now is like, this is a criminal. He should be in jail. And it's like, I mean, no. But then when you say that, then they're like, oh, well, you're defending a, you know. And it's like, that's not how this fucking works, guys. That's not how this works. It's not how this works. It was likely like flirting conversations or something like that. Which, again, gross, fucking weird. Yes, for sure. Illegal, No. Especially when those conversations were mutual. And then a lot of people bring up like the like topic of like grooming and stuff like that. And it's just like, I don't fucking know, man. I don't fucking know. I don't know. This shit's above my pay grade. This shit's above my pay grade. So it is like, fuck, like, it's just like, the thing is that like, you also like stick yourself in the shoes of somebody like that. And you're like, if you were gonna like step out on your family and you have as much money and notoriety as him, I mean, like, there's services that you can purchase by less than legal means that can take care of that problem for you. You know what I mean? With grown women that I'm sure are probably quite talented. I guess this is one of the reasons. This is one of the reasons why. It's one of the reasons why like a lot of famous folks end up get caught with like, you know, ladies of the night. You know what I mean? Because they can, you know, keep them on the pay grade. You know what I mean? It's just so weird when people do shit like this, especially when you do it through like the app. Like, what the fuck are you doing, dog? What are you doing? Then again, I was watching Asmongold, and he was bringing it up, and he was talking about how he's like, well, Dr. Disrespect is also somebody that believes in NFTs, and like some conspiracy theory guy that's like big onto like lizard people and stuff like that, and talks about how he's like, yeah, you know, this is probably not the markings of somebody that has good decision-making skills. Like, yeah, probably not. Probably not. Everything kind of hinges on whether he knew and kept chatting or found out and stopped. I think that matters a lot, actually. I think that matters a lot. It really does. Actually, if he knew and then found out and stopped is probably the biggest massive indicator as to why he would have got his settlement from Twitch. Right? Like, from my perspective, you know, what defense would he have other than like no legal wrongdoing? You would probably need a little bit more extra weight past then to be able to get your full payout. And if that was the case, then if he didn't know at the time, he did know it was a minor. How do you know that? That wasn't explicitly stated. After the fact, in this, what he's saying right now, he says that yes, it was, but we don't know the context of the situation or the conversation. That's one of the reasons why I say, like, you know, it's tough to talk about these things, and it doesn't really make a lot of sense to talk about them too much if he would have written that he didn't know. I mean, I guess that's fair. I don't know, man. I'll be honest with you. I'm not really, like, fucking married to this conversation. You know what I mean? To be honest, I don't really give a shit. It's internet drama. It's gross. It's weird. For sure. But outside of that, like, a lot of the discussions that are happening around it and a lot of the speculation that's happening around it is just that. It's just speculation more than anything else. You know what I mean? Twitch technically spied on Whispers, which was his defense. It could be. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, that's also true. You got a good point there. It probably could be the defense that Twitch was spying on Whispers without permission. You know, potentially Doc found I'm spitballing here. Doc found a loophole where he technically didn't sign the NDA or whatever, not NDA, but the UEL end user license agreement. Whatever it could be. You know what I mean? There's a lot of stuff that's out there. It's stupid he did. Why you did it on Whisper? I didn't do it. What are you talking about? I didn't do nothing. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that's an English translation problem. English ain't the first language. It's like, wait a minute, you do, that's why did you do it on Whisper? I didn't whisper nobody. What are you talking about, man? The only whispers that I've ever gotten on Twitch are from people that are trying to like scam me for either my account information or view bots. Except for there was one time during one of the Warframe story streams where we got up to like 2,000 some odd people or something like that. And then somebody messaged me, was like, hey man, just let you know I'd be really careful about view botting. And I'm like, I'm not view botting. What are you talking about? And they're like, well, I see all of the fake chats that are popping up, and I'm like, fake chat. Those are YouTube chats, my guy. Do you see the logo on it that shows you it's from YouTube? It shows it on the screen. It shows you where it's coming from. He's like, oh, my bad. It's like, like, no, dude. No, dude. No. Eyeballs. Yeah. Bot behavior. Yeah, true. I'm fake. We all know YouTube chat isn't real. This chat is fake. It is fake. For sure it's fake. Yeah. Have you played Souls games outside of Elden Ring? Yeah. Yep. Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, Sekiro. Trying to sell an anti-bot service? Fuck. I could use that actually. Probably for myself. Anytime I'm like writing reviews and recording scripts. I'm gonna get some water real quick. Chat, you want some blueberries? You guys can have one. There you go. When are we gonna have another Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough? We thought of a unique build attempt. Like in making your entire party like the Justice League. That's actually really interesting. I've been waiting for mods. With the official mod tools, I'm waiting to see what people do with mods. And get some like unique and cool classes and stuff like that in there. Ever try Rogue Trader? I played Rogue Trader for like 2 hours and it was really buggy and glitchy, and I've just been waiting for them to like get it. I mean, like, it's probably good to play now, but they do like a lot of like episodic content and stuff like that for theirs. I always found it was really weird. I always saw, by the way, this isn't like I'm not trying to like do a massive shot against the bow for like one of your favorite developers if you really like Owlcat games, but like one of the things that I thought was really weird, like people were trying to like make a lot of comparisons between Owlcat and Larian Studios. Oh yeah, just like Owlcat, and it's just like, I mean, they make solid games. They make solid games, right? But at the same time, like, they monetize the fuck out of the games they put out. Like, how many DLCs were available for Kingmaker? Once Baldur's Gate 3 tools come out, all gloves are off. I'm really interested to see what people are going to be able to pull off, but it sucks that they're not going to be able to do anything with like level editing. Yeah, so I have Pathfinder Kingmaker full edition. I have not played it. I played it. I take that back. I played it like 2 or 3 hours and was like, okay, I think that I need to go into that game cold and without have playing Baldur's Gate 3 recently, because like Baldur's Gate 3 is just so fucking intuitive. It's just such a well-designed game. It's almost too well designed. I think it'd be easier to find a list of games that aren't monetized to hell. Yeah. Kingmaker is great, but you can't compare it to other CRPG. You can't compare other CRPGs to Baldur's Gate 3. I know, but that's what I'm talking about though. Like it's really difficult to play a game like Baldur's Gate 3 and then immediately jump into Rogue Trader or jump into like Kingmaker, and that's what I did. And I was like, this isn't as cool. This isn't as cool. What did you like Act 3 of Baldur's Gate 3? I liked it. I liked all the acts. If I had to say if I had to say one was my favorite, I think Act 1 is probably my favorite. I think Act 1 is my favorite. Like, even though it's not the most like impactful like narratively, it was like the thickest. It was so thick. It has so much shit to do. It has so many cool things to do. The mountain pass, the goblin camp, the Underdark. Like, there was so many places to go. It was such a diverse experience in the first act, where I feel like Act 2 and 3 like didn't have that same level of like diverse like landscapes and different experiences to have. You know what I mean? Like, there was some cool stuff for sure. I loved all 3 acts. I love the fucking game. The game's absolutely fantastic. But, you know, Baldur's Gate really is just about Baldur's Gate. Act 2 really is just about the area in Act 2. You know what I mean? But you had a lot of really cool variety and places to go and things to do when you were in Act 1. The Underdark was so fun. I spent so long trying to find the giant monster that was going through the ruins. I had gotten to the point now where like even on honor mode, when I get to that thing, I just beat the fucking dick off it. It just fucking gets one shot, because you're supposed to get it down in health and then it disappears and then you need to go and fight it again later because it retreats, right? Every single time I just one shot it before it can even attack me. Get fucked. Main problem with Baldur's Gate 3 is you either need to mod out the dice rolls or save scum the entire game. Fucking never. Why do you think I like playing on honor mode? I like playing where the dice roll. I have a video on this channel talking about why people shouldn't save scum. I think that you should have a couple different experiences. I think that I'm not disparaging people that save scum. Play games however the fuck you want to. Enjoy games. That's the whole point, right? However, there is a lot of benefit to get from an experience where you're playing the game and you're not necessarily the one in full control of what's happening. Like, I am of the mind, after playing and beating the game on honor mode, there is no other mode to me. If you die, you die. If you fail the roll, you fail the roll. Live with the consequences. I remember I was playing a co-op. I was playing it on co-op, and that certain somebody in that certain defense mission that you have, mission, but quest or whatever it is, that certain event that happens, died like immediately. She got one shot. And I was like, my buddy's like, what happens now? And I'm like, well, about that. How long you play on guitar and how good are you? I don't know. I'm probably novice. I'm not like fucking fantastic. I don't play nearly as much as I used to, and I don't play in bands anymore either. I don't really write too much music as much as I used to. I still just jam to stretch the fingers and doodle, mess around, make a couple riffs and stuff like that. That's pretty much about it. I don't practice it the way that I used to, which was like genuinely like learning music theory and how to apply it properly and stuff like that. Have you watched Frank Reynolds in Baldur's Gate 3? Yeah, I've seen that. My friend wanted to save scum steal items all the time. It drained the fun out of the game. That's the point that I was trying to make. Is that I feel like in a lot of cases when people are save scumming the shit out of Baldur's Gate 3, what it ends up leading to is it leads to you trying to like meta game a game that you're supposed to just slow burn and enjoy. And I think that in a lot of cases, this is a result of like years of playing like live service games and a lot of people being kind of just conditioned to try to like meta themselves out of fun. Trying to play games in like the most efficient way possible. And it's just like, it's not necessary, man. Limp Bizkit and Breaking Benjamin. What problem do you have with Breaking Benjamin? Diary of Jane. I don't know how I say it. I can't sing. I can't sing at all anyway. It's fucking... What a unique voice that guy has. What a unique singing voice. House of Hope is my fictional home. I can see that. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty nice place, right? Pretty nice place. I mean, did you guys see the food? Food looked really good. Jetstream, thank you for the tier 1, man. Appreciate that. Thank you. Down comes the claw. Yeah, what a fucking banger that was. Well, you know what the best part is? It was like so it was so unexpected. I think that's one of the reasons why Down Comes the Claw is such like a banger song, is because it's like it's so unexpected, and it's even though like it was so unexpected that there would be like a theme song for his boss fight, it was even more unexpected what kind of theme song it was. Yeah, it was a Disney villain theme song. Like you just did not see it coming. You just didn't see it coming. There's just no way. I gotta listen now. Be quiet for a moment. I didn't expect those vocals for sure. Yeah, it was fucking fantastic. It was so good. The perfect egoist had his own theme song. That's actually very true. That's actually pretty true. That's pretty true. Yeah. Let's see here. There's some stuff that I wanted to look at. I fucking love this, by the way. I love this. This is what you want to see. So, Relogic, the folks that made Terraria, putting out a quote and saying, you know, hey, Calamity Mod team, which of you wants to work for Relogic Games and get paid for your work? Send me your resumes. This is exactly what these companies should do. And I know that there are some cases in which a lot of the mods do actually, like a lot of the moderators do end up getting hired by some of these studios and companies that are out there. as it should be. I mean, these are the, like, I'm sorry, man, but like, if you've played Calamity mod, I love Terraria, okay? I love base Terraria. Calamity mod is better than base Terraria by like every metric you can measure it by. The developers and the moderators of Calamity mod are fucking insane. They're insane. Like, I mean, they even created a genuine like narrative for Terraria. Not like you have to actually get it by like killing the bosses, and you get like a little thing and you can like read the flavor text and stuff that they have for it. But there's like genuine lore for Calamity mod, and it's so cool. It's so cool. Verifiable banger developers. They'd be dumb not to hire them. Yeah. D has hired multiple people who were once fan artists or Tenogen artists, and who are now employees of Digital Extremes. That's awesome. That's really cool to hear. Yeah. It's just it's so cool, man. It's so cool. And plus, on top of that, I think the thing is that like this just makes me like hope to God that they're making another game. They keep updating Terraria, which is great. But like, if you're gonna keep updating Terraria, then make it be about like I guess like more major content updates more than anything else. Because like right now it's been like really minor stuff, but it's all really cool stuff. Don't get me wrong. It's not that like I don't like the things that they've added to the game. They've added a lot of stuff that I've really enjoyed. But I just thought that was really cool, and I wanted to share that. This actually I wanted to share because I saw this, and it says, here are some trends that I've seen related to players and their chosen glyphs. You guys have any others you've realized your own time while playing? And I saw this right here. It says toxic as fuck. We'll never not be bickering about something. Vocabulary of a LOL player. And when I saw this, the first thing I thought was drug dealer. I just immediately got flashbacks. Of me being mailed fucking polymer. Like, it's like this image right here is more of a channel meme than it is anything else. It's like, if you know, you know. This is Coomer. Ardent veteran, has some crazy strong niche build. Long for the days of raids. Is this like a legacy one that you can't get anymore? It's a YouTuber glyph. Quiet Shy's emblem. Cephalon Shy? I don't know who that is. An errant cat hair on my mic. All the edgelords running Daniel the Demon glyph. New player has no clue what's going on, usually friendly. I should have just kept mine as that. What's your go-to game for pure unbridled fun? Actually, this looks really interesting. Pure unbridled fun. What is your game for pure unbridled fun? I think that mine is... Terraria is more there to disassociate. I'll give you a hundo if the next stream is Kenshi. That's pretty tempting, I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty tempting, I'm not gonna lie. Don't make me switch the stream title right now. Fuck Warframe, we're gonna play Kenshi, guys. This is a sponsored stream. Halls of Torment. Halls of Torment is really good. Halls of Torment is a fucking banger. It's so understood. Like, I don't understand how it's not gotten more traction than it has. It's such a cool idea. Like, taking the Vampire Survivors formula and then applying it to like Diablo 2 is just sick. It's just sick. Minecraft, I can always hours away. Warframe is cozy, but I gotta think a hot minute. Hades. Ooh, Hades is actually a really good one too. So I would say Terraria, but Terraria is there for more for dissociation for me. Oh my god, Greaser, you fucking psycho. Thank you for the 120. Well, chat. I mean, you guys are being outvoted right now, so I guess I'm gonna try Kenshi. I guess I'm gonna try Kenshi. Do I have it downloaded? Let me check. Yeah, I have it downloaded. All right, I will play Kenshi. $120, $120. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Somebody's paying their way today. I don't know what to say. I mean, thank you for the dono, my brother. And I guess we're playing Kenshi. So pure unbridled fun. I would say Risk of Rain 2 for me. Pay to win streamer edition. I know. Motherfucker just gotcha pulled a streamer. Used to be Dawngate. Rip Dawngate. Fate has been decided. Yeah, I know. I mean, luckily enough, I'm already interested in playing the game to begin with, so lobbying the streamer. Yeah, I know. Beishi stream. God, I love Dawngate. What is Dawngate? Is it like not a thing anymore? Does it not exist? Original Serious Sam was like a Doom knockoff. Yeah, I played Serious Sam back in the day. Yeah. People are saying Left 4 Dead 2. Yeah. Okay, I can see that. Civ 5. Wow. All right. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 and 4. Damn. Chivalry 2. Okay. I'm really looking forward to that. I'm really looking forward to that other game. What's the one where you can like is it Kingmaker? I'm really looking forward to Kingmaker. I think that might be it. Vermintide 2. I have not played Vermintide, man. It looks really fun though. It looks really fun. Earth Defense Force games are basically just that. Yeah, I could agree with that. Minecraft. Yeah, I agree with Minecraft. Minecraft's the thing is, when you say unbridled fun, I feel like Minecraft and Terraria sit in the same boat of just like dissociation, because it's a lot of like repetitive things that you're doing, just mining and building and stuff like that. But I find a lot of enjoyment in it. Believe me, the minute that I started a Terraria run is immediately I start going like, kind of meh. Kind of wouldn't mind playing some Minecraft. Blade and Sorcery VR. I've actually heard really good things about that. I heard it's actually a really good VR game. I saw this. Asmongold quits Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree DLC for it being too hard to be fun. It was so funny to see that like there were like video game. It's so crazy to see this. So the thing is that it's interesting to watch like a streamer like Asmongold interact with his chat, and they go back and forth, and them trying to like justify why he shouldn't feel pressured and why he should just enjoy it, and it's all about this and that and whatever else. And him trying to explain to people that, like, in the moment, like, you don't understand the added pressure of playing a game like this that is meant to be a stressful game, right? It's a game that's meant to, like, push you know what I mean? And holy shit, we're fucking balling today. Get a with the 100. Holy shit, man. Holy. Gotta go, but don't forget Hades 2, please. Want to watch you play that one one day. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for the... Seriously, you guys are so insanely generous. It's not even funny. I don't even know what to say. I will definitely play. I will definitely be playing Hades, and I'll definitely be playing Kenshi. I'll play Kenshi today. There's obviously... My whole thing is, like, I just didn't... Because I streamed late, I didn't want to play Elden Ring. And there's also things in Warframe, that event, that I still want to do some of that Warframe event, you know what I mean? Because I haven't done a lot of it, and I know it has like arcanes, and I don't have those, and I kind of want those. It's for cat food. It genuinely actually ends up being for cat food. Yeah, rich Europeans. Hey man, I zero argument on this side. Thank you guys so much. We'll do how about this? Let me look at my calendar real quick. So tomorrow I want to do Elden Ring DLC. Since Saturday's a shorter stream, I'll play Hades, because I played Hades last night. Well, obviously you saw it in my video, right? I was playing a little bit of Hades in my video that I posted today. I'll play Hades I'll play Hades on Saturday, since it's gonna be a shorter stream anyway. So I don't want to get into something that's gonna be like high, you know, investment. I don't want to play anything high investment, if that makes any sense. In the new event, you can farm a lot of arcanes. Yeah, and I know that's something that I really need, especially because people say like the Energize arcane is one of the ones where it's like you want to try to pop that off as much as you can. All right, so we'll play Hades on Saturday. Saturday will be a shorter stream. I want to play it anyway. I need to learn more about it because I don't know. Like the thing is that I'm so used to Hades, like the first Hades game, so like I understand the blessings and how they work with the character with in that game, but I don't really understand it so much in this one because I haven't really played it too much, to be honest. I haven't really unlocked anything. I've played like maybe 2 or 3 runs, and that's probably about it. Are you gonna ask DE for an LD glyph at TennoCon? I'm not gonna ask them for anything. If they want to give me one, they can give it to me. I'll be glad to have one, that's for sure. They're welcome to design it themselves too if they want, actually, because they probably don't want to use like my actual like book logo, right? They probably don't want to use this. So what they could do is they could actually just cover up the LD, right? But I think that would be a pretty stanky glyph, to be honest with you. I think that'd be a pretty stanky glyph. When are you gonna stream all the Disgaea games? God. All of them? Why would I stream all of them? I really only like the first 2. I like 3 actually too. I haven't played any of the more like recent ones though. Asmon is reacting to your video. Let me message his editor. I need to check something real quick. Is he really? Oh, topic that I'm pretty passionate about.
I think
and that's holding publishers and studios accountable.
Oh, this is even the video I thought he was watching.
Graves that
Good.
They've been digging themselves, all in the name of
Good.
profit.
It's not the one I thought.
Year over year, as
I
the
thought it was
gaming
today's
industry has
upload. I was
grown
like,
and
oh
gaming
shit.
has gotten more popular. It's become less about the players and more about their investors. Marketing minds that are taking control. These profit-seeking vampires with no understanding of how creative industries work.
I think the problem really is that it's people in the entertainment industry have been getting into gaming.
Yeah.
And gaming and entertainment, like gaming and movies or gaming and TV shows,
I got nervous
are 2 fundamentally very different things. And what ends up happening is that
I got nervous because the last time he watched one of my videos, he watched it when it was like 2 minutes out. Like it was like 2 minutes out or something like that. Why are people in my Twitch whispers? Why are people on my Twitch? People aren't. because he watched like one of them like right when it first came out, and I was like, homie. Give it a couple days, man. Give it an hour. Give it a little bit of time.
Oh, and you know, they try to do this stuff.
I was really hoping he was gonna watch this one though, because like this one didn't like really like pop off or anything like that, but it's a really cool video. I really like this one. I think it's a really interesting topic. Are wreaking havoc on beloved studios and franchises, bleeding them dry and leaving their carcasses out to be picked by investment vultures. It shouldn't be a surprise to anybody at this point why piracy is on the rise, but let's break it down piece by piece so we
just started it.
Oh, it's just early. I don't know if piracy is on the rise. Is that actually true? Where can we see the
Yes, probably OpenAI. That was. I'll be honest with you. The funny thing is, full transparency.
Consumers interested in pirating TV series?
That's 2017.
Maybe this could be useful? Because I want to see the data.
There was another one just under that one that was 2023.
Since streaming content's become increasingly favored over buying physical content, music and streaming services become more widespread. Over half of global internet users access music through copyright infringement. Yeah, but that could be copyright infringement. Could be like an unauthorized YouTube upload.
Notice though, even though that this study he's looking at is older, it says that Spain and Brazil are the two biggest perpetrators of that, and that's one of the reasons why I specifically brought up the fact
websites
that
have increased in the last 12%, the last 4 years. That's hard for me really to gauge. Piracy is back. Fuck, where are the graphs? God damn it. I just wanted to see graphs.
Homie just likes looking at graphs, that's all it is.
Statistics? Well, I would assume that
he just likes looking at graphs.
Statistics are going to be somewhat related, right?
Why this is going on and why it's going to get bigger and why trying to stop it is the worst choice that these companies can make.
This morning, another major food company getting set to raise prices at the grocery store.
The Business Insider headline says it all. Millennials are getting priced out of cities, and researchers don't necessarily think the trend will change.
It's not the news drivers wanted to wake up to Wednesday morning as gas prices in California hit a record high.
Recently, unemployed part-time workers applied to an average of 30 jobs, only to receive an average of
I saw this earlier. I was watching his stream earlier, and there was like some chick that like popped up that was like talking shit about the Dr. Disrespect situation. And like when he was like getting combative, the girl, she was like, by the way, I'm a girl. And it was such a like an odd thing to bring up mid conversation that it didn't really make a lot of sense.
I think this can be like it's a huge shock for people because like there's some people that do have good jobs that are making, you know, $150,000 a year and they're like 25. And it's crazy how mad that makes other people on social media. Like it's crazy because like how bad it is. Because a lot of people just like feel like they don't even have a chance or anything like that.
I like how you integrate news articles
Google
into the video.
Trend. No, the reason why
I think it's kind of important.
Trends is because there's too many.
I think it's really important to make sure that you try to give as much context as possible, and that's more or less me just being really like, oh man, I'm kind of crazy about this kind of thing, to be honest with you. Like anytime I'm even having just a normal conversation with people, I overqualify a lot of things. Like anytime I say something, I always want to try to back it up with as much evidence as I possibly can and give like as many pieces of evidence as I possibly can to back that up. I always have to qualify it because I'm afraid that I'm gonna like misstep in conversation, and I also don't like leaving myself open like to too much criticism.
The average income of somebody in Brazil. You carry that
price.
Yeah,
a lot of places have regional pricing, though, to be fair.
Over to other countries with even lower average incomes and even less valued currencies, and one single game could be something that they could be saving months for. The cost of new video games.
Yeah, that's why you have regional pricing for that. Absolutely.
Yep.
It just says the workforce is weak qualifications. I don't know. I think there's a lot of things that it shows simultaneously, right? Would ROM hacks for Game Boy be considered piracy? Well, they by definition are piracy. Is it like is piracy? I think that piracy is immoral or unethical. I think that's a better way to look at it. Piracy is unethical when you could have purchased it, but you choose not to. Like if there is an option to purchase this directly from the buyer, then I think that yes, piracy is unethical.
Yeah.
But if there's no option to buy it, then piracy is not unethical.
Is significantly impacting low-income consumers. And
So, like, I agree with him partially on that. Except for the thing is that, like, well, you know, because it's not available to you, it's okay for you to steal something. Because that's what becomes the ultimate justification for something like this. And I don't think that's necessarily correct. I wouldn't say that maybe it's a little less morally bad, but it doesn't make it any less legally bad or something like that. You know what I mean? So, like, I get where he's coming from, but I don't know if I would go that far with that kind of position.
However, there are a lot of things that are bad to do that people will still do. So you should look at ways to reduce these bad actions, and the way that you do that is by figuring out why those actions occur. Is it because of price? Is it because of distribution?
Yeah, and this is the whole point of the video.
Marketing? Is it because of, like,
I like
what
that
is
he's
it,
nailed
right?
it out that
And
quickly
I think
already.
it's probably all of the above in most cases. But as soon as you figure that out, then it's easier to, you know, like, how many of you guys, a good example, how many of you guys use Spotify whenever you used to use LimeWire or Pirate Bay? Like, I know I did. I'm using Spotify now because Spotify is a much better service.
Yeah, I use
Same with
Google
Steam.
Music.
Yeah, it's that simple.
Discretionary spending, including entertainment like video games, becomes more constrained. This is particularly evident in low-income households, which spend a larger portion of their income just on necessities, and they have less flexibility when it comes to price increases.
They do, but I think that it is... I don't think that you can make an ethical argument that because a person cannot afford an entertainment product, that they have any sort of ethical justification for stealing it.
No, they don't.
I think that you can very easily make an ethical argument for someone stealing maybe food, right? Which it's a stronger argument. I still don't think it's a good argument, and it's not a functional argument. But, like, it's definitely a much stronger one than entertainment.
Yeah, I mean, largely there is no excuse for stealing regardless of the situation. It's kind of as simple as that. You know what I mean? Like, regardless of what's going on, like, you can't steal things. It's illegal to do so. It's illegal for a reason. It's one of the reasons why I bring it up to begin with. Plain as day, as simple as can be. It's a famous line said before. Gabe Newell probably said it, I think.
Yes, he did. I also don't think that's entirely true. Like, for example, there were things I stole that I could have paid for because it was cheaper to steal them. Because I didn't want to spend the money. It's really just that simple, right?
I mean, for me, in a lot of cases,
I think a lot of people steal
for
things
me
because
personally,
it's
not this. It's anecdotal evidence more than anything
really
else.
not
But a lot of the times
right?
when I would download music
Of
when I was
course,
younger and
that's the
stuff,
reason why
a
they
lot
do
of
it.
that stuff was more out of convenience than it was anything else.
It's always cheaper to steal. Yeah, it is. You could argue that there's no damage done, as they wouldn't have been able to buy it anyway. Well, what I'm saying is that, for me at least, there would be things that I would buy. But if I could steal them for free...
So you react to Asmund reacting to your video? Yeah, man. I mean, full circle, baby. We can't, you know, we can't just have these one-off conversations.
The way a lot of people look at things.
He farms, I farm, baby.
Like,
that's
I don't understand.
That's
Like,
what's going on
it's
right
just
now.
logical that somebody would do that.
Yeah, I don't really understand the position that people believe that there's no damage that's done, especially when because they're like, oh, well, these companies have so much money. That's not the fucking point.
You wouldn't download a car? I absolutely would.
I would download a car. Mistake it or something like that. But what's going on right now is that there is a severe lack of regional pricing in the industry. There's a lot of games that are out there that are not fairly priced in every region, and as such, there's a lot of players.
And I think also, like, as a counterpoint to what I said, and not really a counterpoint, but as a, like, contextualization, I think that lost sales due to piracy are less than 5% of revenue, and I would even argue that it's probably less than 1%.
Yeah,
for the majority of games.
It is. I can't imagine the shrink in the entertainment industry, at least on the side of gaming, is as high as people think it might be.
Piracy for video games isn't moving the needle on whether video games are getting more expensive or not. It has nothing to do with it.
That are out there that just don't have access to these games. It's not realistic for them to be able to afford any of these. And I realize there's going to be some people that are going to hop in and go, hey, Mr. Streamer, YouTube guy, look here.
Somebody says defending multi-million-dollar companies is insane even for you. Over 75% of games are shit, and I will pirate from those companies all day.
There it is.
So that logic doesn't work. I understand
that's
that, like,
exactly
a lot
what
of
I'm
people
talking
like to
about.
use that type of
Because people automatically want to point to, look at these bad, evil corporations that make billions of dollars and are crying about piracy. It doesn't hurt them at all. Why are you defending them? That's not necessarily a point of defense or anything like that. But the point is that, like, things are illegal for a reason. Stealing is illegal for a reason. And if you let it get rampant enough, like, what's your solution to these companies that make the products that you yourself purchase? Like, what the fuck are you saying? As the person that's probably typing that is typing it on a fucking iPhone, right? Yeah, fuck these corporations. Like, what are you talking about? Look in the mirror for once in your life. Like, holy shit, man. 2000s music meta was something else entirely to today's day and age. There was when there was an MP3 was popular, but it didn't compare to today's options and payment. Yeah, like, it's the ease of access. And one of the reasons why music piracy fell out and people don't really pirate music anymore is because of the ease of access to music today. One of the reasons why people were pirating music so much in the past was because you would have to go to a store to be able to buy that stuff in the first place, and even more so if you wanted to put songs on your iPod or something like that. You already had to have the CDs downloaded into the computer, put it into iTunes, then put it onto the device. Like, there were so many steps that you had to go through. It was so much easier just to download the music from your computer by using LimeWire or something like that, and then put it onto your device. You spend $3, $5, maybe $10 than it is to get them to spend $70 or $130. It's a way for them to be able to capture some of those sales that they haven't been able to get because some of those people can't spend that much money, but we can nickel and dime them. That's much easier to do. That's the part of the prep.
It's easier. Like, whenever you're broke, it's easy to get $5 and it's really hard to get 50. Right? It's just the way it goes. Easy come, easy go. Why should I use any morality towards these companies that clearly make immoral choices daily? Because anybody can use that line of argumentation on anybody else based off of an arbitrary set of criteria that nobody has to agree on.
Yeah.
And I think that most of the people that use that arbitrary criteria only agree on that in cases where it is beneficial to them. I think it's completely self-serving, and it actually has no objective principle or value to it at all. It's simple. Games are virtual products that can't be stolen. Well, they can be pirated. You're right. It's not stolen, but it's pirated. Pirating's not stealing since you're making.
Why does he always pause my
like,
face in like weird ass fucking positions?
I don't know. Maybe
it's like every time this dude hits the pause button.
You guys didn't grow up stealing things? Like, I did. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
sure,
but
right?
if you're trying to say that you were a kid and you didn't steal anything, like you
And
either
so,
grew up as like
once or
a
twice,
Mormon or
for sure.
what? I don't know. I was stealing shit all the
did
time.
It really matter to you whether it was physical or not?
I
don't think
go
it really matters to most
grocery
people.
the grocery store, the little corner store by my dad's house.
Yeah.
Man, I used to steal candy like a
microtransactions more than anything else. And keep in mind, at the exact same too, is that a lot of those games built to take advantage of them also for being food for the whales more than anything else.
Yeah,
the
of course.
Schools of fish that the whales feed upon. And one of the things that's kind of bothering me lately, especially thinking about when people point to free-to-play games for folks that don't have a lot of money, is that I'm wondering if a lot of this regional price locking isn't put in place specifically to try to drive those players into their free-to-play games in the first place.
I don't think that's the case. Because also those free-to-play players have a lower rate of spend on the free-to-play games.
Congrats on hitting 80K subs.
Because, like, for example, like a lot of the people in, like, a South American country, like, I'm not really up to date, but I'm sure there's some of them that have bad economies
80K,
right
baby.
now. Like, if it's
How about
Argentina
that?
still has a bad economy,
80K.
I don't know. But they don't have
originally
the money
I
to
said
spend,
that I wanted to hit 100K
right?
by the end of the summer.
They're not going to be able to ever spend
still,
the amount of money that a person in a third world country or a first world country is going to be able to spend.
We'll get that check mark, and I'll
right?
get the
a person
I'll get
in
the
Sweden,
silver button.
you take
what I mean?
100 people from
be
South
official.
American,
You guys think about
like
that?
kind of mediocre country, and then 100 people from Sweden or New York or California or Japan, and let's be honest, who do you think's spending more money? So yeah, I think that's just the way it is.
The reason being is because the more players that are there and the more players that aren't spending a lot of money that are there gives more fish for the whales to feed on. And also on top of that, it emboldens the prices and emboldens the purchases that a lot of these whales will end up paying for because of the fact that there's more people to be able to show off their skins to, more people to beat them in PvP,
Yes,
more
more
people to
minnows.
show off their characters to, and whatever else. And I think it's also really important to keep in mind too is
Because you want to make sure in those free-to-play games that you do have a really high deficit between the people that are spending a lot of money and a lot of people that don't spend a lot of money. Because if it's just a bunch of people that are spending money, then everybody starts looking the same, and your purchases don't make you feel special in comparison to all of those other people that are in there. That's kind of one of the reasons why. That's kind of one of the reasons why I bring that up specifically.
I mean, I don't think there's ever a moral or ethical justification for stealing. I think there are instances where there are, but this is certainly not one of them. Not for an entertainment product. Studies have shown that piracy does not...
This reminds me of a quote, 3 rules, the golden rule being do unto others what you'd have done unto you. The iron rule, where you can take force, damn the consequences. And the silver rule, which is balance between the two. Yeah, I could see that. There's a good mirror into that, for sure. It's so hard to think about something while adhering to your own biases, like impossibly hard. It's super difficult. It's one of the reasons why I try to do my best to make sure that I take a step away from whatever my perspective is on something and try to read and look into as many perspectives as I possibly can. It's one of the reasons why I think that I can make a video like the one that I put out today. It's one of the things that I think I'm happy that I have a strong foot on that kind of thing. That's becoming more apparent year over year is digital only and online only. While the internet has become more widely accessible over the years, a 2023 study shows that approximately 67% of the world's population has access to the internet in varying degrees. But that still leaves 2.6 billion people without access at all.
Keep that in mind whenever people on Twitter are complaining about other people being privileged.
Yeah, keep in mind, I said varying degrees. While this study shows that they have access, the wide majority of that is likely not the high-speed internet that many of us enjoy, or even internet that's in their own household. Meaning that even if they have access, it's likely impossible to believe that any of them can even attempt to download Call of Duty Black Ops 6's half a terabyte download before Activision...
Yeah, in case people didn't catch up with that, in Call of Duty, it is a 500 gigabyte download.
Releases the next Call of Duty.
It's nuts.
And we're not even talking about how playable online...
Now, they might change that, obviously, but right now, that's what it was.
Only games have put even more pressure on there and put even more games out of reach of players. I've seen far too many games over the last few years switch to playable online only, even when they're widely single-player experiences, or even completely single-player experiences. Some of them are doing it because they want to make sure that players have access to DLC and online stores. Some of it's because most of these games aren't even contained on the disc anymore. However, the vast majority of it is because they're using it for anti-piracy purposes.
I think that the main reason why they do it is, I don't even think that it's because of piracy. I think that it's a reason, and it's definitely a component.
Probably has more to do with them keeping them
getting people into the ecosystem of
into the store,
seeing updates with stores, and like having the store updates regularly. That's, I think, why it's happening the most. And also analytics, because a lot of these companies sell the data.
Using your internet connection.
You speak from the perspective of an English-speaking person. However, in most foreign languages like Spanish, Russian, Indian, you just put game name download in local language, and you're presented with a plethora of websites. I think that you dramatically overestimate the average person's computer literacy.
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah,
and I think that we are a community of people who...
I think that in a lot of cases, you're going to have a lot of people that are going to pop up and say, like, oh, you don't understand, like, everybody pirates, it's so easy to pirate. But I don't think it's as widespread as people probably believe it to be. It is a rising issue, and I think it's a rising issue in a lot of different places in the world. But I don't think it's for the reasons that people think it is. Nor do I think that, because even Mark argued with me on this a little bit over the podcast, where, you know, he does think it's like people that can't afford it, that have, you know, good computers and good game systems and stuff like that are pirating, and I don't think it is. I think the vast majority of those kind of people don't want to pirate because it's just not worth it. They don't want to take the risk of blowing up their console or blowing up whatever they have.
Bad. I actually saw this the other day. Let me see if I can find it. At work, working with Zoomer, he asked for some files, send him a zip file. Hey, Anon, the file you sent me is broken. Figure I got it corrupted, rezip and send again. It's still broken. Go to his computer. He shows me how it's broken. Find out that Zoomers have no idea what to do with zip files. There it is. We are regressing. At this point, technology has become so smart that
a lot of devices today do everything for everybody else, and they don't need to do anything. There's a generation of people that have grown up with stuff that's done everything for them. To verify your purchase and your license and give you access to the game, which, I'll be honest, I think is something that is only directly serving to exacerbate this issue of lower than projected sales that many of these companies have been pointing to. I mean, including these anti-piracy measures and forcing online only, sure, you're stopping a group of players that may play your games through illegal means. However, on the other hand, you're potentially cutting off access to the game from millions of other players that otherwise would have bought it. Let's use a game like Diablo as an example. Both Diablo 3 and Diablo 4 work for this because they are back-to-back Blizzard's fastest-selling titles of all time, record breakers. I mean, the Diablo franchise is one of the most recognizable IPs in all of gaming. But when you have a game that appeals to that wide of a player base, that attracts that much in sales, that equally means there is just as large of an audience that's out there that would have bought and played that game if they had the ability to. But they didn't because Blizzard didn't make it available to them by locking a mostly single-player experience to online only. Blinded by the allure of immediate sales, these companies are going for the bag when they could have gone for the bank the entire time. Personally,
I think that a lot of games that are online only, like Fortnite, for example, like you have that's a free game, but like in general, I don't think that...
Hey, I watched your last podcast and was surprised that you mentioned Phantasy Star Online. I grew up with Adventure Quest, and I grew up on that and Adventure Quest. Mad? Fuck, I totally get why you'd be upset. Phantasy Star Online on on Dreamcast was fucking sick. Phantasy Star Online 2, still to this day, even though it's not like fully supported like Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis is still absolutely fantastic. It's still a game to this day that I highly recommend players go and give a shot. It's an awesome game to play. It's a lot of fun. Even Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis, if you're somebody that's not a PSO2 fan and you go to play that, you'll probably have a good time with it because just the gameplay alone is like really fun, and it's fun to do like the cosmetics and stuff like that and see how people, you know, edit their characters and whatnot. He's always pausing you in awkward positions. He always does. He always does.
It's just totally fucking irrelevant.
He's
not
cracked.
Like, we can't pirate
That's why
it.
he has the pause champ.
That's why they're doing it.
Emote.
I mean, you can't blame these companies for trying to protect an investment.
No.
I mean, I think that, like, and here's the thing, right, is that everybody is always generous with other people's money. If you had a tremendous amount of money invested into a company, and the company was losing a tangible amount of money because it wasn't taking measures against piracy, you would want that company to take the measures against piracy. Everybody always likes to be generous with somebody else's money. But the moment...
You know what the funny thing is that actually, you know, bringing that up, talking about, like, unzipping files, one of the reasons why people today, like, you know, or not people today, like millennials and stuff, know about how to unzip files and whatnot is specifically because we were pirating when we were younger. Running to the media, crying about how they're seeing the industry going downhill, how there's less people to be able to sell games to, how their investors are upset, they're going to have to lay off, it's just part of business, you know, they're reading the stars or whatever it might be, trying to figure out exactly what they're trying to do next. And it's all self-inflicted. This is all things that they're doing to themselves. It's almost like they didn't see the rake or even feel... They felt the rake, but didn't see the rake when they stepped on it. That's probably the best way to say it. And, you know, I think that Sony and Helldivers 2 is the best example of this. Still to this day, it is not available in over 180 countries. That's over 90% of countries in the world that Helldivers 2 is not available in. You're doing this to yourself.
Yeah, I don't know why Sony is doing that. It doesn't really make sense to me, and it seems stupid. Sony never puts anti-piracy software on their games. Anytime a Sony game comes to PC, it's cracked in like 10 minutes on the Russian websites and ready to be downloaded. Well, that's disproven immediately by Dragon's Dogma 2.
Flash games on the PS1,
right? It still hasn't been. It still hasn't been cracked. So
it wasn't just pirating like movies and television shows on computer. It was actually for me, when it comes to zip folders, I learned how to use zip folders when I modded my PSP so that I could play Nintendo games on it.
that means that you make less money. That means that there's less people that are playing your game. That means there's less people that are talking about your game. That's less people that are selling that game to their friends. When you don't make your games accessible, you make less money.
Yeah.
Players have less options, and then those players go and make options for themselves.
That's right. And it's like, and this is the thing, right, is that you can talk all day about whether piracy is moral or ethical, but at the end of the day, if somebody can do it and get away with it, people will do it and get away with it.
100%.
And I think also for a lot of games, people don't play the games because they're too expensive. Like, there's a $70 game. People are like, this is too much money. I don't want to spend this much money. So what ends up happening is that these games end up having these like massive price problems, and it hurts their audience in a big way. And an example of that is also, again, Dragon's Dogma 2. That's a $70 game. That's a lot of fucking money, man.
Yep.
And like, if you price a game that high, you're not going to have that many people that buy it.
Simple as that. The higher the game goes, the less
For many,
that you're going to be able to get out of it. become a necessity. Even more so when we start looking at legacy titles and retro games. Piracy has increasingly become one of the only options that we have available to us for games preservation due to the evolving nature of digital downloads and often the prohibitive barriers that are imposed by these game publishers. As digital distribution replaces physical media, many games are delisted from online stores, rendering them inaccessible to future generations.
I think this is the big problem. Because right now, what I think the big issue is that we, like, collectively do not have a good way to solve the problem of digital ownership. I don't think people like
because
the
digital
idea of
ownership
NFTs,
doesn't exist under the end user
and I think
license
that they turn
agreement.
too much into a
Under the end user license agreement, in a lot of the cases with a lot of the games that we don't actually have any genuine ownership of any of that stuff. So what ends up happening is at the minute, like with The Crew, where they shut down the servers and Ubisoft, says, sorry, you can't play the game anymore. It's like, well, I paid for that game. I bought that game. And then they also want to go around. There's a couple other games as well where like they didn't have the original version of the game, and then they chose to not sell it or not allow players to even play it on private servers. World of Warcraft Classic did this for years. Even though there was no classic version of the game to play, they then punished the people that were running their own servers for a classic edition of the game. Like, I mean, if players are playing something and they want something, then you need to make sure that you're making it available to them. And if you're not going to make it available to them, then make it available for free. Then let them do whatever they want with it. Because if you're not going to make any money from it, but you want to punish people that are trying to play it, and you're not making it available, what fucking sense does that make? City of Heroes? City of Heroes is a great story. What a great story. Actually handing it over to the community that was actually passionate about the game so that they could continue to make it. They could continue to play it. They could update it. They could do what the hell they want with it because the developers of the game didn't want anything to do with it anymore. If you're not going to have anything to do with it, then why are you trying to still protect it after the fact? Doesn't make any sense to me. Doesn't make any sense to me at all. Have access to a significant portion of gaming history is completely lost, depriving future players of the joys that we've all had the chance.
And it's weird to think that we have some games that are like that are kind of like relics of the past, things like Club Penguin or Neopets, to an example, or a lot of
Neopets
those
still
like
exists,
stick fighting flash games.
Not the original version of it, but I know Neopets is still around.
Or I'm trying to think of another example of that. WildStar. But like, there's a few examples of that. But every year there will become more and more and more
to enjoy.
Classic.
I'd argue that the vast majority of people that are out there pirating games for themselves, trading pirated games, or buying them aren't doing it because they want to do it. They're doing it because they have to do it because there's no other options available to them. Again, this is something that is ultimately brought on by the industry that's creating these games and not the consumers themselves. Back in 2014,
I think there's a huge spectrum, right? And like, there is no have to for pirating a video game. There's never a point where a person needs to pirate a video game.
Yeah, I mean, that's more of a language.
I think that there's no way that you can justify someone stealing something that is an entertainment product. Like, there's no moral justification for it. Now, obviously, it doesn't mean people won't do it, but like, I think that you should look at this as a problem that should be solved, but it depends on how you want to solve it. It's not stealing. Well, you're taking something and you're not paying for it. You are intentionally foregoing the way that you are intended to pay for something in order to get it at a cheaper rate.
So what if that thing was free but no
That
longer
is
available?
not beneficial to the
Which
customer.
is actually what I'm going to bring up right here.
Whether
Which is-
it's
this actually
you're
make
right,
it a really
it's not
interesting
stealing.
conversation.
By the way, it's
so
not.
I want to see what his
it's pirating, which is different than stealing.
I want to see what his opinion on
but
something
you're
like
not
that
paying
would be.
for it.
'Cause I totally agree with what
Why
he's
do
saying
people try
right
to
now.
justify
but-
like just own it? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't care about the morality. Yeah, that's fine. How the fuck is it stealing if no one's selling it? If buying isn't owning, then pirating isn't stealing? Are you retarded? Of course buying isn't owning. Of course stealing isn't pirating. They're different words. That's why they're two different words. He said the meme. Yeah, I know.
Fan of the game PT, which is playable teaser, a critically acclaimed horror demo that was made by Hideo Kojima, found themselves in a difficult situation. The game, which was intended to promote the now canceled Silent Hills project, was suddenly removed from the PlayStation Store following Kojima's departure from Konami. For players who had already downloaded PT, it remained on their consoles, but for new players, they had no legal way to be able to access it.
Well, that's the distributors. That's their own decision. I think that's fine. That's totally okay, in my opinion. The distributor has no obligation to sell a product.
It's not
as
selling.
long as the people who have paid for it are still able to use it, then no harm.
Was this any good? Yeah, it was cool. It was
done.
interesting. It was a really interesting idea.
The
It was
cultural
really
and
leaning
artistic
more into like the
significance of
psychological horror
PT,
part rather than
this
just the horror
dedicated
part.
community fan took matters into their own hands. They distributed the game through various unofficial channels, ensuring that it could still be experienced and studied by future gamers and scholars. This act of piracy was driven by a genuine desire to preserve a unique piece of gaming history that would otherwise have been lost to time. Now we go and we look at how Nintendo has handled piracy and games preservation by beating it over the head with a legal cudgel.
Yeah, if they're not providing a way to spend money on it, then if somebody pirates it, it's not really a big deal.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, it doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah,
let's be honest.
It changes. I feel like it
It's
changes the
cultural
case quite a
preservation.
lot. Yeah.
Now, I feel like there's so much posturing with conversations like this because people are talking about like, oh, I'm doing this for games preservation. I think that most people that are pirating because they don't want to spend the money on it.
Yeah.
Or they don't want to deal with it.
100%. Thanks for 80K.
And so
Thank you, man.
you have like these issues where like people are like trying to come up with like an excuse or like a reason or whatever. You're wrong. No, I'm not. I'm not wrong at all. I think that the majority of people are doing things. My perspective, and this is for a lot of things in life, is that I think that almost everybody's logic and morality and principles are completely self-referential. So like people decide what they want to do and then they work backwards to justify it morally. So I actually don't think this is true at all. Not pirating, I'm just archiving. Yeah, exactly.
Anybody that's caught pirating or redistributing any of Nintendo's games will face the full might of Nintendo's legal team. There is a high demand for old Nintendo games that they haven't been filling. Now, while they have released systems like the NES Classic and SNES Classic, both of them selling tens of millions of units, by the way, there is a wide variety of classic games Nintendo doesn't make available.
Yeah.
While luckily there are still some working physical versions of these products that are still out in the wild, the demand for these games is so high, and
well, it's at that point it is no longer the company will no longer make money on a resale. So you can no longer use the moral argument.
But is this, how do you feel about people downloading ROMs of games that they own? I own a lot of Pokemon games and download the ROMs and play them on my phone. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Honestly, I think that in a lot of cases, so the company isn't responsible for that. Like, let's be real. Like Nintendo's not responsible for allowing you to be able to play Pokemon Blue wherever you want to play it. You know what I mean? That's not how that works. You bought it knowingly for the Game Boy, and that is what it's there for, and that's just about it, right? We just called a day on that. But when something's that old, it's just like, let go of the reins, man. You're not making any money on it. You're not making any money on resales. You know what I mean? You're not doing anything. So what is the point? It just feels futile, I think is the point that I'm trying to make. It feels futile more than anything else. Saw your latest video. Thank you so much for making it. Watching it was like watching someone say what I wanted to say for years at this point. Honestly, thank you.
Appreciate it, man. I'm glad you enjoyed it and derived some value from the conversation. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yuzu? Yeah, but like what I'm saying is that the real solution isn't that, like, pirating is not the solution. The real solution is Nintendo making it easy to buy the games.
Let me use the bathroom.
That will solve the problem.
It's another company that's leaving money on the table for no good reason,
it doesn't make sense
and
to me.
creating a piracy issue on their own. Now, I want everybody to keep in mind that the NES Classic and the...
That's a bullshit argument. If there was enough demand for old games to make LD profit, the game companies would still be selling them. Well, if there's not enough... Okay, so then if you want to use that argumentation, then that's fine. But if the company isn't selling them, then what's the problem with somebody pirating it? Because the problem with piracy is fundamentally that it could result in a lost sale. So if the lost sale can't occur, then what's the problem? You see what I'm saying?
SNES Classic outsold modern consoles in the months that they were released in, which showed that there was a massive hole waiting to be filled. There was a huge part of the market that was looking forward to being able to experience these kind of games again, or even experience it for the first time. Yeah. I'm sure there's a ton of newer generation, younger generation players that are out there that have wanted to play these games because they've been hearing about them their entire lives, watching videos like this, and they finally got the chance to play it on updated televisions with HDMI, and they went out and bought it too. They want to buy these games. They want to play these games, and it's as simple as that. It's just crazy to me, looking at a company like Nintendo that's spending all this money on legal fees, fighting piracy that they created themselves. If they would just make those games available and make them...
I don't understand why Nintendo does this either. I think that the only explanation is that the way that the Japanese copyright system works is that they feel like they are compelled to do it for some reason. That's the only part of it that makes sense, because nothing else can make sense.
I didn't even realize my cat has taken bites out of my microphone until I saw it on his camera. More widely accessible and affordable, well, then players are going to play them, and then all of a sudden, guess what? You don't need to spend all this money on legal fees. Chances are you'll make far more money doing it that way than the way that you're doing it right now.
Yep.
Look, this isn't a video about why piracy is good, because I don't think it's good. It's obviously illegal, and it's illegal for a good reason. But at the exact same time, it's not the pirates that are the problem here. It's the companies.
Well, the pirates are the problem, but the companies have an ability to lower the amount of problems that will occur. Like, whenever somebody commits a bad action, it's their fault because they're responsible for their own behavior. But if you're a company and it's like, don't you want to go with the outcome that's going to make the bad action occur less?
Yeah, that's kind of...
Absolutely.
It's like the common sense solution to the issue.
It's just about being pragmatic, really.
I want to roll back to the initial tweet from Hikita. As creator of said game, you should support indies if you can, but culture shouldn't exist only for those who can afford it. Ultra kill wouldn't exist. It's like the idea of why are you treating the symptom and not the disease, right? Like that's the idea behind it. They keep treating the symptoms by going after people for legal reasons and trying to attack the pirates that way, rather than just doing what they can to, actually just treat the actual disease itself. And culture, especially when that barrier is artificial. Games can be cheaper. Games can be more available. And artificial restrictions that are imposed by the industry shouldn't have any bearing on somebody's access to enjoyment, education, and art. I think he also points out something else.
Yeah, I think there's also, like, this is something that's true until it's a company that you are invested in or a place that you work at.
Yeah.
And what ends up happening is that if this issue becomes big enough and people lose their jobs...
Cleaning the blood but not stitching the wound. Yeah.
Well, then that hurts a lot of people, right? And I think it's like being generous with other people's money. I don't think it's a good idea. Like, if somebody doesn't care about piracy, then that's good for them, right? That's fine. But I don't think that you can expect somebody to not care about it. Ultra Kill is $25, not expensive at all. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, would you work for a company for less money if the product were cheaper to the public? Well, it depends on what the money is, right? They see it as a potentially delayed sale, aka safekeeping the potential re-release of a game. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. It should fall under public domain if the company is no longer providing distribution and server upkeep. At a certain point, yeah, I would say so.
Yeah,
I think I'd like to know if there's an argument for selling games low rather than $40 for $80 with twice as many games sell. You're talking about price demand. I don't know. Like, I mean, that goes.
So you know what the thing is? Somebody actually brought up something really interesting there, where they're talking about public domain. And one of the biggest issues with public domain when it comes to video games is that they continually retain their character licenses. So like for Mario games, right? Like Mario will never go public domain because Nintendo keeps making Mario games. So those older games will never be able to be public domain, even if they're 100 years old. Which that doesn't usually work in other that doesn't work in other industries. But it's just another one of those things where I point to. This is another one of those things where I end up pointing off to. Why the video game industry seems to be the least regulated one and gets away with murder more than anything else. Like they literally can't do anything they want because nobody pays attention to them, because I don't think anybody knows how to regulate it. Previous video, but back in April, Baldur's Gate 3's head of publishing, Michael Dowse, was talking about the popularity and the sales of Baldur's Gate 3 and his thoughts on video game marketing. He was quoted saying, "Marketing is dead. It truly is. I can back this shit up, man. There are no channels anymore. It doesn't work. Used to have marketing."
There are a lot of people, and this is what's happening with a lot of games, and this is why games are becoming so popular. Smaller games are becoming so popular, is that you have these really big companies.
It's the gaming Wild West. It really is.
You know, like
really
very antiquated approach to like marketing, and they just can't keep up with these
Asmon's kind of known as a libertarian,
more effective.
So he's all about the individual responsibility.
Yeah, exactly.
Piracy is a systematic issue.
Budget.
Systematic issues can't be addressed by an individual level. Yeah, they can't. No. Communication and PR. Marketing was essentially just retail theory. You were trying to get your box on the right point of the store shelf. And you had partnerships with retail stores. Those pipelines are gone. Now you've got the internet. Nobody's looking at ads anymore. All of these channels we would use to market through are no longer really viable. So their function is also reduced by the fact that players just want to be spoken to. They don't want to be bamboozled. They just want to know what you're making, why you're making it, and who it's for.
And this goes back to what I was saying before about...
So one thing that I'll say really quick, just because you brought up like the systematic issue, I think this is one of the reasons why it's so important to make sure that you're kind of subscribing to multiple different types of like beliefs and ethical systems, because not every single tool works for every job, if that makes any sense. Like while you can totally lean in one direction of like a you can lean in like very hard in one direction of a like political side or something like that, like political beliefs and stuff like that. I think it's really important that still frame though. Yeah, it's my turn. It's fucking revenge, Asmongold. That's what this is. I think not every single tool works for every job. And I think that's a really good example of that, where like, you know, a strong libertarian mindset is always about personal responsibility, but sometimes personal responsibility can't always fix every single issue, right? There are some things that are systematic, and we do have to look outside of that for other solutions.
It's like 85%, and now it's like 60 to 70%. Phones are a very big reason.
Means it's more likely to be noticed by more people, and it's probably going to sell more copies. It's just as simple as that. The video game market is becoming more and more saturated year over year, especially on the indie side of things. And how many people do you think out of that 20.5 million views that retweet got heard about Ultra Kill for the very first time? What percentage of those people maybe went and took a look at the game and then realized that it was a game that they wanted to buy, and then they bought it? What are the chances that they bought it just because they really liked the guy's take and wanted to support an indie developer that was based? And it was as simple as that. Look, you know, the thing is that I saw a lot of people that were posting in some of the comment section on that retweet that were saying, oh, how long is he going to say this until everybody's now pirating his game? And the funny thing is with that is that, like, you can say what you will about folks that are encouraging it, but the vast majority of people just aren't going to pirate. And the reason why is because there's too many risks that are associated with it. Me, as an example, I'm not going to play pirated games, not because I don't want to play games for free. That sounds fantastic. It's one of the reasons why I started a YouTube channel in the first place. But it's because I only have one computer, and the last thing that I want to do is screw it up because I was trying to download and play a game for free. Same thing can be said for people that have consoles. A lot of those folks don't want to have to go through the hassle or the risk of cracking those consoles for them to be able to play those games and play hacked games or play ROMs or whatever it might be. They don't want to have to deal.
Yeah, this is the exact thing. It's a skill issue.
No, it's
well,
not
for a lot of people,
issue.
It's not really a skill issue because
like there is
they
some
have
of that
a
associated with it. I'm sure.
and so they're like making like over $100,000 a year, and so they don't really have the time or effort or energy or motivation to do this. So like,
nor do they
you're
even
telling
really care to
somebody
do it
with
in
a
the first
successful
place.
job and career that it's a skill issue because they can't pirate a video game that you can't afford. Think about what you're doing.
With it. They don't have to deal with the risk. Even more so, a lot of folks that are out there are playing games, they're playing them with friends, and the last thing they want to do is not be able to play with their friends online if they do have online access. So like the general consumer market isn't going to be interested in pirating games because it's too risky and it's too much of a hassle. The vast majority of those people are just going to want to go and just play the game. They're going to want to go and buy it. It's as simple as that. And this is a service issue at the end.
It's really like piracy again. It's such a small problem. It's a tiny, tiny, tiny problem. It is, I think, probably less than 1% of revenue that's like changed because of piracy. I don't think that anti-piracy measures,
with what he's saying right now, I wholly agree with what he's saying, but at the exact same time, that kind of gives the reason as to why it doesn't make a lot of sense for these companies not to just fix these issues to begin with and make games more available or make them cheaper or
super negligible.
Stop shelving some of these games permanently for life. If there's people that want to buy them, let them buy them.
With the pirates. Piracy should be illegal. It's illegal for a good reason, but at the exact
Love your
same
work,
time,
Legendary.
this is
Thank
an
you,
issue
man.
that's created by the companies that are making these games, and it's something that they have to fix. Players are going to find solutions for themselves. Consumers always find solutions for themselves. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, of course. That's just the way it is.
If you're not going to provide me with the service that I require, I'm going to go find it from somebody else.
Yeah.
That's what we do. If you're not going to sell me something for the price that I need you to sell it to me for, then I'm either going to wait or go buy it from somebody that's going to give me a better deal. And that's exactly what's going on right now. These companies are not filling needs that are in the market. And more, they keep complaining about the industry going downhill, and it's them that are making these games less available. You want to make all the money?
It's such a tiny fucking fraction. It's so infinitesimal. Like, I don't understand why people get so fixated around this. Like, I can understand why companies come out with anti-piracy measures, and I think, again, if you were losing money because your company or wherever you have your money invested wasn't using anti-piracy measures, you'd want them to use them too. So, like, again, everybody is always generous with somebody else's money. However, at the same time, anti-piracy measures you're stopping 1 to 2% of people. Like, every big game like that's come out recently, it's not like, oh man, we would have made money on this except for piracy. Bro, you think people are going to try to pirate the Suicide Squad? Fuck no. I'm going to risk a virus on my computer for
Nobody's
going
to pirate that game.
No way.
No.
money, make it where everybody can play your games. But that's not what's happening.
Going to commit a crime
whether that's
for that?
console exclusivity, whether that's online only, whether that's locked regional pricing or whatever it might be, there's all kinds of issues that are out there that these companies are causing, and they're the ones to blame for the piracy that they're creating. And they're the only ones that can fix it. Otherwise, players are going to find ways to play games. Simple as that.
It's that simple.
Anyway,
he's right.
Hope you guys enjoyed this video. That's all I got. It's a really interesting issue. I mean, the dev is absolutely catastrophically based for his take. It's absolutely fantastic. I personally went out and bought the game pretty much. I played the demo and really enjoyed it. It's actually really sick, to be honest with you. I don't know how I didn't hear about it. It's kind of one of those things. You kind of get trapped in these circles of games that you always follow, and you never really hear about some of these other indie games.
Elden Ring is cracked, yet still selling. Yeah, exactly. I mean, people like, that's what I'm saying, right? It's like, yeah, you can buy a pirated copy of the game, but then there's like updates to the game that you might not have, stuff like that. So yeah, people just don't want to deal with it.
Because DRM
things
would
like
nuke an SSD.
The next thing you know,
I refuse to buy anything.
You get exposed to it in one way or another, and you're like,
oh, see what you guys are saying.
How did I not see this?
Price just not making sense for games. Yeah, I think that in a lot of cases, that's kind of what's going on right now. Is that there's just a lot of folks that are out there.
Thank you guys for watching the video.
They just can't afford games, and that's why they're buying them, or that's why they're stealing them.
Follow me on Twitch if you want to catch me reacting to news and things like that live, as well as, sometimes playing video games, I guess, too. But outside of that, yeah, that's all I got. Peace.
There it is. Yeah, I pretty much agree that like piracy probably would go down if like there was better pricing, and I think that like in general, having regional pricing just seems like a W. There's no
It
reason
does.
not to
It,
have
it makes no
and I
sense
think
to
that
me.
some people worry about like, oh,
It makes
they'll
no
buy
sense
it
why
in
they
this
don't.
region and then they'll use it in another region. But like, who's really doing this? Like, what's the percentage of this happening? Like, is it like 5% of people, like 3% of people? It's so small, especially whenever you look at like an overall general audience, right? Steam doesn't let you do that. Yeah, but other people do, right? Like for WoW, people used to do that back in the day, and for other things too. So yeah, it's been very common. I don't think that pirating is a massive issue. I think that I think what's happened is that as video games have become more complex,
like,
pirating has also become harder to do.
How did I not notice that?
And I understand that for you guys, it might not be like that, but for the average internet user,
oh, I didn't realize that one
I
popped
think
up
it
to like
is.
50K.
And if you
Well,
ever
how
worked in
about
IT,
that,
you
chat?
would know this.
I actually thought that video was
Most
dead, to be
people
honest
really
with
don't
you.
know how to use computers very well.
That video
So
was dead.
they don't understand. Like, for example, how many of you guys know someone who was apprehensive about downloading add-ons in WoW?
Maybe when I first started playing it.
Yep. Me. So there it is, right?
That was good though. Always appreciate hearing extra feedback. It's always really interesting being able to watch somebody else watch you, because you get to see like for me personally, one of the reasons why I actually really like React content, and I know it gets kind of a bad stigma sometimes, is that while like he's gonna go and post a video and get, you know, I don't know, 10 to 100 times as many views as I do, I now have the opportunity to watch somebody in real time watch me, and then see how there might be gaps in the way that I communicate, how I might leave myself open to the wrong interpretation, and then I can go back and then I can fix the way that I go about doing that and do it a completely different way, and then it ends up being a little bit better. And it's just all about like that iterative process of like getting better and better and better at communicating and making videos and stuff like that. It's crazy watching an OTK top streamer VOD, and was like, let me go follow this guy, and here I am seeing Asmon react to you, like you said. Yeah, Asmon reacts to me all the time. That OTK top streamer thing, god damn it. So I put in my application for the OTK top streamer like right after I lost my job, like immediately after I lost my job, and I was not a streamer. I was not a streamer. I'm a YouTuber, right? Like mostly I'm a YouTuber. I think I'm getting better at streaming. I'd like to fucking believe it. You know what I mean? I've been doing it for 6 months now or something like that, right? I've been doing it for like 6 months now. So I like to believe that I'm getting better at it, you know? But yeah. So it was just one of those things where it's like, plus on top of that, it was such a weird thing. So like their first competition that they had was that the judges were going to jump into your stream and then they were going to judge your stream, and then, you know, obviously chat in NMP LOL stream would then judge it as well. And they were like, you know, do something original to make yourself stand out. And I'm like, I'm a fucking commentary guy. Like, what am I get? Like, there was one dude that like shaved his head and shit, and I'm just like, I'm not gonna fucking do that. When I went back and I watched like the people that had passed, like a couple of them, like I was like, okay, yeah, that was a kind of a cool idea. That was kind of interesting, or whatever it might be. And then, like the vast majority of the rest of them, I was like, nah, dude, I ain't gonna do that shit. I'm not gonna do that. Oh, like my whole thing was one of the reasons why, like, I tried racking my brain for days trying to come up with a good idea of like something to do on stream to like impress the judges or impress the chat, and then I just fucking gave up. I gave up because I was like, I'm not gonna do something on stream that is gonna set expectations outside of what you're actually going to see on a stream. If I'm doing something wild, wacky, and crazy and going up to people in public or whatever it might, like, nah, dude. You know what you're gonna see? You're gonna click on the video. I'm gonna be sitting here. I'm gonna be talking to you. I'm gonna be watching videos. I'm gonna be playing video games. I'm gonna be talking about video game news and fucking ranting about something. That's what you're gonna get. That's what you're gonna get. Okay? That legendary drop saw your last video. This exactly is why I hate people. It's strong. You can't imagine more stupid, pathetic creatures. Two sides of a contest to find out who's more of an idiot. Yeah. I know. It's frustrating. We live in a world today where nuance is just, it doesn't exist anymore. You know what I mean? It just doesn't exist anymore. If you did, we'd think if you did that, I think we'd call a medical professional for you. True. Well, I'm happy it brought me here. Hey, here's the thing. I was not upset that I did it. Part of me now that I've streamed for a while and I have a better I have a better cadence with streaming and a better understanding of streaming and things like that. Part of me wants to like go back in and throw my hat back in the ring for another try at it. But honestly, I don't need it. I don't need it, man. I kind of even said that, and that was kind of like my belief even before I even got into it, where I was like, I looked at like the vast majority of people that were competing, and I was like these folks don't have anybody watching them, and the vast majority of them don't even have YouTube channels. And I was like, well, fuck, let these guys have a fucking chance. At least I've already have like some level of viewership. At Legendary Drops, they think either that or that they are incapable of having a strong opinion on an issue that might counter the expectation. Like if you're for universal healthcare, you go against gun restrictions, both sides. Yeah, I know. That's it, like people. It's just that discussion of like people can't exist in the middle. That's really, really annoying. Really annoying. You were better off than most, to be honest. Yeah. And it's also like the difference in. It's also I think it's the like vast contrast in content. You know what I mean? Like I don't really think that. I guess it kind of is to a point. I was wondering, does my content that I make on YouTube actually reflect my stream? I think it does. Going for mainstream recognition is a rat race anyway. If you already have a community developing, the last thing you want to do is nuke your own community. If you're trying to see... like you could be the new Dr. Disrespect. Do you really want to beat? Like I don't think about it like that. I think that more exposure is never a bad thing. But I definitely do think, actually, which brings it up, build slow and steady. I think building slow and steady is the best way for you to make an audience that you retain for longer. If you pop off on something that was just because it was popular in the moment and that's it, and that's the only thing that you care about, and that's the one drum that you continue to beat, you're then fighting an uphill battle, right? So like as an example of this, you know, if I so like recently we've been playing Warframe, right? Warframe's been a fucking blast. It's been so much fun to play. It's been so much fun to experience. I've really enjoyed all the people that we've pulled from that community and the folks that have joined this community after that and whatnot. And you can't have the expectation that all of those people are going to continue to watch you, because it's not realistic. It's just not. You're kidding yourself. And if you tie yourself to a game, and this is, I think we've seen this definitely with like Minecraft streamers specifically, is that like as you get older, your audience is going to disappear, and you're gonna have a really hard time capturing that same younger audience that you had when you're still playing the same thing. And you're also probably going to fall out of love playing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. You know what I mean? Came for Warframe, stayed for the commentaries. Yeah. Again, this kind of goes back to one of those conversations that I had before, where during the big Warframe streams, right? Like we had streams with 15 to 2,000 people at a time. And do you guys remember all the people in chat that were saying, play the game, play the game, play the game, play the game? And it's just like, why would I do that when I know that 80% of you are going to be gone when the game is done? You know what I mean? What the fuck are you talking about? Elden Ring when? Elden Ring tomorrow. I do need to change the stream title though, because I fucked up and I put well, it's not that I fucked up. I put I said that I was gonna try Kenshi. I was paid. This is a sponsored Kenshi stream now. What do you guys think about that? Sponsored Kenshi stream. Good lord. I have no idea what to expect from this game, by the way. I have no idea. I think that's, you know, here's the fun thing. Here's the best part. Here's the LD takes bribes. I fucking sure do take bribes. You kidding me? I got bills to pay, motherfucker. Kenshi, the game is pretty wild. So unofficially sponsored. Yes, I know. Yeah. So the thing is that you guys get an unfiltered first time view of me playing a game for the first time, and I know nothing about it. I don't know a fucking thing about it. I just know wild and weird stories about the game, and that's about it. I'm saying primarily a Warframe player, but your takes are so level-headed, I had to stick around. Well, I appreciate that. I mean, that's kind of the idea, you know what I mean? That's kind of the idea. How can I make my friend play Warframe? He tells me he plays too much already. But it's the same game over and over again. He plays Warframe too much? Oh, he asked me what kind of game Warframe is, and I don't know what to answer. No React content today? Yeah, no, I still fuck, I have so many things that we haven't gone over. Somebody came in and fucking distracted me by talking about Asmongold reacting to my video, and we kind of got caught up in that. Space Ninjas? I don't think Space Ninjas is what it is. Yeah, well, how would you define? I would say that Warframe is Destiny without the bullshit. Does that work? Does that work? I think that Space Diablo, yeah, Space Diablo kind of works. Yeah, Space Diablo kind of works for sure. Yeah. I talked about that already. How long is this?
The sun is out, and that means we'll save lots of money on awesome games with the Steam Summer Sale. There are so many kinds of games running discounts. This trailer is just...
What in the fuck just happened? That was so weird. I paused. You saw me pause the video, and it's like, it was like still playing its audio. I was listening to. Hey, so I was. So sometimes before stream, I try to get myself in the zone, you know what I mean? I listen to a little bit of music before I get into the zone. And today, before I was streaming, I was like, GoldenEye 64, dude. Talk about like what? Holy shit! Holy shit! It's so good. It's so good. The fucking song is so good. So good. So it's so good. Somebody made a 81K views, 1 hour pause menu video game ASMR. I mean, it really do be ASMR with this. It really do be 10-hour loop. Yeah, baby. Yeah. So good. So good. Okay, I just wanted to see the... Is this a meme? I don't know if it's a meme or not. I just want to see what it is.
On awesome games with the Steam Summer Sale. There are so many kinds of games running discounts. This trailer is just barely scratching the surface of...
This is that, like, ironic millennial humor that people hate so much.
You'll find relaxing games. Games that let you run your own
Is it cringe funny? It's so funny. It's still funny, though.
Supermarket. Restaurant. Or medieval lands.
Hey, I'm so interested in Manor Lords, but I don't know if it's a game that I'll like. I think, does it have a demo? I need to see if it has a demo because I want to try it first. It seems like a game I would enjoy, but I don't know if I would or not. I will say though, Supermarket Simulator. I don't understand why it's so good. I don't understand what these like doing menial jobs games do to your brain. But it's so cathartic.
Restaurant. Or medieval lands. Head to space. Oh, that's where the sun lives. Okay, fine. Dive deep
I've heard really good things about Planet Crafter, by the way. I've heard really good things about it. Things a lot of good things.
Horror genre.
Because it's super? Probably, yeah.
Or party it up till the sun.
I have zero interest in that kind of game. I don't know why.
Okay, that was a stretch. The Steam Summer Sale is just one big celebration of the hottest deals on Steam. Plus, wait till you see a fun new category we're doing of Summer Sale deep discounts. See you June 27th through...
What are deep discounts? I'm looking to see if there's any H games in here. I could easily see like, this one right here looks a little questionable. Like, I could easily see somebody slipping it in there. You know what I mean? She's like, wait till you see. Oh, you guys think that's what deep discounts are? Is that where you're gonna find a Koikatsu party for like, $10?
July 11th for the Steam Summer Sale. Because you know what they say, if the sun is up, fill your cup with games on Steam.
Okay. The sun is up. Really cool, Casey. Yeah, those sun jokes. Yeah. Oh man, I love Steam Summer Sale. I love Steam Summer Sale. I think I have like $20 in Steam gift cards now at this point or something like that. I spent some of it because I ended up buying whatever it was. The game that I was just showing. Ultra Kill. Ultra Kill's so good, dude. It's so good. I was so surprised by it. I opened this up. I'd already seen this. Somebody shared this again. This is a Warframe clip. What is this?
She showed up on my first mission on my new planet, which means that she could show up again, right here. 1,000 platinum is going to party in my pants.
Fucking usernames.
Oh, if you just heard your name read out loud, you have won 1,000 platinum. Please whisper the Warframe Twitch channel with your in-game username and the platform that you play Warframe on, and we're gonna send you 1,000 platinum to keep that party going.
To keep that party going.
So many people were like, I won.
Oh boy, thank you for that.
To keep the party going. God. Guys, I thought we were all.
Use this to buy your Ember heirloom skin and keep that party going.
What are these names?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Jeez
oh my god,
Louise.
that is crazy. I want to shake this person's hand. Actually, do I?
Oh, moving on. Moving on.
Actually, do I?
I need to turn my fan on.
Oh man.
I need to turn my fan on.
I'm dying.
Oh, jeez.
All right, okay, that's enough fan. I got stuff to do.
Oh man.
1 week later.
Let's do a platinum prize. All right, 1,000 platinum going to Jiggly Bits. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Well,
You're not wrong. There are jiggly bits. Congratulations, you've won 1,000 platinum. Please whisper the Warframe Twitch channel you watch right now. In-game alias platform to play Warframe on. We need both of those jiggly bits. 1, 2, 3.
jiggly bits. Devil, you know. Thank you for the membership, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Phenomenal.
Oh my god.
Phenomenal.
That was wild. My eyes are sore.
I know.
My contacts so dry.
Oh my god.
Look the time. Look at the time.
Oh no, they're gonna get another one.
Time. This doesn't work. 1,000 platinum going to T-Dog.
Mr. Garostos! Congratulations, you won 1,000 platinum.
Jiggly bits and Mr. Gross Toes.
The Warframe channel you're watching with your Warframe username, the platform you play on, Mr. Garostos.
This is not scripted. That was, that was a random pick.
That is so funny.
Nasty.
All right. Well,
Nasty. You nasty.
I just read it. I was like,
Nasty.
Oh man, that's funny. That's funny. I always love seeing those. Those are so funny. There's that one. Somebody shared this one a while ago, and this one looked really interesting. I want to watch this. I want to see what this is. 2 big self-reports there. Yeah, I know. Get yourself a pedicure. I went and I got a pedicure with my mom. I think one of the last times that I went home. When starting Ketchin, I recommend Rock Bottom. Oh God.
Hello there. I'm John Wolf, also known as Super Dude or Super, whichever you prefer, and I would like to talk about a particular type of video game progression that I think more people should experience. Most people who have played an adventure game have come across an obstacle that you simply can't do anything with. Be it a physical obstruction or a ledge that's just a bit too high, you could not possibly do anything to clear this obstacle at this point in time. So, you move on, and continue exploring the level until you come across some treasure chest that gives you a handy dandy power-up. Aha, you think. This is just what I need to clear that previous obstacle. So you go back there, a good and smart little gamer, and you clear that obstacle. Hooray! You feel both strong as a result of gaining new power, and
Metroidvania games, dude. You know the thing is that I have not. I haven't played this. It's okay. It's okay. You guys can tell me that your opinions of me have now been thrown into the trash. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I haven't played it. I haven't played Hollow Knight, which is crazy because the thing is that I actually really love. I actually genuinely love Metroidvania games. I really do. I really do. For some odd reason, I don't really know what it is. Maybe it's just like it might be like roguelike fatigue, but for some odd reason, I can't. I haven't been able to like get myself into playing what the hell is it called? Dead Cells. I haven't been able to like get myself into playing Dead Cells. I'm not gonna buy it right now. I'm not gonna buy it right now. But what I will do is this. What? It's so weird. Why does it say that? Hold on. I'll do that. I'm gonna put it on the wish list because Steam Summer Sale is gonna come, and chances are I'll be able to get it for a solid deal. I get it for a solid deal. I'm poor, okay? I'm not Mr. Oh, because Steam has an update. That's the reason why. You should definitely play Hollow Knight though. It's got some 20 hours of gameplay, more if you want. I like that. I like that. Buy it. Okay, now, but like wish listed for sure. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. I've been slowly but surely building up quite a wish list for the summer game sale. I'm looking forward to feeling my filling my entire library with even more games that I will never finish. Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight. Why are you like this? Refresh. There it goes. There it goes. Oh, it is on my wish list. Okay, it's on my wish list. There's a bunch of games that are on there. There's not a lot of games that I have that are actually in my library right now that I have not finished. Or that I shouldn't say that I have not finished, that I haven't played. The only games that I know of that are on my wish list that I haven't played at all are I haven't played very much of Outward. Like, I logged in, played it for like a couple hours, and then just never went back to it for whatever reason. Hollow Knight Fund. Thank you for the 20, man. I really appreciate that. Well, now it's definitely getting purchased. Where is I guess there really isn't anything on here that I have. Wasteland 3. Okay, I haven't played Wasteland 3. I've barely played Warhammer 40k, Rogue Trader. I have not played I have not played very much Slay the Spire. I've not played very much of that either. These are games that I bought that were on sale and I was like holding for later. Remnant 2 I have not played a whole lot of. I guess I have. I got like 32 hours into it. Pedicure fund or groceries, those are important too. Jesus Christ, I'm not like I'm not looking for handouts here, but thank you. Thank you for the 10, man. I really appreciate that. I thank you guys for your generosity. Kenji, which is obviously we're gonna give that a shot today. We're gonna play that. There's another one that was on here that I haven't played a lot of. What is it? I thought I put it somewhere. I thought I put it on my top list that I was gonna end up playing it. Oh, Black Desert was another one that I haven't played at all. Black Desert's one of those weird games that I think a lot of people stay away from. My kids will go hungry, but you need this more. Fuck. Thank you, Tickle. Thank you, Tickle. Black Desert is one of those games where like a lot of people, the people that like it, like rave about it, and the people, like everybody else is like, no. So it's always interested me because of that weird dynamic. Especially since, and it's also like, I also want to see like how badly pay to win, free to play it is, you know what I mean? Also love and appreciate your Warframe playthrough. A lot of interesting insights. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Oh Lord, Black Desert is pay to win. Don't let people convince you otherwise. Played it for a year, stopped with the amount of money I was wasting. I never hear good things about Black Desert. The only good thing that I hear about Black Desert is how the characters look. And honestly, I would probably play it just for that.
Smart, since you figured out how to use your ability.
This is a really important thing that I think gets overlooked in games too often, is your ability. I've always really enjoyed games that leave things that I have to figure out how to solve later. That's one of the things that Metroidvania games have always done really well, which is that you'll see something that you can't overcome because you don't have the tool to be able to solve that specific puzzle or open that door, whatever it is. And it's up to you to remember to go back to that place and be able to unlock it later. I've always really liked games that include things like that. And I feel like a lot of modern like action, adventure, and RPG games don't do a whole lot of those things. Not as much as they should, in my opinion. I feel like there should be more of that in games because it's a good exercise for the brain. You know what I mean? It's a really good exercise for the brain. The reason I stopped playing Lost Ark as well, game looks sublime, is fun, but if you want to progress it's, in a meaningful way, you better cough up. Yeah, that's the one reason I quit Lost Ark as well. I quit Lost Ark because it was just like, what the fuck am I doing? I'm sorry, I'm not gonna play a game where I need to have 5 characters to be able to progress one character. One, I don't have the time to do that. 2, I don't want to, you know, I just don't want to invest myself into that. You know what I mean?
Hooray! You feel both strong as a result of gaining new power, and smart since you figured out how to use your ability. There are examples of this all over gaming. I have been showing you Hollow Knight's Forgotten Crossroads, but there's also The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess's Arbiter's Grounds.
Yep.
Where the way to the boss key is locked behind these silly wall grooves, and this seemingly unrelated cog-shaped hole in the floor a room over, which stops direct process through the rest of the dungeon. No idea what to do with these things, so you keep exploring. One mini-boss later, and you gain the Spinner, which lets you grab that boss key and open that final door in one fell swoop. In God of War 2018, you're walking through the Light Elven Sanctuary with your boy, and there are all these blue crystals all over the place. In fact, they've been all over the game up until this point. So when Atreus finally gets these special light elven arrows that make these bridges of light, your brain is happy to finally put 2 and 2 together on that.
Yeah.
In the original Axiom Verge, there are all these...
I will say there's also a level of frustration to it as well when you start being teased with these mechanics that you don't get until like way later into the game. And I do feel like there are some occasions in which some of these games will implement those things, but they'll implement it so late into the game that chances are you're not going to go that far back to actually make any use of it. You know what I mean? You're just not going to make any use of it. Are you going to try Anima Well? I hear it's like Halo 5. It is like Halo 5. The only thing is that like I don't like it because your character doesn't start off with amnesia. I have played Anima Well, actually.
Batman Arkham City, near the beginning of the game, there is a generator basically the entirety of Donkey Kong access the Joker's one path to that. All you can do with your electric is this is a tried and true method of progressing in video games. And for some genres, such as the Zelda-like action-adventure game or a Metroidvania, it is their bread and butter. Rub in their face that they can't achieve something, give them that handy-dandy power-up and show them how it works, use it later in puzzle or platforming settings. Winner every time. But there is another method of progression that is a little less mechanical and a little more...
God, I want to play this game and I keep forgetting to play it. It looks so good. Tunic, has anybody played this? I've heard such good things about it. And it's a game that like I think in a lot of cases went like relatively underappreciated.
Cerebral. Well, rather than giving the player an item or ability with which to interface with the world in a new way, the game instead pulls back the curtain and reveals possibilities previously unknown to the player. This is what I will call knowledge-based unlocks, hereafter abbreviated as KBUs, and in my opinion, KBUs completely change how a game is experienced. I hope to share with you some of my favorite games that forefront KBUs, hope that you try them out for yourself, and highlight why more people should make video games like this. Quick disclaimer for you. Because they are knowledge-based unlocks, if I tell you any of these unlocks, I will have in fact ruined the thing and taken away from some of the game's discovery. As a result, I will be talking about vibes, opening hours, why the game is cool, how the knowledge-based unlocks help, but not really talking about, you know, the mechanics. Even the opening hours may be considered spoilers to die-hard fans of these games if I were to tell you, so just know that going in. If something sounds cool, stop listening immediately and get in there. Try it for yourself. If you need more convincing, then please keep watching the video. I mean, it's not really YouTube if I tell you to stop watching, so maybe just skip that section and go to the... Anyway. The purest expression of what I'm referring to is a game where everything is learned information. No unlocks, no items, just knowledge, from lore down to every single mechanic. And as far as I know, no game goes harder in this regard than Outer Wilds.
If I watch this, how much will it spoil? That's my biggest question. I know nothing about Outer Wilds, and it's one of those games that I don't want to be spoiled on at all. And he just kind of made it sound like that. Yeah, skip over Outer Wilds probably. Everything. Okay. Isn't this also the same game though? It is.
It's probably twice the length of this video alone, but it does have a pretty massive downside that any game with KBUs has. You can only purely experience it once. Games of this type are lightning in a bottle. The first time with them is electric and a one-of-a-kind experience. But once you know the secrets to a knowledge-based game, you can't unlearn what you've discovered. Cat's out of the bag. Most games have this problem to some degree. Take, for example, this church in Dark Souls 1's The Undead Burg.
What I would suggest doing is just circle around and block, look for an opening.
Hey, did you know? There's an arcane spellcaster above you right now. Once you've seen them, that's it. You know they're there.
Okay, yeah,
Another fun fact.
Yeah, now I get what he's talking about when he says knowledge-based mechanics. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's the it's that first time playing experience that changes things entirely for you. Yeah, it is. It is. I think it's like playing Terraria for the very first time. and not knowing anything about, like, not using like a wiki so that you can find out like crafting recipes. It's not using mods, so you're not using like the crafting book and stuff like that. It's discovering those things on your own and realizing that different things will do different things. Different stuff will make different stuff like that. You know what I mean? I think that's one of the second dream plus War Within. I wouldn't say those are necessarily knowledge-based mechanic. Well, I mean, I guess there is a little bit of that's definitely in there, but it's like discuss. So like the best way I could say it is this. So as an example, when I played Terraria for the first time, we kept gathering material. We kept gathering materials and finding things, but for some odd reason, we couldn't find any new upgrades, any new items that we wanted to use to be able to build out our characters. So what we ended up doing is we just started to adventure more. And the next thing I know, I ended up coming across a furnace, a new furnace that was down in hell. It was down in the depths. And I took that furnace, was like, wait a minute. I placed it in the house, but I didn't even think anything of it. And then I had crafted near it and realized that we had new recipes. And that's when I realized that was an actual furnace, similar to the one that I had already built in our house from the start. Realizing that now unlocked more recipes, I go, oh, so there's probably better, crafting stations in the game that'll give us more access to even more things. So then after that, then it was like, well, we start looking around, we start fighting some more stuff. We kill the Wall of Flesh. The Wall of Flesh is actually another really great knowledge-based mechanic, right? You don't know how to summon the Wall of Flesh. The Wall of Flesh is not something that just summons randomly. It's summoned specifically by using a voodoo doll, right? You don't learn how to summon it until you finally put 2 and 2 together and realize that you killed a devil and it dropped the voodoo doll into the lava. That's a knowledge-based mechanic. And it's a really cool and interesting experience to have for the very first time, and it often makes games that much more memorable because it wasn't something that was told to you, it wasn't something you were directed to do, it was something that just randomly existed in the world, and the only way that you would have learned it is by looking for an outside resource or discovering yourself within the game. I think that stuff is incredibly important. I think it's what really makes a lot of these games like just that much more interesting. The gun dealer hints at it by mentioning that there is a doll that looks like the guide. Yeah, but like even the dialogue that I had with some of the NPCs didn't really I didn't really put 2 and 2 together. You know what I mean? Because he's very vague. Like the gun dealer's very vague when he mentions it. You know what I mean? It's not like he's like, oh, I wonder why that wall of people. I don't think anybody even mentions the Wall of Flesh. Because we had summoned it 2 times on accident when we were first playing the game, and when we had first gotten started or first got down to hell, and we didn't know why. And it wasn't until one time I saw the doll hit the lava, and then I was like, oh.
Tell them they never spawn here again. This wizard is both out of place in this church, and their presence is very important to the story of Dark Souls, and they disappear after you kill them once. Brilliant. This is partially the reason why members of the Get Good gang are constantly on the prowl for new Souls-likes. Once you know the layout of enemies, the boss designs, the secrets, a lot of the initial challenge is gone. So you must search for more games of a similar ilk to get that same hit. Many games from many studios have risen to the challenge of sating the Get Good gang.
Hey, I'm going to say it right now. Code Vein gets a lot of slack. Code Vein's good, man. Code Vein is really good. What's the title of this video? Knowledge-based games and why you should play them.
And From Software
I'll link it after
exception.
It's finished.
But every game of this genre has that issue. Play it, beat it, maybe try some different builds if you're into that sort of thing. On to the next. In this way, we can consider the level design and enemy layouts to be another KNU. I know I'm stretching here, bear with me. And this also suffers from the lightning in a bottle problem. Since most studios are chasing a trend when they make Souls-likes, they just ignore this negative feature of the design process and walk right over it.
Yeah, which the thing is that and I will say this because this is true for all 3 of these actually. Mortal Shell, I don't know because I think that's one that's still being worked on, right? The Surge definitely, Code Vein for sure, Neo for sure. From Souls level design is some of the best level design in gaming. Period. Bar none. It's fantastic. Your ability to be able to how you open different pathways, different shortcuts, secret pathways. how vertical a lot of their map design is. It's incredible. It's fucking wild. And it really is like the longer the time you spend in an area is, the more familiar you become with it. And it almost becomes like a I don't know how to say this the right way, like a second home almost. You know how like there's areas and places that you know how to get to, you know, around your hometown, but you don't even have to think about it. It's like the same kind of thing.
They got money to make. But one studio,
passive memory,
namely the one who started the trend, decided to take knowledge-based unlocks for a ride and make a game where what is normally a weakness of the genre is played to their advantage. Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice is a honestly, Sekiro is really pushing at the boundaries of its genre conventions, but let's call it what's easiest. Sekiro is a Souls-like made by the genre's founder From Software back in 2019. It is a game where you play as Wolf, a shinobi who's put in charge of a prince named Kuro, who is blessed with a bloodline of mysterious power that the villains of the game want for themselves. As his protector, it is your job to protect Kuro from anyone who would— oh my god. Wolf! Oh my god, Wolf, that's not helpful, you walnut! Jesus! You wake up from that massive loss very much not dead and sporting a whole new bionicle arm that was passed down to you by the sculptor, the very man who saved you from death in that field earlier. From here, Wolf must fight with everything he has to regain Kuro from those who would use his blood for evil? You're not sure what they want his blood for at this point, but who cares? You're not paid to think, you're a shinobi. So let's talk about how you actually fight in this game. You slash with your sword, block enemy attacks, and sometimes there are special attacks that come from your prosthetic hand. You have some items that could affect your stats or cure status.
I think the thing that really differentiates Sekiro versus like the other Souls games is that it very much is a knowledge game of learning the tendencies and the attack patterns and the symbols that are associated with the attacks that the enemies are using on you in the game. It's very, very, very important to be able to like pay attention to them and know when to dodge, when to block, when to parry, all those kind of things. When to attack. That's one of the hardest ones for me. For me, I get like, my biggest problem when it comes to Sekiro is that I always fall into this habit of trying to parry every single thing and then just wait for my opening and then I attack, like when I've broken their posture, you know what I mean? And I need to attack in the middle of there as well to build up even more posture break sooner. And it always kind of runs me into a little bit of a wall.
Ailments, but not a lot with any offensive utility.
I'll be honest, Elden Ring is my first Souls game. My one thing is that I will say this, is that I would not say that Sekiro is a I don't know if it's a game that I would suggest to somebody if they were like, oh, I really love Elden Ring. I don't know if I would suggest it to them because it's still just not, it's not the same kind of game. It's not the same. It's not power-ups. You can't level up to beat something. You can't go power up somewhere else. Even in the Dark Souls games, you can do that a little bit. In this game, if you cannot beat a boss, your only option is to get better at playing the game. That's it. There's nothing else that you can do. That boss is what you have to be able to progress further. You need to beat it. That's it. Simple as that.
What you have in your hands is what you're fighting with. As for defenses, you have two bars that represent health and posture. Your health is pretty self-explanatory, but it's the posture bar that is Sekiro's innovation. You see, unlike in the other Soulsborne titles, where your ability to block a blow is determined by stamina and your shield's quality levels, Sekiro allows you to block infinitely and suffer no health damage. In theory. What does take damage is your posture bar, which breaks when it reaches capacity, causing you to stagger, and allowing the enemies to capitalize on your mistakes. You can regain posture damage by sitting there and blocking, but if you recall, that's what got us here in the first place.
Right.
The only way to take an enemy's attack against you and turn it into a positive outcome with no downsides is not to block, but to deflect the blow. Deflecting requires an accurately timed press of the block button moments before they would hit you, forcing the enemy's attack out of the way and shaking their footing. This maneuver deals reduced posture damage to you and forces some of that posture damage back onto your enemy. Here, we see the full picture of combat. You attack when you can, blocks your foes' attacks with precision timing with the hopes of breaking their posture bar and staggering them. And unlike your foes, most of them at least, Wolf is a trained killer. When that bar breaks, he takes them out. It is for this reason that
I think that's one of the really cool things with this game as well, is that one second, hold on, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh my god, I almost died. You guys see that? I think one of the coolest parts about this too is that it's more of the action of dodging, defending, and dodging and deflecting, and then just going for that one killing strike. It's not about trying to hit and hit and hit and hit and hit or any of that kind of stuff. It is specifically just trying to make sure that you it's just trying to make sure that you take that one solid strike. It really fits in universe with the game, you know, being a ninja and all that kind of stuff.
Health bar is in that corner of the screen, and the posture bar is here, all over the top. This is the bar you want to destroy. Knock your opponents to their knees so you can end them right then and there. There are some pretty important ramifications to the combat being this way. For one, it turns Sekiro into a rhythm game of feeling the pulse the enemy's hits to deflect against them, and return with a volley of your own.
It does feel like a rhythm game.
The combat is twitchy,
It does.
personal, and fights can often be fought nose to nose, neither side giving an inch until one drops dead and the victor is declared. Another consequence of this is that the game is hard.
I love how the cat's tail just looks like a like a shark going back and forth with the camera.
I think it is more Metroidvania than people give it credit.
Perfect. Thank you, Cat.
Metroid has a high posture damage by sitting there and blocking, but if you recall, that's what got us. Health bar is in feeling the pulse the enemy's
There we
hits
go.
to
It's right
deflect
here.
against them, and return with a volley of your own. The combat is twitchy, personal, and fights can often be fought nose to nose, neither side giving an inch until one drops dead and the victor is declared. Another consequence,
which is incredibly rewarding, by the way. I mean, like, I will say the combat in Sekiro is like, it's so damn rewarding. It feels so good because you feel like you genuinely have conquered that specific enemy. Like, whether it's just a regular NPC, whether it's a bunch of regular like enemies, or it's a boss or a mini boss or whatever it is. Like, you know, most times it's going to be trial and error. You're not going to walk in and one shot a lot of that stuff, but it really does feel like you conquered that fight. There was no other leverage that you used to be able to get you to, you know, get you past that point. And I think that's something that's worth appreciating.
This is that the game is hard as balls.
It is very hard.
Each fight is a fight where you must internalize the rhythm. If you don't, you lose. There isn't some overpowered sword you can go find and come back with.
Nope.
You have Kasubi mode. You don't have any awesome spell to blow bosses down in one go. You have shurikens, an axe, and an umbrella. Stat increases can only be gained through prayer beads, and while some can be found through the environment, the bulk of them are dropped by the very bosses you are struggling against.
Yeah! That's the best part. That's the best part. Like, all of your upgrades, yeah, you want them? Well, you need to beat the boss. Well, no, I need the upgrade so I can beat the boss. And they're like, no. No.
Against. So, unlike in every Soulsborne title before or since, you can't grind to a higher strength in Sekiro. You just have to internalize
I hate ranged. I hate ranged in these games so much. I hate it so much.
Fight and become better. Actually better. As a person. The knowledge unlock in Sekiro is rhythm, twitch timing, and an internalization of patterns that you both must recognize on your own and be able to act upon on your own. You are unlocking the ability to play Sekiro, and the game is constantly questioning if you actually do know how to play it.
That's the crazy thing about that game too, is that like there's really no like actual like power, crazy, cool equipment unlocks or anything like that. I think it's one of the reasons why the game was like a little bit contentious when it comes to Souls players, is because like I know friends of mine that are like massive Dark Souls FromSoft fans. They hate Sekiro. They hate it so much because it's just not the same kind of game. They want to try different builds and kind of they want to do more of the RPG stuff, but Sekiro was much more of a like reaction game, or not reaction game. It was much more of a action game than it was an RPG.
If you make it to the end, after they throw the actual kitchen sink at you, it finally concedes. Yes, you do know how to play Sekiro. And the credits roll, followed by an invitation to play New Game Plus. Now, remember how I said mere moments ago that you just learned how to play Sekiro? Let's say we take that notion for a spin, eh? You see, in most other Souls games, New Game Plus lets you keep all your gear and the enemy's health and damage increase, but the mystery of it is gone. It's kind of just a run through the same game again, but this time you're prepared and you know what to do with yourself at all twists and turns. Sekiro takes that idea and turns it up to 11.
Well, I mean, they kind of have to, because the thing is, at the end of the day, like, think about it. You know, if you've already mastered the game at that point, you've beaten it, you understand all the enemies and all their fights and all that good stuff. Like, you're going to have to do they're gonna have to do something kind of extraordinary in New Game Plus to be able to combat that. Otherwise, the players are gonna find a New Game Plus enjoyable.
Remember, Sekiro's a rhythm game. Once you have the rhythms down, it's like your favorite song coming on at a dance and you already know the moves. Playing Sekiro through a second time is like cheating. Every wall from your first playthrough, smash them one by one.
You know what the funny thing is? I think the vast majority of people that say turn it up to 11 probably don't even know that it's a Spinal Tap reference. I would guarantee the vast majority of people that say, like, oh, I'm gonna turn it up to 11, probably have no idea if it's from Spinal Tap. The only thing you can know if they've watched Spinal Tap is if they say something like, oh yeah, he died from a ham sandwich. Something like that. Ham sandwich. Yeah. They had, what happened to your other drummer? Oh, he spontaneous combustion. What? Yeah, just turned into a green gloop of muck on his drum seat.
On first try without fail. This horrible centipede guy who swings at you nonstop, you remember the rhythm. It's block, 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 block. And then he's gonna back up. You're gonna wanna jump on his head, repeat until he dies. That's music, baby. You can transcribe that crap. Playing Sekiro again turns the experience into a power fantasy where your third eye is open and nothing can stop you. And remember, you learned this. There was no grinding levels to get this power. This is something you earned, and you are now reaping what was sown. You are a freaking shinobi, and you're gonna tear this country open until you find Kudo, then do whatever happens after that. I'm sure the game just ends once you get Kudo back, who cares?
Yeah,
there is
right?
this video by Fitzroy Animations that encapsulates this feeling in an animated music video. I encourage everyone to give it a look, though it is the entire game in animated song form, so perhaps don't if you mind the spoilers.
Yeah, it's probably not a good
Elsewise,
idea.
I definitely recommend it. This song has been stuck in my head for years and years.
Oh my god.
So, in summation,
I think the
whilst
cat wants something, the
KBUs
cat
do
always
make a
wants
second
something.
playthrough a less magical experience in comparison to the first, sometimes you can lean into that and give your players something to look forward to on a subsequent playthrough, like with Sekiro. The final game I want to talk about blends elements of both games I've spoken about thus far. The act of mechanics being given to you as knowledge, like with Outer Wilds, and how we can use knowledge gained to enhance a second playthrough. This game is none other than 2022's Tunic. Tunic is an action-adventure game made by Andrew Schuldice, where you play a little fox friend on an adventure through a voxel world. From the
Such a
outset, you
cool
are told
looking
nothing
game.
about how the game works,
design-wise,
save
it's
one
so
thing.
cool.
Once you gain the stick, you are told what the menu button is, and from there how to set the stick to an equipment slot. And that is it. By button freaking, you could see this flip action, but that's the end of what you can discover by just button freaking. Get a key, open a door, and you find the first page of the manual. The manual is, well, a manual for the game that you're playing right now.
That is such a fucking cool idea. That like the vast majority of what you're trying to find is actually the manual to play the game. Reminds me of Little Big Adventure. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Where's the blood? Yeah, it's a little fox guy. What do you mean? There's not gonna be any blood here. What are you talking about?
It is a glossy, beautifully crafted book which illustrates mechanics, secrets, and maps of the in-game environment, as well as what you're supposed to be doing here. This is where the KBUs come from in Tunic. Without this manual, Tunic is an action-adventure game that absolutely looks up to Legend of Zelda and has some Souls-like combat, because there's nothing more hip than Souls-like combat. That is completely fine, and the game would still have so much to offer with a vibrant world to discover all its own. But because the game tells you nothing of mechanics and instead places them within a manual, which is collectible within the game world, this changes the discovery of the game immensely. It is very similar in structure to the See a Thing, Get a Power, Use It Later system that we've spoken about already with Metroidvanias like Hollow Knight.
But instead they're using it for you to be able to learn the game's mechanics. That's really interesting. That's very interesting. That's so very cool.
But now, those unlocks, those powers, are knowledge. What does this yellow square do? It obviously does something. And there are multiple of them throughout the game, which you will find before you will realize what they do. What about these heroes' graves? What about the purple room or any single item, since not a single one of them is explained to you? The manual will help you figure it out.
Yeah, because everything that you find in the game is in a different language. That's crazy. Slorm, a type of slime that wants to be close to you. Stun it by blocking. Auto bolt. It wants to protect something, but what? Circle around, use the shield.
And now, like in Metroidvania, you remember that you saw this elsewhere and want to go use your newly discovered ability over there. And to be clear, it's not like it's spelled out in the manual once you get the pages. The manual is written in a foreign script, so all you really have to go off of are pictures, unless something is really important, in which case it's in your chosen language. So you still have to figure it out yourself and be willing to experiment with the possibilities you're presented with. All the way to the end of the game, you are getting pages for this manual that are revealing entire...
Which, by the way, like the lighting in this game, like this, his video doesn't really do it any justice. It looks so good. It's so good.
New mechanical aspects that you weren't aware of, and it is super amazing that Tunic...
Paper Mario takes you back? They just released a Paper Mario recently. What are you talking about? Didn't they? I thought they did. Or was it Mario RPG?
Pulls that off in both its first and 11th hours. This game rules, and beating it is a true treasure. But then there's the second playthrough. I know that Tunic is considered an action-adventure game officially, but I think it is more Metroidvania than people give it credit. Metroid has a habit of presenting the game in an order to you which, if you know its ins and outs, you just ignore and do it in whatever order you please. Now that you know nearly every mechanic that Tunic kept locked away from you, you can use them out of order, so to speak, and do it in whatever order you want. This first yellow square? Yeah, I know the song and dance, watch it. Unlike in Outer Wilds, where the second playthrough holds little new content for you if you're being thorough, Tunic's second is a wholly new experience as the world presented before you is delivered in a remixed order. Just like Sekiro, take the experience gained from a different game's worth of discovery and curiosity and turn it back on the thing. Beat it to pieces with information you've gained out of order, you cheater. For this reason, Tunic is both a lightning in a bottle, magical experience where you play it through to the end, and it has more delights to discover past that if you choose to go back for more. Tunic is...
That's really interesting. That's a really interesting approach, like in general, because the thing is that it also makes a subsequent playthrough, like a new game plus, even that more interesting, because you realize that there's going to be a lot of secrets that you're going to be able to go and get like very early on, but you didn't realize that you could because you didn't understand the game's mechanics, because game mechanics weren't actually explained to you until later into the game. That's a really interesting way to go about doing that, so that it's not locking things behind items and instead it's locking things behind knowledge. I like that a lot, actually. I would like to see a new game plus to make you go backwards to the game, start at the final boss, and then go back to the beginning. I feel like I've seen something like that before.
As of my writing this right now, the closest the game has come to deleting KNU's weaknesses while keeping all of its strengths. And I love it for that. I hope you do too. Conclusions are stupid, let's be quick. Knowledge-based unlocks are like giving you the bow and arrow unlock, but the bow and arrow is information, and you have to figure out what it does all your own. These invest you more since you are having to think about them, what this information means, and how to use it, rather than, say, being given a slow-down power in the same room as the super-fast slammy door. These lead to lightning-in-a-bottle experiences, and here are some of my favorites. Outer Wilds, an archaeological mystery game that catalyst to make you feel like a powerhouse in the second, and Tunic, a Metroidvania which blends the two game strengths into one cohesive whole, tempering KNU's one big weakness. I am Super Dude. Thank you for watching.
It was a really good video. That was really good. I really enjoyed that. That was really interesting. That was really interesting. I'll probably save some of this stuff for tomorrow. I was gonna look at this. Well, I'll look at this really quick. So, I like, in general, I like the overall idea of these like more knowledge-based games where they're trying to use the information that you've gathered from playing the game to use it to build better and more interesting puzzles for you to solve later into the game. I think more times than not, because he pointed it out, but he kind of glossed over it a little bit, but like far too many games take the most simple approach possible because they don't want to They don't want to barricade, or they don't want to limit themselves from being able to reach as wide of an audience as they possibly can. And what I mean by that is that there's a lot of games that come out that yellow paint the entire experience, right? They want to do the whole thing where it's like, oh, hey, he showed it in Dead Space. Here's the thing that stops time, or here's the thing that slows things down in the same room that has a door that's like slamming super fast, right? So it's pretty obvious what it's used for, why you need to use it, and how you need to use it. Yeah, I want more games like that. Plus, on top of that, he brought up Outer Wilds, and that's another one that's on that like first time playthrough list that I want to play. But I've kind of already committed to the fact that I think that like my next like big playthrough series that I'm going to do, outside of like obviously we're going to play Elden Ring and Final Fantasy 14, catch up in Final Fantasy 14. I think one of the other ones that I want to do is I want to play. Well, it's not one of the ones I want to do. The other one is Subnautica. That was the other one that people wanted me to. People told me I should play. It was actually initially after Warframe, it was on the list. Subnautica and Outer Wilds. Those two were on the list right after that for the next games that I was going to play and go and give a shot without context and play them for the first time. Outer Wilds doesn't really work with an audience of backseaters, sadly. Well, I mean, it works out that I don't really pay attention to people too much to begin with when I'm actually playing the game. You know what I mean? Like, I'll comment and I'll say some things, but most of the time I'm just rambling more than anything else. Watch the Grenier Queen lore. I've already watched that one. I've already seen that. So review for Warframe coming out soon. That one. Oh fuck! I got a big video that I'm working on for this week. Next week probably. Hopefully, we'll see. Next week, hopefully, we'll see. Let's see here. I saw this too. This popped up. Somebody put this in the React content. Make sure for you guys that have been posting stuff in the React channel. I love it. It makes it easy for me to be able to find things to look at. And it shows me what you guys are interested in hearing about. But also, Kenshi is going to be pretty much like here in just a couple minutes. But I do like getting a more variety of content than people just literally just slamming Warframe videos. It's fucking crazy. Nearly 6 months later, Palworld devs confirmed Nintendo never drew so much of an inch of its legal sword over bootleg Pokemon allegations. The storm has passed overhead. I don't think that they were ever afraid of it. Like, there's a difference between parroting and anything that would be copyright infringement. It's so weird, dude. It's so weird that so many people like signed up for this whole idea. Like, there were so many people that were attached to it. So many Pokemon stands and defendees that were jumping out in front of it going, oh my god, Nintendo's gonna take this game down. Gonna take them down. Pokemon forever. Pokemon forever. Meanwhile, Palworld, 25 million players. People still getting mad and upset. And really, they're only getting mad and upset because it looked like it was fun. And they just wish that Pokemon had done any level at all of innovation over the last few years, and they haven't done any. What does it say? Palworld's meteoric popularity has naturally settled from its obscene all-time peak of 2 million players. That was fucking crazy. Which is only natural for a game that was released in early access and for any popular game, period. No monarch rules forever. Early critiques aimed at the games involved in the idea that Palworld, which blends creature collection and survival game mechanics, was a ripoff of the beloved Pokemon franchise. Overseen in a part by the famously litigious Nintendo company, a company with the habit of going and bringing down the legal hammer on emulators, Gary's Mod, and, well, people. Yeah, there's like that one dude that they sued, and he literally has to pay them like basically everything he makes for the rest of his life or something like that, or like 60% of his income for the rest of his life, I think is what it is. It's so fucking crazy. Which has led to a collective... Okay. How long is this article? Okay, it's not that long. Which has led to a collective pair of clenched cheeks from the internet at large, as we all wondered whether our big corporate dad was going to beat up our smaller indie dad over some too similar character models. Certainly, while I think Palworld's designs are derivative, I'm not sure you could really make the claim that they were direct one-to-one ripoffs. But again, Nintendo has a reputation for this sort of thing, and its former legal chief called it ripoff nonsense. That sounds like jealousy to me. This came to a head when the Pokemon Company issued "We're looking into it" statement towards the end of January. Now, as confirmed by an interview with GameFile, thanks to Eurogamer, Palworld's creator Takuro Mizobe says that the studio heard nothing at all from the Nintendo Company and Pokemon Company, and Nintendo and the Pokemon Company didn't say anything to us. This isn't too surprising after all. The Pokemon Company only promised it was looking into it, and anything further into that was a function of reputation rather than concrete fact. Yeah, I feel like they were only doing that just to respond to the weirdos online that were fucking losing their shit on Twitter. There are people literally at... Like, how weird is that? How weird is it that you have players that are out there that are adding Nintendo companies saying, shut this shit down, Nintendo. Nintendo, take it down. Like, what are you doing, man? I love my multi-billion-dollar company. Yeah, I wish I could cuddle it in bed. Besides, fair use is an important thing. I think Palworld does absolutely draw heavily, let's call it, inspiration from its predecessor, but imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. And you could even make the argument that Pokemon was initially my God, dude, if I could fucking read for once in my life. This is my problem anytime I try to read scripts. Like, I don't know what happens. It's so bad. Like, the worst part of me trying to make YouTube videos is me spending a good 60 to 70 takes trying to read just a paragraph like this. This is one of the reasons why yesterday I spent 9 hours trying to record a video, which is crazy because, like, some days it's super easy. Some days I sit down, I can read no problem. Straight through it, I'm good. No problem at all. Then other days I'll be like this, where I'm like, I cannot finish words to save my life. Besides, fair use is an important thing. I think Palworld does absolutely draw heavy, let's call it, inspiration from its predecessors, but imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. And you could even make the argument that Pokemon was initially guilty of similar tricks. I mean, just look at the first-gen designs when compared to Dragon Quest concept art. Yes. Yeah, which is so true. And I think a lot of people even brought that up. I mean, Dragon Quest and... Yeah. Yeah. Maybe you should learn to read slowly. Yeah, it's probably because I try to read too fast. But I think it's because It's hard to translate that because I read like I speed read. So if I open up a book or I read an article, like I've read it already. But the problem is I can't speak that fast. And I think that's where the problem is. I need to like change the way somehow that I read. I don't even know how to do that, especially with this many years of reading. We'll try it right here. Okay, here we go. At any rate, even if Palworld occasionally brushes a hair too close to just reinvent... See, that's the other problem too, is that I try to read with inflection, like I'm speaking what's being written, and I think that's the other problem as well. At any rate, even if Palworld occasionally brushes a hair too close to reinventing Mewtwo sometimes, I think it'd be very boring. I think it'd be a very boring Palworld. I'm like, what the fuck would they say it like that? I think it'd be a very boring world if people were never allowed to iterate. Even if I said iteration is poorly done, honestly, Palworld's been upping its design since post-release anyway. Even as someone who was quite down on the whole thing, I actually like a lot of the designs previewed in its upcoming update. Somebody was quite down on it. I covered this article. What a little fucking revisionist. I'm not saying like people need to, I'm not saying that people need to like hold to their ideals, but like I read this article in a video that I had made because now all of a sudden you grifting son of a bitch. You grifting son of a bitch. Holy. I mean, you know what? Good on you for saying even as someone who is quite down on the whole thing, but here you are kind of glazing the whole thing. But back here, does Palworld represent a corporate boot kicking talent out of our industry in the favor of a learning machine? I don't know. For starters, it's an independent studio that the past future projects are cynical. Craftopia. Like, this is the same dude that like went in on Palworld. The idea that a game is fun is all that matters is something utterly criminal to me. It's just a boring way to think about something you like. There was one of these lines that I loved a lot, and I had a really good time. I had a really good time undressing it. Which one was it? Palworld. Whether the criticisms are true or not, has become the temporary symbol of AI-generated slop, corporate trend chasing, a bootleg knockoff derivatives all at once. And this may well all be unfair and unfounded. Homie. But a fantasy world where Pocket Pair did do all of that and combust to a strong arm of justice, what did we actually accomplish? Returning a chunk of Nintendo's market back to the fold, what did we prove? That you'll only get trouble for using AI if you're small enough and impacted by public opinion. I'll grab a pitchfork with the rest of you, but it's an unlikely scenario that maybe is to definitely. There's another article that he did too that was worse than this one, honestly. There's just some like different things that he threw in here that I was like, man, this is kind of like this is a little bit of a jab, dog. This is a little bit of a jab. I've never agreed with games that are just fun, and that's all that matters. For starters, it's false. Plenty of games that create there are plenty of games that create unpleasant, unsettling, and frustrating experiences that are valuable. Games that are just fun are also valuable, enjoyable, but simple joys aren't the only metric. That's not the discussion. I hate when people straw man discussion or ad hominem discussions for no fucking reason. Like, this is the shit that like annoys. This is why journalists piss me off so fucking much. God, it's so annoying. It's so annoying. Players say that they like Palworld because it's just fun. Well, actually, you don't understand, because the thing is that just fun doesn't do it a service. There's tons of games that are out there that stress you out and you find enjoyment out of that. That's not what we're fucking talking about. That's not what we're talking about. People are talking about why they love Palworld. So dumb. So dumb. Like, why do you waste your breath talking about things like that? It's just really funny. It's so funny to see now. Do you know what? I almost want to go back and do a Palworld video just for fun. It's been a while since I've done one. I've got a lot of people here that actually, there's a lot of people on the channel that subscribe during my Palworld coverage. I want to discuss the PoW world narrative shift. It's really interesting. It's really interesting to see how people that were once like, you know, this game is garbage, they're gonna get sued, you know, the whole line of logic that they were throwing out there. They were upset that, like, it was so interesting to see journalists and reviewers being so upset that players were buying and having fun with the video game, and for some odd reason they couldn't understand why people liked it. And then now you see them like being revisionists. You know, before I was pretty down on it a little bit, you know, but actually PoW World, a game like it should actually exist because, you know, there should be copies of games that are out there. There should be games that are derivative out there. Like, wait, what? Wait, what? Homie, you were saying that it wasn't good enough before, that it didn't matter if it got shut down, that it was generic. Now you're over here saying like, hey, you know what? Actually, that PoW World, it's a pretty good game. What the fuck? How disingenuous. These hoes ain't loyal. These hoes not loyal. Simple as that. Simple as that. Pokemon Company is now in a new scandal. They have Pokemon illustration contest in the top 300 entries that was AI arts, and one dude got six art AI pieces. Their limit was 3 art piece. I don't really understand that. Maybe that's just how you worded it. I'm not really too sure. So basically the people that won the contest all used AI art to win. Are you serious? Where is this at? Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. This is some motherfucking content right here. Whoa. Hold on a fucking minute. Let's slow it down for a second. Hold on a second. What do we have here? Pokemon disqualifies contest finalists following AI art row. Numerous entries found to have violated rules. The Pokemon Company has booted a bunch of fans from a Pokemon card art contest after several claims entrants used AI to aid their submissions. A statement today from the Pokemon Company claimed that several entrants among the competition's top 300 quarterfinalists have been found to have violated the official contest rules, leading to their disqualification. The statement does not name AI specifically as the reason behind the action being taken, but a quick glance at the company's previous announcement on the matter shows an array of complaints from fans on social media pointing to what they believe to be AI art making the contest quarterfinal cut. So this is somebody that posted on Twitter saying, hey, it looks like several Gen AI art submissions, likely from a single person, got through to the final round, really ought to be disqualified. How does that work? And I also wonder how many different instances there are going to be where this is like a false trigger, right? Because like this is using, isn't that funny how that works? This is using AI to figure out that this is using AI. You don't want to trust this and you hate this, but you'll use this to find this. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting how the gymnastics AI to catch AI? Isn't that interesting? Another one right here. 100% likely to be AI. I could see that actually. I can see how that would be, because like these two environments are very, very similar. Very similar. Now, mind you, if it's the same artist, right? But Vigo, vegan. This motherfucker didn't even he didn't even try to hide it. He didn't even try to hide it. Holy shit, that's too funny. Vegan, see his name? Vegan right here. Vegan K. Then this one is Vigo. And Vigo K. So he kept submitting his AI art under different names, but look, there's another one of his right here. Vegan K, here's another one, Vigo. So the likelihood of these other submissions is likely the same exact thing, right? Yeah, like Vegan K. Vegan full name. Holy shit. That's crazy. That's crazy. The Pokemon trading card illustration contest is a semi-regular opportunity for fans to show off their artistic prowess and win both prize money and a chance at getting their creation printed on an actual Pokemon card. The top cash prize is $5,000, around 3,900 euro. You know what the funny thing is? The top cash prize is 5K. Nintendo. Y'all some greedy motherfuckers. Y'all some greedy motherfuckers. How much? I'm gonna look at something real quick. How much how much does Pokemon cards make a year? How much? My God. How much money do Pokemon card sales make a year? No, now it's trying to tell me like, oh man, you want to become a Pokemon card trader? A Pokemon trader? Like, I would guarantee like they're making like, would I be far off from thinking they make like hundreds of millions of dollars, if not more, far more than that probably? I know it's the Pokemon trading card company, not Nintendo. How many packs of Pokemon cards sell a year? How about that? 10 billion Pokemon cards sold in fiscal year 2022. Okay, so that says nearly 10 billion cards were sold, but that's not packs. How many packs is that? Or is this reselling? Whatever. They're making an obscene amount of money, and the most that they can give for people that are designing a unique art contest for a card that they're gonna sell and likely make, I don't know, tons of way more than $5,000 off of. That's for sure. These guys can only come up off of 5K for the artist. That's crazy. 300 pieces of artwork from the finalists were posted on the Pokemon website 2 weeks ago through various entrants. some with strikingly similar artist names. Yes, very similar, weren't they? We quickly highlighted likely being AI. There's no explanation by Pokemon today of why it failed to detect AI involvement before now, or why numerous similar author names were not flagged as suspicious. Still, at least this time, Pokemon players weren't disqualified for flinging poo. Oh, it was fucking 10 years ago, over 10 years ago. So goofy. Oh, Pokemon TCG revenue, it's like 800 and it's almost $1 billion. $850 million. And these motherfuckers are like, hey, you want to make some unique card art for us that likely will be very cool and probably sought after and very limited? Here's $5 grand. Cheap sons of bitches. Y'all cheap as hell. Y'all cheap as hell. What's wrong with them? What's wrong with them? Genuinely, tell me. And we own all the entry art as well. Yeah, I know. Isn't that even better? Yeah. You can make a video out of it, though? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, hold on. Uh-oh. That's not good. Hold on a second. I'm trying to get this game up, but I think it's like messing up because I picked the wrong monitor. There it goes. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's always weird when like some games aren't like optimized the right way. So like, you guys ever have that where you have like 2 monitors, and when you go to like tell the game like, hey, I want you to play on monitor 1, it like shifts everything on monitor 2 for some reason? You hungry? Is it dinner time? Yeah, is that what it is? Oh, okay. All right, hold on. I gotta feed the cat, guys. Gotta feed the cat. Give me a second real quick. Yes, yes. Oh man. Yeah, that fucking main menu theme is actually kind of going kind of hard, huh? What's up with that? Gaming. Okay, I have no idea what this game is. So I'm just gonna preface chat. I have no idea what this game is. I have been suggested to play this game. I've been paid to play this game by a viewer. So we're gonna be playing it. I don't know what to expect. I don't even know what kind of game it is. I'd imagine it's a survival game. That's pretty much about it. This game is brutal going in with no knowledge. Perfect. New game. Wanderer difficulty default. Playstyle RPG. Cash 1000C. You are just a lone wanderer with nothing but a few coins, a pair of pants, and a rusty sword. Get ready to venture out into the world. This is the way the game is intended to be played. Wandering Trader. Difficulty easy. 0 credit. Seeking to make your fortune, you spend your last savings on a backpack full of trading goods and a pack animal, and are about to start a new life as a trader. The Holy Sword. Wanted criminal. Cannibal hunters? What does it say? I seriously regret coming into cannibal territory. This was a stupid idea. Warning. You will be attacked immediately upon game start. Not recommended for first time play. Oh my god. I can't believe... Why would he try to do that to me? Why would Greaser be like, I suggest rock bottom. Difficulty. Very hard. You've hit absolute rock bottom. You're alone, unarmed, naked, and hungry. Lost in the middle of a harsh desert teeming with slavers. And you just lost an arm. Good luck. It's Greaser, true. Because they're a difficulty fetishist. I'm just gonna play the game, like what the game says that I should play. I'm just gonna do that, okay? That's how we're gonna start it. We're just gonna play the game how it was intended. The developer put it there saying this is the intended way to play the game. I'm gonna play the intended way to play the game. Hold shift when you right click anything. When you right click and move. Does it play like a CRPG? Is that what this is? This is a CRPG? No, yes? Perfect. Good to know. Good to know. The soundtrack is banging though. Holy shit. Right click a move order while a character is in combat mode, and he will maneuver carefully to that position while still fighting to protect himself. Hold shift when you right click and you'll so hold shift and right click to move order. Okay, to like move yourself while still fighting. What is a CRPG? A computer RPG. Oh god. Character creator. Here we go. Oh my. Race? Human? Skeleton? What the fuck? 5? Like an AI? Check. Okay, so we'll start. We'll make a what an odd looking like race. Very interesting. Let's make a human, Scorchlander, Greenlander. Why are they so... primarily from farmer cultures, they still tend to be an aggressive race and are easily led astray. The worst of them live in ignorance, ignoring, knowing only greed and fear, reacting to anything different with hatred and violence. But the best of them... Wow, that sounds like Twitter. But the best of them are some of the greatest civilized scientists, engineers, and warriors in the land. Okay, alright, let's make a Greenlander. I want to read... What's this one? Scorchlanders tend to value personal freedoms above all else. They don't tend to get along well with rules, regulations, and religions, and as a result have a reputation as a social misfit that is often found more adventurous in more adventurous professions. Despite this, however, they are highly creative at making them natural-born traders and skilled weaponsmiths, honest to a fault, laughing in the faces of all manners, moderation, and anything else sensible. They make loyal friends, passionate enemies, and are great fun to drink with. I kind of want to make a Scorchlander. Bad at farming, cooking, laboring, and strength. But pretty good at everything else. Yeah, let's make a Scorchlander. He's a disapproving Scorchlander. Okay. Long boy. Short boy. I guess we'll go with like a medium frame. There we go. Posture. What is this? What is this? It is a crime to save yourself by saving everyone. Broken back, that hair. What is What in the fuck? His bone frame is weak, for real. God, you can make an absolute monster in this game. I'm gonna have him pose like I'm gonna make him like a JoJo character. There's this. I'm just gonna make this dude just straight up JoJo character. That's what I'm gonna do here. We'll give him a little bit of bulk. He has just some big ass hands. Why? Chest. Stomach. This motherfucker's well fed. Just make him a fucking. What is this? Why is it like this? Why is it? This fucking character creator has so much customization, it's actually cursed. Leg shape? Oh, like, okay, yeah, you want that like in the middle. Face? Scotch male. Oh, there's no other faces. It just says face 3. That's funny. Okay. Head size. I mean, his head size and stuff is fine. We'll just change his hair. What other options? I want to see, though. Nose. What the fuck? So weird. Oh, there we go. You can't even like. Okay. All right, we're just gonna do some bright ass hair. This is perfect. Haircut 70s anime. Arc beards. Okay. We now have a JoJo character. I love it. Aw, Kenshi music. Dude, the music in this is like super good, dude. Music's like super good. This is gonna be long. Why? Okay. Okay, let's do like CRPG controls. Basic controls. You can move the camera with WSAD to rotate middle mouse button. Okay. Do both to continue. Okay, middle mouse, or from the middle panel, shows your characters in your active squad. Select the squad member. Left click on their profile. Okay. Okay, click on them. Give a move order. Right click on the terrain. Oh, okay. Okay. Why does it say that? To give a move order clip. Okay, we got that already. Double click on your character icon on the center of the screen to follow their movement. Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, so kind of like Baldur's Gate controls a little bit. GUI. Made by one dude over 12 years. That's crazy. Holy shit, for real? This shows the section of your current state, statistics, and other basic info. Mouse over each of them for more information. State, goal, aimless, so I don't have a current goal for the character. I don't know what state means. It's just as normal. Encumbrance is obviously like my weight penalty for oh, and if you're overweight, then you'll actually take penalties to your experience that you get as well. So if you don't have anything on, your athletics goes up. If you have a bunch of stuff that you're carrying, your strength goes up. That's interesting. That's a unique way to look at it. Attack, defense, dexterity. Okay, this is all pretty self-explanatory. Normal. Racial bleed rate multiplier. So I bleed from the head more easily? Is that what it is? Is that what's going on? Continue. This panel shows your character's current health condition. Mouse over each item in case we did that already. This arrow allows you to pause and fast forward the game's speed. Oh, okay. Here you find your money and what day and time it is. Okay. This opens the build menu. What do I do? There is no linear story or mission to guide you in Kenshi. Be a trader, a thief, a bounty hunter, a farmer, or even a warlord. You need to explore the world and find your own adventure. That's interesting. Okay. So there's no main goal? Really? Survive. Okay. You set your goal? Interesting. Press the M key to open up your map to the world map and navigate to towns, nearby towns to find points of interest. Okay. First thing you'll do. Okay. Oh, so map will bring up the. Okay, to find points of interest. It doesn't show where I'm at in relation to this map. Oh man, there's a lot of mechanics in this. Holy shit. First thing you do is need to find food and funds to survive. To get your start, either scavenge the outlands for loot, mine valuable materials from iron ore veins, or you can resort to thievery after nightfall. To cash in your loot, you'll need to find a store, use the map to navigate to nearby shops. By surviving alone in the world of Kenshi won't be easy, but hiring recruits will help. Check out town bars for mercs or buy animal companions from any of the farms outside of town. Remember, you're not special and you're not stronger than everyone else. Train hard, pick fights wisely, and don't be afraid to run like crazy. You've discovered your first town. Towns are perfect for stocking up on supplies and selling loot. To cash in your loot, you'll need to find a store. Hold the Alt key to show nearby shop signs. Be wary of entering private buildings. Residents often don't like trespassers. You can find out what a building is marked private by selecting the building. Most shops are closed at night. Building gates and walls, so you can build camps and stuff as well. Arrows. When building walls, you need to carefully not to place them facing inside out. The arrows you see show the outside facing direction of the walls. Okay. I'm not building anything yet, so. To research new tech such as buildings, defensive weapons, and crafting, you'll need to construct a research bench. Okay, so then it's like a survival game. So I was right that it's kind of like a survival game, but it's also like a CRPG as well. Interesting. Okay. So I just like go do stuff, I guess. How do you see like items around you? Is there no button for that? You just... This is like a ruined town. Okay, all just like a normal like CRPG. Okay. I don't know if this is somebody's house, but fuck them. They'll never know I was here. I'm hoping that these water jugs actually have water in them. I don't have a... Do I have a weapon? Yeah, I have a stick. Okay. Who's this guy? Can I talk to him? Building for sale. Some buildings are available for purchase. This panel will tell you how much the building costs. Press the button, you'll buy it. Okay. Building. So what buildings for the building that I'm standing on is for sale? This right here? What's over here? We got some people over here. What button did it tell me? It would show me like what buildings are? Members only if you want to talk to the boss. Okay. It's free real estate. You need food to survive. Where is where do I find out like where's my like hunger level and all that stuff? Do you just not know? There's a bar over here. Check that out. Below the health bar? Oh, I see it down here. Okay. Is there anything you'd like? Tell me what you got. Okay. I have sake. Oh, I have water. I have a keg of water on me. Okay. I also have some wheat. Now, what is all this? What is this, a plank? It's a hefty hacking weapon with good reach and nice balance for those who find fragment access too clunky. All this is all really expensive stuff. Maybe buy like a little bit of food. Man, food is expensive. Take the dried meat for now. Eat yourself a gunner. I've promised you I've got good eyes. Eyes of a hawk. Been manning turrets since before I sprouted a beard on my face. Maybe. How much? 6,000 cats and I'll follow. Maybe another time. Go to hell. Everyone here underestimates the cook. But you know what? Without a good cook, you'd be shitting sideways for the rest of your days. Part of a swordsman's training, a scientist's research, part of it is good food. How can you improve without the fuel to nourish the mind and body? True, true. Certain weapons will train certain stats and skills. Really? Okay. Gut sword, is that what it is? So there you go. Hire me. Not right now. I don't need anybody to hire. Is there, well, that's not good. At least it gives you all the different stats on it and stuff too, because you can see like if it's like how much it sells basically just by looking at it. I always appreciate when games have stuff like that. There's going on out here. People that are fighting. See what's going on. Is there like work that I can find for myself in town? Is that what there is or what? Right, thanks for the scraps. They already looted them, huh? They look friendly. Nope, you're gonna be independent. Perma jobs. You can organize your squads by assigning them jobs in the orders menu. There's especially useful farms, mines for production jobs, since assigned characters will automatically store and replenish raw materials that they work on. There's a lot of systems to this. To assign a job, select a character and then hold shift while clicking on the interactable object or building to assign it to them. You can give characters multiple jobs. Topmost jobs in the orders menu will take priority over lower jobs. You can drag jobs down. Okay, so I can hold shift and click this. So now I've given myself the job of operating Operating machine, iron resource. And I guess I'm probably, am I getting any ore from this? I don't know if I am. My guy's just like doing the animation, but I don't know if I'm getting anything from it. Some ways to make money be scavenge battlegrounds. Like one of the beggars. Right, I mean, my guy's doing the animation. I have, like, I mean, he's clicking it. You can click on the rock to pour the right ores out. Oh. Okay, so it's filling up like a progress bar. Okay, I got you. Speed up time. My favorite part of this is seeing people Naruto run. That sells for 100. Just keep an eye out. If there's something moving towards you, be prepared to run. This becomes just a just chatting stream while mining on early game is very slow. Oh. Am I doing like what I should be doing right now? I guess like this is kind of, it's kind of odd. Like how do I explain this the proper way? So like as an so like one thing that I'll say, like I'm trying to think of like another game that would fit this kind of fit something similar to this. So certain games I could totally see being like really fun and interesting for like for stream specifically, but I don't know, like I'm not really sure if I could see this being like an actual like stream game, you know what I mean? Because like I have no idea what the fuck's going on. And there's a lot of like there's a lot of like context and nuance that I'm probably missing. You know what I mean? Because I have no idea what the fuck to even do in this game. Like I got some ores. I mean I can sell the ore. Early on, you can either scavenge or keep your guy alive. Slow it down. You don't miss anything. Explore, try things. Mining is okay too. You can do whatever you want. I think that's what I'm talking about. Like, it's really difficult to try to do goal-oriented stuff. Sorry. It's easier to do things that are goal-oriented and stream at the exact same time because I don't have to think about what I need to be doing in the game or try to figure the game out, if that makes any sense. But like in the context of like playing a game like this and then like also trying to be entertaining and also trying to talk to you guys, that doesn't really work out. Like I'm having a really hard time trying to wrap my mind around that. Because like everybody's speaking very vaguely. Just take risks. Just do this. You know, like, and it's just like I don't even know what the fuck that even means. Like I don't even like. Like here's the thing, like the people that are talking to me are the people that have played this on their own by themselves, where they could explore, figure things out. But like, I don't even know where to even start with that. Like, I don't even know what I'm even doing. You're able to do anything you can imagine, which, I mean, that sounds great in practice, but like it's just like I don't know what I'm doing. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Like I get that people are like, it's a sandbox, you can literally do anything that you want, and it's like, that's cool. I get what you're saying, but the goal of the game is to poke around and find out. It's not a vague thing. Russ, that quite literally is a vague thing. Do whatever is about as vague as it gets. There are no rules, and it's or intended way to play. I get that. I'm not saying that's a bad thing or anything like that. I'm just saying that, like, I guess, should I just sell the ore? I don't have any use for it. I can't process it. Basically, LD is saying this is not a stream game. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. The problem is that it's, hey, like, you know absolutely nothing about this game whatsoever. Do what you want. And it's like, I don't know what the fuck that means, man. And especially when you're trying to, like, talk to people and like, I have to, like, come up with, like, my own goals in a game, but I don't even understand what that means in the context of a game, because no games are like this. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure I could figure something out if I just poked around with the game silently, not talking, not looking at you. You know what I mean? Not talking to the camera, nothing like that. Just sitting here being like, huh. But like, that's not entertaining from a viewer perspective. That's kind of the point. I have other hints that popped up. Careful when trying to open locked items and doors. It's illegal and could land you in trouble. Well, if you get caught, that is a rule. If the cursor shows red, then the action is hostile or illegal. Okay. Entering sneaking mode will help you reduce the chance of getting caught while committing crimes. You can find the sneak button at the bottom right of the UI. Is that what this is? Oh, it's right here. Okay. Hold the right mouse button to select. Hold the right mouse button to select pick lock. The percentage of amount displayed, your chances of success. The lower the number, the longer it will take to pick. Your lock picking speed depends on your thievery skill stat. To steal individual items displayed on shelves, hold Alt and click them. Yeah, we figured that one out already. How do I eat food? Them do whatever you want, me, but what though? Yeah, and that's kind of the whole thing, is that, like, keep in mind, like, it's one of those things that sounds awesome in practice, but at the same time, when every single game that you play is goal-oriented, it's like a bit of a massive shift. Like, I think it's a really cool concept. It's not that I'm saying it's bad or good. Like, it's just one of those things where, like, I feel like this is something that I would have played on my own, and then would have like figured out from there, rather than like trying to do it, experience it, and play it for the first time on stream. That's a little bit different. Because, like, you know, if it's like playing a first-person shooter or an action game or a third-person shooter or an adventure game or whatever, like, you know, there's intuitiveness, right? Like, control-wise, I got this figured out. I can figure that out, no problem. I play CRPGs all the time. Your characters automatically eat from inventory when needed. Oh, okay. Okay, so they'll just automatically eat that. All right. Sneaking. By toggling the sneaking button, you will enter into stealth mode. In this mode, you can perform stealth knockouts, kidnap, and steal stuff. Okay. The stealth cursor displays two icons, an eyeball and a sun. When the eyeball is red, that means you're in view of all NPCs. When the eyeball is blue, that means you're currently out of everyone's line of sight. Okay. The sun icon shows your light level. When this is shaded, you're the least visible. Hint, nightfall is perfect time for sneaking. Okay. To perform stealth knockouts, right-click an NPC while sneaking. The percentage will show the chance of success. The higher your assassination skill, the higher the chance. To kidnap an OT or a KO'd NPC, hold the right-click on them and then select kidnap from the command menu. What? Well, I think I know what I want to be. I kind of want to be like a kidnapper, potential human trafficker. Can I sell people in this game? You said I could do anything. Yes. Okay, I guess I should make a little bit more money and just keep having myself like mine stuff for now, I guess. Or I could go out exploring. Can I tell my character to go a direction by clicking on the map? Is that what he's doing right now? Hello. Have a good day. What? What happened to this dude? What are they doing? What is going on? Slavers? Is that what they are? They're slavers? Oh, we should probably move on then. I want to be like you when I grow up. There's another bar over here. Man, this place is dead. Who are you? What are you selling? A spring bat? What is that? Oh, it's a crossbow. Okay. A jit? What is a jit? Law enforcement fighting weapon used for... Oh, okay, so it's a baton. Wakazashi. Ooh. It's actually pretty cheap. What's my weapon? Iron club. What I got is better. I think, at least. Right? What is this? Cutting through 0.35. No, maybe it is. I don't know. But I haven't even attacked anything. I don't even know how to attack anything yet. What? What? Bye. Get the fuck away from me. Can I kill them? Uh oh, nope, nope, nope. We need to run. Never mind. Never mind. Nope. Nope. No! You have to lose to win this game? What? Too much damage can result in a KO, crippling, and death. The green bars in the health panel show your health. Red bars show bleeding damage. Bleeding damage will need to be treated with first aid. In order to heal, you'll need a first aid kit. You can buy or steal them from stores. Okay. You're under attack. Use the space bar to pause action. This will give you some time to think and plan your next step. I wish I would have known that. When you're outnumbered, it may be best to jump ship or flee. If you choose to flee, right-click on the terrain to move your character. Make sure you have your character selected. If you do not choose to stand and fight, select a squad member. Hold right-click on the targeted enemy and select attack. And attack all from the direction of the interaction menu. Okay. You can be more specific about combat modes on the right side of command. Block focuses on defensive over attack. Passive focuses on non-combat unless attacked first. Chases focus on chasing enemies down until KO'd. Taunt forces enemies to draw attacks. Okay. You are KO'd. You've been knocked out. If seriously wounded, the unconscious status will change to dying. If the character won't get back up or heal the character, okay, they'll eventually die. Even after healing, a character will need time to recover before regaining consciousness. Particularly, I'm gonna hit pause. Particularly bad injuries will be entered in the character's recovery in coma. Oh my god. Their vitals will be improved to 0. Okay, hold on. Getting KO'd may seem like a failure, but remember, we learn best from our failures. Your toughness and defense stats will improve each time you're KO'd. This will increase your KO recovery threshold time. Okay. You are injured. To heal a character, you need a first aid kit in your inventory. Hold right click on the target and then select first aid in the menu, or simply apply the healing icon to the injured person. Alternatively, you can click the medic button from the right side of the command menu. Oh, okay, I see it right here. The yellow areas of health bars. The yellow areas of health bars will slowly be bandaged health over time. It'll slowly heal to green. All body parts are affected in their own way. Your head, chest, stomach, and vitals. If any of them are below 0, you'll pass out. And if they reach 100, then you'll die. If any of your limbs fall below 0, you won't be able to fight or walk properly. You'll need a splint knit or a splint kit on broken limbs to speed up recovery and improve limb function until recovered. Blood stat shows how rapidly you're losing blood. Okay. After using a first aid kit to bandage your wounds, sleep in a bed. It will help you recover quickly. You can either build your own beds and camp beds, or stay at a bar in a town for free. Okay. And right now I'm unconscious. Is that what's going on? Because it's, oh, I see it. We're waiting for it to return to 0. I got knocked out in the stomach. I'm just knocked out in the middle of the fucking desert, just laid out, baby. Uh-oh. 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 Oh no. Oh no. I can't do anything. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. They took my food. Your stomach needs bandaging. It'll slowly get worse. Like, what do I gotta do to get up? Am I ever gonna recovering from coma? Damage too much, you won't be able to get up until your body parts have been recovered from 0. I don't think there's anything I can do. Rescue? Speed up time? God. This one will make a good slate. No, no, no! Where are they taking me? This is not the plan. I was supposed to be the slave. I was supposed to be the one that was gonna have his... What? Wait. No. Oh, now they found somebody else. Great. Great. Well, it can be worse, can it? They're bringing you to work. You know what? You know what? I always said I needed a goal. You know what I mean? I was like, I need a goal, and they're giving it to me, right? They're giving me the goal. They're giving me a goal. You look aimless and purposeless. We have something to fix that for you. Where are they taking me? To a different settlement? Start a rebellion? If I can, I will. To your new home. Four tons of mutant death. Oh god. Oh, how the tables turn. This is an unexpected twist, to say the least. Oh, it's saving, or it's loading a new zone. What? Oh, now I'm walking and following them. Being a slave. Here's your guide on being a slave. You've been enslaved. You can either live out the rest of your life as a slave, or you can break free and escape. Your character will automatically behave obediently to their master. If you want to escape, you'll need to dismiss obedient slave auto job by pressing X. You can then hold right click on your character to bring up an interaction menu to unlock your shackles and escape. Careful, even if you successfully escaped, you're now branded as a slave. If anyone recognizes you, you'll be recaptured. Is there free food? Yes? Okay, I mean, we'll get a meal out of it. You progress so fast. I feel in Warframe, I've been trying to progress the game and I get stuck on one place. Or any other tips to play the game better? I've progressed so fast. The best advice that I can give with the things that I did is just set a goal each time that you log on to try to get one specific thing that you're looking for. So I think the best way to explain it is like this. I'll have days where I'll log on and say, I want nightmare mods. I will just run around doing nightmare missions. That's it. I won't do anything else. I will just do nightmare missions. I will not fuck around. I will not try to level up weapons. I won't try to go do anything else. I will literally just go and do nightmare missions until my brain is starting to leak out of my ear, and then I'll put the game down and walk away and go do something else. Bright side, you're exploring the world. I am exploring the world. Yeah, good point. Good point. So the same thing can be said for everything else. Other days I'll hop on and go, I want to do rep today. So I'll hop on, I'll go do my Cetus rep, max that out, go do my other, whatever other rep that I want to try to max out, and then I will walk away and then go from there. I think the best thing is, I think what a lot of players do most of the time is they just get on to play the game. And you have to make the choice whether or not you're getting on to just have fun and just do whatever and just waste time, or if you're getting on to literally try to accomplish some sort of goal. I recommend keeping a solid balance between those two things. Free tour guide. Yeah, they're just showing me around, you know what I mean? Where am I at now on the map? Yeah, so they're taking me to this, okay, hub. That was the shack. Was shack that bar that I went to? Is that what that is? The best part is, even if I wanted to escape and run away, I don't even know where I would go at this point. Is this a post-apocalyptic game? There's a lot of like futuristic ruins and stuff. Not futuristic, but like looks like technological ruins, like ships and shit that are around here. Nice thing with Warframe is You have, if you're not having fun at the moment, say screw around and do something else, or try a different build. I would probably say one of the other things is that the best part about Warframe is that the vast majority of things aren't time gated. Like, I shouldn't say time gated, aren't time locked. So right now there's an event going on in Warframe, which is the reason I was going to play Warframe today, was because I wanted to be able to farm it for Arcanes. Here we are playing Kenshi. But one of the things that I'll say is this, is that because the game doesn't really have a lot of stuff that is like stuck on, you know, like a schedule, you can basically play whenever you want to. So there's nothing wrong with you like walking away and going and playing something else for a while or something like that. Bar is far behind you. It's post multiple apocalypses game. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Is the guy that created this game just a fucking meme lord or what? Am I getting combat experience or what? Am I getting anything from this? I'm gaining strength. I lost dexterity. Oh, it's because of my injuries. Well, you get slaved, so that's new. If you're helping, then you will. Right now, you're getting athletics. Am I? Oh, you're right. 56% athletics XP. Athletics 12. Well, you know, there's always some benefits. You know what I mean? Hidden benefits to slavery. Fallout 5? More. This is like more like Fallout 7. Are you kidding me? Just walking about gives you athletics. Oh, okay. So that's not too bad then. Do you think it's okay to not have an achievement for completing all missions on Steel Path? Do you think it's not okay to have an achievement? Why would it not be? I don't have it. What, are there people that like, are there like super sweats that believe that like you always need to like have everything unlocked, and if you've been playing the game for, you know, X amount of hours, you should have everything unlocked, and if you're not, you're like lesser of a human being for doing so? That's like FromSoft players that believe that if you use Spirit Ashes and summons and stuff like that, that, you know, you're not really experiencing the game or anything like that. I'm gonna tell you guys right now, when we go to play Elden Ring tomorrow, I will use the Mimic tier. I will 100% use my Mimic tier. Kidding me? My favorite way to play the game. Mimic tier? You didn't beat the game. Yeah, it's so weird. So, intended mechanic that was built into the game? What a loser. How dare you? How dare you ruin the experience for everybody else? LD, have you played Ghost of Tsushima? No, I have not. I've heard nothing but great things about it, though. Where are these guys taking me? We're just walking around in circles? They taking me to like a camp or something, or what? it's Souls-like, right? I'm thinking of starting it. I don't know if Ghost of Tsushima is a Soul. I don't think Ghost of Tsushima is a Souls-like. I think it's more of an action game than a Souls-like. That doesn't mean it's a bad game or anything like that. It's like one of the most highest and recommended games in the last few years. No. I like to think of myself as an unpaid intern. Yeah, it's an internship. There you go. Yeah, I'm an unpaid intern right now. This is what you call beating the system, right? So this is the most economic way to play a game like this. Because they're giving me something to do. I'm getting experience because of it. I'm increasing my skills, my abilities. And then I'm going to be able to take that out into the world at a later time and be able to do something with it. Right now, these guys are just, they're just kind of, they're just teaching me the ways of the wasteland. Uh-oh. Hey, generous slavers, I'm hungry. Wait, is he supposed to want to do? Yeah, yeah. What you guys don't realize is that this was all a part of my master plan. Like, here's the thing. It's like I said before. I want to get into human trafficking. How am I going to do that if I can't learn from somebody first? You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to school right now. That's what's happening, okay? Watch them make him eat his own fingers. What? But I need my fingers. I'm a JoJo character. I actually legit look like a JoJo character now with this chest I have on. Oh. What is this dude doing? What is that walking animation? Is it like a nervous tick he has or what? Get in with the slavers and take over. Exactly. Yeah. His leg's broken? Oh, that's why he's walking like that. That's why he doesn't walk like a fucking Giga Chad. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Don't worry, other people have fingers too. Can I steal people's fingers and then use their fingers? Either got to learn from either an empire or the holy nation for that profession. You can steal their whole arms. You can get robo limbs later. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm on ×4 right now. I'm on the fastest speed it can go. Where are these guys taking me? Is it close? Maybe it's up here. Oh, well, this is a nice looking place. It's a really nice looking little spot. It's like a little oasis in here. We got the desert, nasty ass place like this. We got We have these nice like grasslands out here. Look at those. Not a nice place. I like to live out there. The map is huge. Yeah, it obviously is. I feel like we haven't even traveled. Like I feel like we haven't traveled at all. Like we like in the terms of like most maps, this is nothing in distance. What is that? What's that icon? Animal print? Holy farm? Holy farm. There's another holy farm. Is that where they're taking me? Must be taking me to the holy farm. Sounds like a cult more than anything else. I don't think this dude's woke up at all. This homie's been having a hard time. They fucked him up. Man, they got a haul. They already got 4 guys. They're taking you to it. Oh, they're taking you to on a tour of the continent. I was like, I thought you said they were taking me to another continent. I was about to say like, holy shit, what the fuck? That ain't good. That's not what we want. There are humans. Based on the map that they're taking him to the Holy Nation. They are a human-centric cult. Oh, well, then there you go. Imagine having horses in this economy. For real. Walking simulator? Yeah, exactly what this is. It's a walking simulator. Playing dead. If enemies are still nearby, the character may play dead in order to avoid further fighting and injury. To get up, just right click or move. There are no enemies around. Where's the option to play dead? I don't see that. We gotta be getting close. Where's that? What the fuck is that? That makes sense. That makes sense. You can't play Dead unless you're I mean playing Dead right now. This is maybe this is where they're taking me. Hopefully. My idea is that I go ahead, I pretend to fall in line with the slavers, right? Who are those dudes? Bandits or what? I pretend to fall in line with the slavers, right? Pretend like I'm working for them, you know, I stay obedient, okay? And then what I do is I befriend a couple of the other slaves. I tell them tales of the lands between. You know what I mean? I say that there's adventure and fortune that awaits us. I recruit them so I can get more party members. But little do those people know that I'm recruiting is that they're actually being recruited to instead to then be my property. Profit. What do you think? I think it's a pretty good plan. Am I seeing vehicle wreckages scattered around? Yeah, there's somebody in chat said this game is post multiple apocalypses. Kind of like Fallout. I actually didn't know that in Fallout lore there was like multiple times that like technology and civilization kind of like started to rebound and then somebody dropped another bomb. Oh, sell the slavers instead of your crew. That's actually really good. That's good. You're very business minded, yeah. Wow, just like the TV show. I didn't know. Well, you know what the reason why I didn't know that is because I didn't play. I didn't finish. I don't. Maybe I just didn't remember it from New Vegas. Oh my god, these are so good. I got these like they're like the butter pretzels. Oh my god. Oh, so that is ore. I was right. Or like, is that like an ore vein? It is. Long and short, not spoiling anything, the Empire helped colonize this place. It was about 12,000 years ago. And they don't get relevant except once. Nice. Oh, there's assault ones? Yeah, there's assault ones. Twitch quality is better. I'll stay here. Yeah, like anytime you have somebody that's like multi-streaming, Twitch is always going to be the most Twitch is always going to be the highest quality viewing experience possible, specifically because of the fact that Twitch has the higher requirements. Ah, that's where we're going. Yeah, Twitch has the higher requirements. So Twitch also gets the stream faster. I think it's like I don't know, it's like a 15 or 30 second delay or something like that between the two of them, maybe even longer or shorter. I'm not really too sure. Video quality ends up being better. The multi-streaming tools always lean heavier on the side of Twitch than they do on YouTube. I'm gonna end up man, I'm gonna end up probably eventually I'm gonna end up having to move, and like my biggest worry about moving is making sure that I can move to get better internet, or not better internet, but I can still keep the same quality of internet that I have. Like, I don't think I would be able to multi-stream if I was still on, like, if I wasn't on fiber. I genuinely do not think I would. I mean, there's like plenty of it back home, but that is like one of the things I'm just like, oh man. Oh man, that makes me worried. Look at this real quick. I don't understand the hype around this game. This is a... I think it's like really, it's kind of difficult to say it like this, but, and it makes it kind of sound, it makes it sound shittier than it is. I think that like this is 1000% a game that you would not stream. This is 1000% a game that you would not stream. No. And the reason why is because it's a game that probably has like really cool and really funny moments and really interesting parts of the game, but it is sporadically spread out through like hours and hours of like general like game monotony that usually comes with games like this. You know what I mean? Pay to get fiber installed? Easy. Yeah, true. True. Well, to be honest, like most of the places back home have fiber. I think it's in my hometown now, if I'm mistaken. I know all the major cities do for sure, but the Midwest is one of those places where it's kind of like few and far in between. Basically, like you have like all these like big cities where a lot of people congregate, and then everything else in the middle is just like nobody. There's nobody out there. Wait, how long have you been walking? Way too fucking long. Is that not where we're going? I thought we were going to that castle. I thought we were going there. They didn't even see it happen. They didn't even see it happen. Do you see that? Fucking ghosted. Fucking ghosted. They didn't even see it. They called me Mad Dash the Flash, baby. You don't even know I'm coming. How do I get rid of my how do I get rid of my shackles? Remember that you're branded? I'm gonna fuck. Right click? Right click on what? Oh man, not a. I mean, God damn it. Well, now I'm somebody else's slave. Well, I guess I'm their slave now. So there's that. Go saved a trip. How to escape a prison. You committed a crime. Oh no. Oh, they healed me. Oh, thank you. You've committed a crime and have been imprisoned. You can either wait it out for your sentence or have another squad member bail you out, or you can try to escape. To escape a prison cell, you'll need to use your lockpicking skills. Select your imprisoned character and hold the cage. Okay, interact with the lockpick. Okay, yeah. 5% chance. Come on, man. I got nothing better to do sitting in here. You know what I mean? Does this raise my lockpicking skill by doing this? Yep, perfect. See, it was all part of the plan. All a part of the plan, chat. Look at it go. We started with a 5% chance. Look at it. We're rocketing right now. We're fucking gaming. We're gaming right now. Every action you do levels something at least. That's what I'm talking about. We need some training montage music. Oh. Training's complete. How'd you see me? God damn it. God, how did he see me? He wasn't even looking in this direction. He was over here looking this way and he still saw me. I'm unconscious. Like opening relics? I know. You were at 4 times speed. Oh, is that what it is? Oh. Man, you need to wake up, bro. You need to wake up, bro. Lol, bro. Back to work. We're gonna get out of here. We're gonna get out of here. I believe in myself. I believe in myself. Do you believe in me? I believe in me. Well, I mean, if I like, what's gonna happen if I live out my sentence? My sentence is gonna end up, you know, just throwing me back into the bars. You know what I mean? Okay. Hold on. Let's set the mood. What? Why? Why? Dun, 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 dun. It didn't work. It didn't work. I was trying to run, man. I was trying to run. It didn't work. How does this dude see me? He was like over here, and me, I was like do 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 do, and he just no. I tried to get out, but then I couldn't. I'm already set on run, and my dude just wouldn't run. They heard the music. Shut up. No, they didn't. They didn't hear nothing. Check your inventory. I don't got nothing. They even took my armor away. They took my pants from me. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Back to the trading arc. This is the music that you guys are getting. Ba-na-na-na-na. You can be the best. I don't know. That's all you got. Sorry. That's all I got. I'm not your pal, buddy. Buddy, I'm not your pal. You can catch them and make them your pals. Pal World was so fun. I had so much fun playing that game. Genuinely, I had a lot of fun playing it. Then it kind of like made me want to play Pokemon, because it's been a really long time since I've played Pokemon, you know what I mean? And then I looked at like the recent one and was like, why would I want to play that? Okay. They haven't seen me yet. They haven't seen shit yet. Come on. That was a much better attempt. We'll get him next time. We'll get him next time. At least they heal me after they're done beating me. I mean, kind of. My right arm, I am almost about to lose it. Wait for Steel Path. Steel Path is cool because it's like a good test for you to see like how high you can push the numbers. But like one of the things that I thought was kind of like, I'll be real, like one of the things that was kind of like weird is that like how hard people push Steel Path on me and be like, oh dude, just wait for Steel Path, bro. Just wait for Steel Path. And I'm like, and then I get there and I'm like, this is what you were, this is unbelievable. Just wait. Once you get to Steel Path, you'll see the real game. It's just like I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I think that like Steel Path is just a good representation for people to be able to like push their frames and builds to the max. That's really all it is. It's not actually like, you want to know what like the coolest, you want to know what the coolest and most fun end game event or experience I do? Want to know? Call of Duty. It's hard though. It's not hard. It's the exact same game you've already played, but everything now actually hurts you. And the enemies have more health. That's not hard. It's just you now have to actually play the game. Rather than the first 200 some odd hours of sneezing on it and everything dying. There's so many frames you can press one button before Steel Path. You can literally just press one button and just walk through the game. Status changes were huge. I'm not gonna lie, I'm so happy that they did. I'm so happy that I got into the game when that change was made. Otherwise, it probably would have been my biggest gripes later on. Been binging your Warframe review vids on YouTube today. That's awesome. Glad you enjoy them. Streams are really good too. Streams are really good. I wonder what status effect is lame now. I don't think any of the status effects are lame. I think that like usability for a lot of them was increased because of the status rework. You know what? Kenshi's really cool. I like Kenshi. But it's a game that I need to play on my own, and I need to figure out on my own for me to like understand what I want to do with it and how I want to play it. I need to play a little bit of Warframe because that was part of like what I planned to do today. You know what I mean? That is part of what I plan to do today, and I need to play it because otherwise that means I'd have to play it off stream, and I don't really want to play it off stream because I got other stuff that I want to take care of. But I mean, Kenshi's a really cool game. I like the general idea of like a literal sandbox. You know what I mean? So I'm very interested to play more of it, learn it, understand it, and then be able to hopefully like speak on the game. You know what I mean? Like it's a game that already at first glance I could tell is something that'd be worth a video. Specifically just because it's such an interesting premise of a game to begin with. Kenshi takes a while to understand. Yeah, it's also like it's very much, and like this isn't like I think people understand this. I don't really need to always qualify everything that I say, but like not every game is made to be a game to play on stream. I think some games work and some games don't, but there's a lot of games that are out there that are just not fun games for me to stream as a streamer and for you to view as a viewer. You know what I mean? It's a lot less engaging. Like Warframe, I fucking love Warframe because Warframe is a game that I can turn my brain off and like just shoot stuff and then continue to have conversations with you rather than like try to
Good fortune hunter.
fucking, you know, discern the stars and understand a bunch. Ooh, affinity booster for 5 hours. Why don't you get Teflon Sai? Why don't you give me affinity booster for 30 days? How much? What do you think about that, huh? What do you think about that, huh? Piece of shit. Fucking piece of shit. Do that. We'll do that. Wow. Okay. We in it. We out here. We out here doing that thing. Let me get my There we go. Everybody, I'd like you to meet Miss Nubu.
Used to count their money. The index.
I'd like you to meet Miss New Boo. We need to get that zit off her neck first, though.
Operator, no! Have you lost your mind?
Warframe doesn't fit that category for you? What, games that are better played off stream than on stream? No. I think Warframe's a great stream game. Personally. I think Warframe's an awesome stream game. It's probably one of the better ones that I've... You ever Overguard augment? So I'll show you what I've done with her so far. I actually stole the build from Tactical Potato.
All set. Service your weapons.
But she needs to get Formud. She needs to get Formud. And also at the exact same time, the other thing is... my favorite game to stream and watch. Yeah, I like, so one of the reasons why I like streaming Warframe is because like in missions, I don't have to do a whole lot of thinking, to be honest with you. I can literally just shoot stuff and kill stuff. Yeah, I went and got Archon Vitality the other day. I hopped on and I did some Call of Duty and did that whole thing. Rank 24. I need to finish forming her real quick. So, you're welcome to join me if you want to forma with me, or if you want to level things with me. I think I only need to put like one more forma in, and she'll probably be fine. I need to do the event, but just as much as I need to do the event, I need fucking endo. Damn it, I need endo. I am so endo broke, it's not even funny. It's so bad right now. But your boy's out here poor. I'm endo poor, okay? I'm endo deficient. I have no vitamin E. No vitamin E. Do arbitrations? Yeah, we're gonna do some arbitrations. Do some Arby's. Sell duplicates? Already did, buddy. Already did, baby. I think the event gives you endo. I don't think it gives me endo on the same scale, to be honest with you. What's this? Glad you enjoyed the game. Time to move into build video arc. Yeah, it's never gonna happen. I'm just not I'm mentally not built for that kind of thing. I've never really been somebody that like designs their own builds for stuff. I don't even know. Not build videos? Well, just like, yeah, that's the best way to say it. I am not mentally built for that. I'm not a math guy. I'm not a math guy. I'm a philosopher. Does that make sense? That makes me feel better about myself when I say it like that. I'm not a mathematician. I'm a philosopher. Buy cheap ribbon mods and sell it. I bought a 400. I bought a 400 rolled ribbon for 200 plat and sold it for 60,000 endo. 80,000 endo, or is it 80 endo? How do you sell a ribbon mod for that much endo? Is there like a wild conversion rate on endo on ribbon mods? Am I fucking tripping? Did I not notice that? Oh. One is all 15 endo. Oh, is it because these ones aren't rolled? More rolls, more endo. Oh, it's based on how much kuva you put into it. That's what it is. Oh. Oh. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Do I have any friend requests? Man, you know I'm falling off when I only got 5 friend requests. Holy shit, man. Fucking good days are done. What's the Archon hunt this week? Yellow? I want red. When can I get red? Does it change? This said blue the other day when I looked. Is it gonna switch again? Does it switch daily or something or what? Because I want red. Changes every week. So this week is just yellow. Is that what's going on? This week just be yellow for me at least. I will get blue next week. It was blue last week. We can run Netzer cells for more. Oh, you know what? Yeah, we can run anything else and I can get the levels on her. Honestly, I can form her because I can get carried by fucking legendaries. What am I thinking? We can run Netzer cells for more shards. I just need XP and I need endo. Those are the things that I need. I need XP and endo. I need to upgrade her fucking mods and I need to get her XP. If we can do that while I'm doing something else, that's perfect. That's perfect. Did he answer about Anasa? I was AFK. Anasa? I not say nothing. I not say nothing about Anasa.
Let's put you to work.
God damn, I look fucking good. Fuck, I'm fucking good. I cannot wait for that skin. She's gonna look so fucking fine.
Remember to hand in any Voca you encounter for analysis.
Voca you encounter. Fibonacci sells an Archon. An Archon.
You understand what is required.
Fibonacci doesn't sell shit.
Yes?
He's a fish. Which one are we doing?
What do you mean? No.
I just kind of accepted. I just kind of accepted the invite there. What are we doing? Raya, was that you that brought us here? Netrocells? Which one is that one? I don't remember that. Was that a bounty?
I have attempted to explain your task as simply
Steel Path
as
Netrocells just to
possible.
suffer? I'm probably not going to survive that. Tagfer? That didn't happen, by the way.
Boy doesn't think much of us. That Papa's plan, the fish says. All of this to his design. But how could Papa have known it would go down like this? Us getting smart. Min. Unless he had some hand in it. But Papa's trip to the void went bad as well, right? It wasn't planned. Or else he wouldn't be so rushed and panicked. Maybe Papa screwed up. Maybe this was all an accident. Lord
I don't think so,
put me
bud.
in charge of getting you into the Netrocells. I'm thinking maybe there's something in there that might give us a clue to why this all had to happen. Or at least
Wait, the fish's voice is Neil Noban? Yeah.
that did this to us cares
Yeah, it's
about.
Astarion.
A Civilized
Fishtarian.
gotta have some hope, right?
Fishtarian. Sorry. Arian.
It's so weird, this owning thing. What, right now?
Hopefully I don't just
Right,
get
right,
fucking destroyed.
right. Okay.
I mean, my mods are not powered up. And my frame is also under leveled, but I don't know. I'm just going to trust the fact that I have people that are far higher level than me here. I'm just going to hit my 2 and pray. I'm just going to hit my 2 and pray. Which you misses Fishtarian again. I know. Isn't it really disappointing? Didn't I send her a clip? I'm pretty sure I sent her a clip showing her Fishtarian.
They all suck.
I love him even more now. I know. He does a great job, by the way. He plays a great fish. Activating an ability inflicts 50 damage on you.
Got your glyphs. So, hit the terminal to exit into the labs.
I've never done this before, so I have no idea what's going on.
The Netrocell is deep in this lab maze.
I do nothing here.
Get control of a few terminals. That'll help you zero in on them.
I probably do. I'm not going to do that bad. I'm probably fucked. Oh, okay, I'm not that bad. At least my gun works. Ecovoca. Ecovoca. We're not leaving anything behind, am I? Just stay alive for now. I'll believe you. Whoever said that. No. No. No.
How can
Why
you
is it
even
like
clear
this?
that book? You're made of stronger stuff than me.
How the fuck you guys?
That's the Metro cell. Open it. We ain't done.
Y'all can
Local
fly.
threats are triggering a security override.
You guys
Clear
can
out the uglies
fly.
to pop the door.
This way. I got lost. Stella! Stella! I fucking love, by the way, I fucking love Ember since the rework. It's like both her rework in combination with the changes that they made to elemental resist and damage, like made her pop the fuck off. Like holy. Like she felt so underwhelming to use before, but now she is very nice. She is very nice. Especially because now I get to pretend like I'm the Eximus enemy. You know? I just walk up and just smack them in the face or fucking use my fire blast and knock them down their ass. It's like, yeah, it's your turn now, bitches. It's your turn now.
Dreamers, dreamers, dreamers. There just is no holding you all back.
Lisa Nagaib. Oh, you think you're fucking slick, huh? All that bullshit. Probably better if I actually use Ember the way that it's supposed to be used, right? Ow. No, you don't. I did start using handspring. I put handspring on some of my items now because, or some of my frame builds because it is actually super handy. Because it's super annoying getting knocked down and being on my ass for like too long. So long that my butt feels uncomfortable. You go away. Will you go away? I see what you're trying to do.
Get comfy, dreamers.
No, sir. No,
One of
sir.
our
No,
own
sir.
believes they are the equal of our foe, and baby, they are acting like it.
I am on fire. I'm on fire.
Something's going on with necromites.
You know what's crazy too is that like one of the things that I've noticed is that when I do not play this game online, like when I'm not online, you know what I'm saying? Like when I'm not playing the game on stream and like playing with people from stream, there is such a vast difference between like. Do you guys know how fucking prevalent it is that like when you go and you play with people like random lobbies, like how often people don't use the abilities that they have? Like I can't tell you how many times I've run into maps with like fucking I've run into maps and shit with with people that are using like Wisp, and I don't see a single fucking moat, like ever. It's just like, why? What are you doing? Why are you like this? There is a moat. No, I'm not talking about right now. I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about like, there's been times when I've been streaming the game, or not streaming the game. I'm playing by myself, just vibing, watching some YouTube videos in the background, fucking chilling, doing my fucking thing, and you know, just playing with randos. You know what I mean? Just playing with straight up randos. And yeah, these motherfuckers. I can't tell you how many times. I can't tell you how many times I've run into it where there's just been like, treasure.
Nothing about Albrecht? Okay. Next time.
There's not one of those little teleporty doodads? Like teleports us over there? Some of the other maps have that like little quality of life feature where it's like, oh here, you want the exit? Here's the fucking exit, bitch. Get the fuck out of here. Identified shot. An identified shot. Just a regular one, is that what that is? Precision intensify. Strengthen 50% strength for your 4th ability. What a weirdly specific thing. That works for probably a few frames. Music in Netrocells reminds me of Battlestar Galactica. You know what? Thank you for saying that. I'm going to rewatch that series. I think I'm going to rewatch that series again. I've been running out of things to watch lately. Fucking Sci-Fi Channel Battlestar Galactica is so fucking insanely good, and probably some of the best television that I've ever watched in my entire life. And chances are, I will never watch anything that good again. I am not understating it when I say that I watched Battlestar Galactica in its entirety. Then I started watching anime and then never went back to television again because it was too good. I've watched a few shows here and there. Seen The Expanse? Yes, but I'm sorry, but The Expanse doesn't even hold a fucking candle. It's not even close. Not even in the fucking same universe. Expanse was great. I loved Expanse. It was a great show. It ain't no Battlestar. The end was botched because they needed to, because they had to end it. Yeah, well, I mean, name a fucking show that hasn't had to do that. They all fucking do the same thing. Fuck, I can't remember the rest of the mods I was using on this. I think Flow was one. Healing Flame, for sure. Adaption was one of the other ones. So I want to do a Fang. I call it a Fang. You guys say it's a D mod, but it looks like a Fang to me. Can't put anything else on until I level it up. It's because this isn't powered up. That's why. I was like, why do I feel like I'm like short? I'm like, why do I feel like I'm short here? You know what I mean? Dude, so say we all. Fuck, dude, it was so good. It was so good. Show all people the Adama maneuver. They must know. Oh my god. Plus on top of that, I mean, Battlestar Galactica had some fucking hotties in it. Holy. Holy. Battlestar Galactica, Trisha Helfer owned every scene she was in. She was a powerhouse talent. Fuck, dude. All of the female actors in that show were fucking insane. Are you kidding me? They were all good. Every actor in the show was fantastic. You'd be hard pressed not to find somebody that didn't absolutely fucking crush it. I wonder where I can okay, so we got a little bit, but why not, I guess. Fuck it, whatever. It's a little baby one, right? Work on vitality. 40k to fucking upgrade that thing. Holy moly. This is fine. This is fine. Adaption. Points into this guy. There's a couple. Okay, now let's look to see what we got going on here. We still only got 3 points left. That's because I spent it on this stuff. I think it's gonna be flow. EQ maybe? Does EQ make sense? Maybe it's is it transient fortitude probably? I don't know. I can't remember what I had for my build. Stretch? I don't think so. I don't think stretch is necessary. Most of the time you're using it in close proximity anyway. Yeah. Have you played the second Dream yet? What's that?
You're human. Like
oh, did I do it or not?
Like Papa? Does Papa have a plan? Do you think?
Papa? Papa?
Yes. Don't want to tell you your business. But if I was trying to get into a Netracell, I'd go with a pack.
You heard EQ is bugged? Really? What you were talking about in your video? I was just messing with you. Yeah, I've done the second Dream.
Let's go.
I've beaten the game. I have beaten everything in this game. I am the game now. Digital Extremes has invited me out to their studio. That's actually crazy. So I looked at like some of my my dossier. I looked at my dossier. And in my dossier, it says that I'll be going to Digital Extremes offices, to their studio. And I will exert absolute judgment upon them. Hey. Oh, don't make me come to get you.
Squad need to grab all 4 of these key clips. Pick your poison, pal. I won't lie. There's no version of this that feels good.
What is this one? High current electricity. Oh yeah.
Only one way out of the anchor hole.
Pack for be real.
Use that
be real. He'd be too real, honestly. He'd be too real.
That was the easy part. Now you have to find the Netricent. Albrecht left terminals coded with partial coordinates in these halls. Yeah, even he got lost down here.
Charge me up. Charge me up. Charge me up. Charge me up. I go this way. Oh, that's what it is. It just drops a little thing on me. Oh, okay. It's like Diablo and that dumbass crystal that follows me around and then shocks me every once in a while. Piece of shit. God, I hate that mechanic so much. Fight. Fight. Nobody else cared about it anyway, so it's not a big deal. Nobody's crying. Okay. I hate when it does this to me.
Is it. Use the key glyph and get ready for whatever happens next. That wasn't the right key glyph. Try again.
This way?
Wrong key glyph. Try another one. Right door, wrong key glyph. Try a different
So it's probably mine. I have to find my way to you guys. I have no fucking idea where. Why is it? Oh my god, dude, that fucking marker drives me crazy sometimes. Starts pointing me in the completely wrong direction. I'm like, which way am I supposed to be going? I'll be there, guys. It'll only just take an hour or so. Don't worry about it. I got lost. Not on my way. Now, if it was only playing as Wisp, or if I was playing as Anyway. Or I'm dead. What's that? I'm here. Here you go.
We ain't done. Local threats are triggering a security override. Clear out the uglies to pop the door.
Everything needs to die. Everything needs to die in the red circle. Is that what I'm being told? Whatever he said. Whatever he said. Easy. Man, I fell in love with man fell in love with Arcane Incarnations teams. I mean, it's the first one that I got. And I'm like, keep in mind, I've been playing with a lot of the same weapons for a very long time, right?
Let it out. That book. I look at it and I want to spit or split.
Why did I do
Things
that?
wrong. Capital W wrong.
What's going on? Okay, I'm gonna go back over here. I'm just gonna do my job. I don't know what those guys are doing. I'm just gonna let them do their thing now. Because obviously it's something I still need to be doing over here. Oh, I fell off. Bye. Almost fall off again, actually. Okay. Oh, wait. Wait. Okay.
Keep thinning them out. Still out there. You have to kill all of it, not just the skin.
God damn it. I turned my back. Who's gonna tell him? Tell me what? I have no idea. I'm dead.
I told you not to mess with it. I'm glad you're okay.
Everyone knows not to activate the dang Netracells book. I've done it more than a few times. The host migrates and you end up surrounded, probably wedged in a corner. Ooh.
Albrecht's damn Netromites are reinforcing the Netracell. Your hands are tied until you knock them out.
By the way, dead is dead, no loot. Oh, okay, well, I'm out of here.
Do come along. You are needed. And this melancholy is unbecoming.
Came from the other vid, another banger drops. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Man, I wonder why that is. Let me see here real quick. Let me check something. Talk to him later. Switch this around. Switch this around. Things back. There we go. I mean, he's leveling a frame that's not fully modded. Of course, he's going to struggle a bit. Yeah. Deep Archimedia is going to be like I literally just got to this part of the game, so I would imagine, yeah, I'd probably be struggling a little bit. Plus, on top of that, I was just trying to get some like, I want to finish. I'd rather like get my shit finished actually than do anything else right now if I can. I'm gonna leave this. Yeah, she's not even fully leveled. Hold on. We can do arbitrations. Go get your arcanes. Like, so like this is the problem that I'm having right now, is that I'm trying to level a frame. I desperately need endo, and there's also an event that's going on at the exact same time. Like, there's a whole fucking shitload of stuff for me to do as a new player, and there's also an event that's going on. Event has good SP gains on Steel Path. I don't think I can do the event on Steel Path, or do I even want to? The event will give endo? Okay.
Otis went mad for 3 milliseconds when he realized that each time he cleans something, he makes something else dirty. Ah! There I go again.
It's at the relay, right? Oh, I can't go to it because I need to get taxied because I don't have I just started Steel Path. Okay. Queue it up. I don't know why you left. You could have just selected the mission and tried to queue it up. Host has to queue? I didn't think you did. The minute you left, somebody else queued it up. Oh, for Steel Path specifically? Really? Need Steel Path unlocked to be taxied? I do have Steel Path unlocked. I do have it unlocked.
All that is left of her is the moat in this cave. Ordis could have should more. Help Ordis stop Parva's grammar.
Could that be your Orden Caris? I'd recognize that voice anywhere. How far you? Corpus! These thieves and their renegade leader are taking my volatile moats. End them.
Ordis's name is Ordis.
You can kind of hear his like you can actually hear his like Orden voice come out there a little bit, like how it, like the voice modulates a little bit. Like the inflection on his like an accent kind of starts to bleed out. I just noticed that.
Sending air supports to help you jump higher. The capsule is ready for transport to the surface. What? The elevator's power lines have been severed? You'll have to supply power manually. Find ionic charges scattered about. You do not want to take the stairs.
What the fuck is going on with these guys? Is he like bouncing?
Skip beacon? Trigger too many of those, and you will have to fight a sister of Parva. So trigger them.
Oh, I fell. I'm gonna do that. Oh, okay, all the way down. That's a wall there. Yeah, I saw people talking about Frost and how much better Frost is now too. Even though I saw some stuff about their conversations, I don't really know the full context of Frost or anything like that. But I guess it's like a lot of his abilities really aren't all that good. Like you have a couple of abilities, it'd probably be better just like shaking them off and switching them out for something else maybe.
Spilling torrents of blood. Do you not yearn to be by their side, blades in hand, amid the fury of the hot stench?
The hot stench.
Mr. Graham, and you were by yourself in the void for a very long time.
Never gets old.
Seek medical treatment.
Never gets old. Frost insane? Is he? Is he? I always like I've always liked like Frost type enemies as well as like not only like just like Frost as an element in games, especially when it comes to like magic and stuff like that. If it makes any sense. I've always been a huge fan. If I play as a Frost mage, I use a Frost mage. If I could play as a you know, with like a Frost weapon, I usually like to use a Frost weapon. I mean, fuck, in Elden Ring, my main weapon that I've been playing the game with, which the funny thing is that I don't have the... I was playing with Moonveil, but Moonveil's not what I'm actually using. I was using Dark Moon Greatsword. But I don't have it, but it's not maxed. I'm missing a dragon, I'm missing a dragon smithing stone. Is it somber dragon smithing stone, or I can't remember which one it's called.
Now you keep those tickle sticks of yours, or I can see them. And maybe this doesn't end with me having to spread you out like a map.
I mean, that actually doesn't sound that bad, to be honest. I mean, the way that she said it, she really didn't make it sound that bad. You know what I mean? Something about my tickle stick and spreading me like a like, I mean, that doesn't really, like, I mean, I'm just gonna be honest. It's not like the biggest, it's not the worst threat I've ever heard in my life.
Troops, the enemy is attempting to extract. Failure to stop them.
I mean, she didn't even bother asking for consent, which is kind of a problem. I mean, we should probably talk about that, but, you know, I mean, we can leave that for another day.
Operator, the capsule is rebuilding its shields and will not move until it is done.
What? Why is it? What's happening? Threats of a good time. That's what I'm saying. It does sound like that. Darkmoon Greatsword is favorite weapon in the game. Yeah, it's fucking sick. It's like the best of both worlds. It's a heavy weapon, also frost weapon. So it's like immediately like canon my favorite kind of weapon to play with. Evan's song. Arcane battery. 5 max energy per armor point. That's not too bad. Frost Avalanche goes crazy, really? Do you have the node unlocked now? You should be able to host again. Do I? I can check. I hit the wrong button. I meant to hit leave party. And instead I shut the game down. I have a clicking problem. I can't tell you how many times if anybody here has played Balatro. Have you ever had a hand and you went and you're like, "Oh, I have a, full house." And you click like 4 cards and then hit play without hitting one of the cards. Cause I do. You did it so casually too? Yeah, just like every time I absolutely throw in Balatro because I'm not paying attention to how many things I clicked on. No, I do not have it unlocked. That's not how it works. Sadly enough, that is not how it works. I have to clear all the way to this planet. That was a bit of an oversight. There, Digital Extremes. You could say that was digitally extreme of a requirement for players to be able to take part in a limited time event. You can unlock the node before it. I can unlock the node before it. So yeah, that probably wouldn't take too long, right? I just have to clear Earth and then Venus and then Mercury. And then after Earth, Venus, and Mercury, I have to clear another like 400 planets before then, right? Yeah, I'm just gonna get taxied. That's just the way I'm gonna have to do it. Someone can taxi you to the node before it, and it'll unlock when you do the relevant. Is that what it is? Seal path alert? I'm confused. Get taxi to the node before it. Okay. So I guess somebody needs to taxi me to the node before it. At least that's what people in chat are saying. If that's the case, I'll do that. Yeah. Desmodia. Okay. I apologize for being a smartass. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like fucking 9 planets away from this place, or not more. Yeah, I don't see it in there.
These foes deserve your respect. Honor them with quick deaths, and I with your victory.
My intel suggests there are rich enemy supply caches in the area, but I am unable to pinpoint their exact location. Search them out if you are willing to shoulder the added risk. You've reached the pump station. Look for weak points in the pipes and break them open.
Well, how the fuck do I... Oh...
Good. Now start the pumps and flood this place. The pumps have started. Guard the controls. The Grenier must not stop the flooding.
I will say this. So I've been playing a little bit of Ultra Kill, and one of the things that I realized is that I think that because like the nature of Warframe, I've actually developed less accuracy. Because like accuracy doesn't like it helps, but it's not like necessary, right?
Flooding complete. Proceed to the caves below.
Only matters for incarnants, yeah. Which is actually another one of the reasons why I kind of appreciate using incarnants. I ain't fucking around with this. I got the weapons for this. I got the weapons or the mods for this.
You are nearing one of Tilregor's newest creations. Make sure it never sees the surface.
I already got the one for Eximus. For Eximus. Which way am I going? Oh, down here.
The beast is
Oh,
dead.
oh.
Your work is done.
You guys, it always pays to be the Zorro of the party. The Torrid does require firing in a way they usually didn't with the gun before. Are they all based off of that? Is it all based off of headshots to activate the incarnate? Is that how that works? Torrid, no. Torrid is body shot. Torrid just hits? Oh, okay. Toxic flight. New one. Now let's see. I did it again. I don't know why I keep doing that. I think I'm fucking tired. I'm like probably tired. I'm probably tired. I can't believe I just did it again. That was so weird. I mean, to be fair, I was up until 3 o'clock in the morning last night working on that video. You know what I mean? When was the last time you ate? I mean, I just had some pretzels. But realistically, like 8 like breakfast, that was like at like 10. Eat dinner. It's easier said than done. I don't even know what to eat for dinner. I don't even know what dinner is. I don't have any dinner! Sounds like your cat ate more than you do. Yeah, my cat often does eat more than I do. Then buy it. I just don't know what to have. I just don't know what to have. Plus, I don't want to like eat dinner on stream either. I figured I'll just like stream for a little bit longer, and then after that, I'll figure it out. After that, I'll figure it out. Ernest. No, that's still that didn't work either. That didn't work either. I guess do the closest incursion to that node.
When in Cetus, do not drink the kombucha. You are incapable of producing the hydraulic effort required to unstick your tongue from the roof of your
There's no
mouth.
incursion on Uranus. Chat always 50-50. I know, what a fucking gamble they be. What a gamble they be. I made to do this. What did I come to do? Really, I cannot wait for... Maybe Homie will have Prime Flow this weekend. That'd be really nice. That'd be nice. That'd be real nice. Let me use the bathroom. Be right back. Be right back. Can you do it from the events menu? I don't think it's there. I don't think it's there either. Chair stream. Yeah. I tell you what, that fucking bedroom is dangerous as shit right now. You guys ever walk into your bedroom and like realize that it's like the perfect temperature for sleeping? You're like, oh shit. Oh, we need to get the fuck away from here real quick. We need to get away from here real quick. Okay, so we got adaption on here. Oh, exothermic. That was the other one that I got. Where'd that be? Hey, be. There it be. Inferno augment. Enemies killed while under the effect of Inferno have a 5% chance to drop an energy orb. Doesn't that just make things work so damn well? Legendary, I need to open 800 relics within the next month. You're gonna have a fucking problem trying to get that taken care of. That's gonna be a bit of an issue, my friend. That's gonna be a bit of an issue. EQ. Which still ends up meaning I will likely have to, what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, 11. Just shy. So I'll still end up having to forma one more time, but it's not really necessary at the moment. Throw some, throw some Shiite. Some Shiite in here. This will work for now. Well, I'm gonna end up in Reformer again anyway because I want to get primed flow at one point.
Operator, you have remembered well how the Tenno arm themselves.
What are we doing? Oof, that endo is rough. Yeah, it really is rough. Raya, I'll just, it's fine. I'll just invite me, and you can take me to the event. I just want to do a couple more of the events, and then I'll probably get ready to get some dinner in me. It's so funny. I just got a message from one of my buddies, and he like sent me a picture of like this place that him and I like it's where him and I met. We were working together, and it was super funny because it's a fucking goofy story. Basically we worked at this cell phone shop, and for like months, this is like, you know, this is many thousands of hundreds of thousands of moons ago at this point, and I partaked in a little bit of the devil's lettuce from time to time, you know what I mean? And I'd worked at this place for months, and I hadn't smoked anything or done anything like that. Like I purposefully tried to, you know, clean up my act to make sure I get a real man's job, get a real job, and I did. And I worked there, and I worked there for like almost like 4 or 5 months. So then after a while, I'm like, okay, these guys don't drug test. They never did like a preliminary one. I'd asked the people that worked there, you know, hey, have you ever been drug tested before? They're like, no, not after my like initial hiring. How long have you worked here? 5 years? Oh, okay, well. So I just kind of assumed, I'm like, well, maybe I guess they just don't give a shit. They're not gonna send it. They're not gonna send me for it. Then finally, all of a sudden, you know, one night I'm hanging out with some of my friends, and they're like, you know, passing it around, and I'm like, you know, feeling good. I'm happy, you know, everything is great. I'm enjoying myself. We had a couple of drinks, and then I made the poor decision to partake with the rest of the group The next day I go into work, the literal next fucking day, because I even thought to myself in that moment, I'm like, there's just no way. It's been like 5 or 6 months since I started working at this place. There's no way that they're gonna like drug test me now, right? The fucking next day. Next day. Walk in. The boss comes up and she goes, hey, I need to send you for your drug test today. And I'm like,
if we meddle with them, she is certain to arrive.
what? I started drinking water. I started drinking tea. I started doing whatever I could to like flush my system as hard as I possibly could. And then we ended up having to like partner drive. So it was like me and one of the other guys from work, and we didn't even really know each other. Like we had talked to each other, but it was kind of like passing, you know what I mean? Like we didn't really like have any like, you know, we weren't like friendly or anything like that. We were just co-workers, and he'd only just started working there, so like we really hadn't had that many conversations. And he hops in the car with me, and 'cause she told us to drive together. And after he hops in the car, we're both just silent, like nobody's talking. It was really awkward because like I'm in my head, like I'm like, oh my god, I'm about to lose this job. This is how I've been paying my rent. Like I have a really good job right now. I'm actually making money, you know. I don't want to lose this, so I'm like freaking out in my head. And I'm one of those people that like has no filter, right? So that's why streaming and stuff like that works out really well for me. And what ended up like I'm very bad at like withholding information or not just like saying what I'm thinking. And that's exactly what I did. And I just like turned to him and I was like, out of nowhere, breaking the silence, I was like, yeah, so I smoked last night. And he just looks at me and he goes, me too. It sounds really fucking stupid, but it was so fucking hilarious in the moment. And we both just sat there like laughing, and all of a sudden we were both far less nervous because they were like, well, at least I'm not going down alone. You know what I mean? Like, what are they gonna do? Get rid of both of us? We're the only employees that they have. You know? So we just start we're just laughing and bullshit, and we start talking to each other some more. And then you know, he's like, we exchanged names because we didn't even really exchange like last names or anything like that. So we exchanged names, and we both had this like odd realization where it was just like, he's like, hey, he's like, wait a minute. He heard my last name and I heard his last name, and he's like, are you related to so-and-so? And then I'm doing the same thing. I'm like, wait a minute, are you related to this person? Come to find out, me and this guy had hung out at family parties and we were like little kid friends that like never saw each other again over the years. And and my uncle was his father's best man at his wedding and his dad's best friend. Like it was so like an odd like realization between two people in a car that's going to a drug test. It was the most interesting thing. And the next thing you know, what is going on with bug frame? And the next thing you know, him and I end up becoming like fast friends. And when I say like fast friends, I mean like the best of friends. I mean him and I are close. We're close. I visit family when I'm home, and he's one of the people that I visit. Good people. Good people. It just goes to show, sometimes you never know where your friends are. Never know when you'll meet them. You know, you gotta keep yourself open to it, okay? It's good for my mother's progressive scoliosis. I remember for many other types of cancers and stuff like that. Fuck yeah, it is. Are you kidding me? It's just, I don't know, man. When it comes to like legalization and stuff, at this point, it's just fucking weird that it's still illegal. It really is, like, because it's just like, it's so fucking oddly hypocritical that like the vast majority of the world, opinion on it, as well as even the country, is like positive about it and recreational about it. There's music about it. People joke about it. Everybody's fucking doing it. It's being sold in most states in the US. It's being sold in many countries in the world. And the only reason that I can think of that they don't want to make a federally legal decision when it comes to legalization in the US is, I think it's because like I wonder like how exactly did states reconcile with the fact that they had like so many people like locked up in prison and in jail for that specific on like weed charges. I genuinely wonder, like, what is the reconciliation for that? Other than just to, like, throw out the case, obviously. That's the only thing that you can do. I'm wondering if, like, that's part of it. I don't really know, man. I mean, at the same time, the thing is that, like, would you even really need to? Because, like, even if you decriminalize it later, like, they still committed a crime. Right? Regardless if it's legal tomorrow. When you did it when it was illegal. So it's like, you knowingly broke a law. You know what I mean? You think it's big tobacco? You might be right, to be honest. You might actually be right about that. There was a difficulty of doing studies when it was banned, and now it is not banned. They're finding some harm, particularly in underage men. Interesting. I think that's part of it. I think that's part of it when you really like push it off really hard for so long that like you don't even know what the actual effects of the shit is, both negative and positive, right? I think like one of the worst things is that like for like pot specifically, like in the US, is that like it's been demonized for so long that like it was demonized for so long, and now it's been normalized so much that like people are so pushy to get it like, you know, across the board legalized. Just and most of the, I shouldn't say most of, in a lot of cases you'll hear them talk to you like it's a miracle drug. I know people that are like that. Oh, you don't understand, man. You don't understand, man. If it's legalized, then like, I mean, basically all of taxes are gonna be paid for, man. Like, we're gonna be able to have free health care because people are just gonna make so much money. The government's gonna make so much money, man. For real. I know a buddy of mine, man. He didn't have any eyes. He started smoking. He got his eyes back, man. It's like shit like that, and you're like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Operator, do you know which finger the corpus used to count their money? The index.
The real what? Oh no, the initially, is it still big paper? Is big paper that afraid of hemp? I thought it's legal for you to grow hemp, is it not?
Orders are plots. You're extremely risky. Oh,
I'm Jamaican. You never get me to smoke it again. I think it depends on the person. Like, you know, the funny thing is that like it's when it comes to like any substance, like everything, alcohol, whatever it might be, everything has a like everybody has completely different brain chemistry and fucking, you know, neural maps and whatever the fuck. Like, everybody's brain is so different that there is no way to ever know exactly how something is going to affect people. There really isn't. I had a friend of mine that would turn into an actual fucking psychopath every single time he smoked. Every time. It was the weird, like, it was so weird because like everybody else that I would hang out with would act like relatively normal. They would, you know, maybe they'd be themselves but a little bit more quiet. Maybe they'd be themselves and a little bit more focused. Maybe they'd be themselves and a little bit more tired or hungry. But the vast majority of times, they were just themselves. But this dude, I mean, couple drags, and this guy was an entirely different person. Entirely different person. It was so... Might be bipolar? No, not bipolar. Not even in the slightest. We're talking your like I think it was more like somebody that could not handle having inhibitions released. I think that's probably the best way to say it. Like somebody that's been so somebody that's been so, I don't want to say like repressed. I don't think that's really the word for it, but I guess it is the best word for it. Somebody that's so straight-laced that finally when the inhibitions are released, just doesn't know how to be able to handle that kind of situation. Because like this dude would, no lie, he was like valedictorian, fucking top dog of the soccer team, like, you know, great athlete all around, strong, like, you know, comes from a very prim and proper family. This dude would get 1 or 2 drags in him, and I mean, you wouldn't even be able to recognize him anymore. There was one time that we were at a friend's house, one of my friend's house. He didn't even know him, and I hung out with some fucking, I hung out with some very questionable people. A lot of folks that were usually on the run from like, because like I can't my dad's side of the family was living in like the more like urban area back home, and there was a lot of folks that are close to that area that are from the east side, and the east side is where it just so happens to be that a lot of people who may or may not be trying to avoid folks in Chicago go to live for a while until the heat dies down on them, you know, those people may or may not have been involved in some very highly dangerous things, they're the kind of people that you want to make sure that you're acting right in front of, that's for sure. Definitely not the kind of people that want to think you might call the cops or something like that. and this dude hopped on this fucking couch, and everybody kind of like was just doing their own thing, not really paying attention, and somebody turned around and was like, what the fuck? And dude was like, eyes rolled back with his hand down his pants, like giggling like a little kid. And I'm like, this is not how this is supposed to affect you. I don't know what's going on with you right now. Can you please act like a normal human being? And he was like unresponsive. I thought it was a one-off thing. I hung out with him another time. No, not a one-off thing. The next time he started like grabbing stuff in my house and like throwing it on the ground. It was like, what is going on? And he'd wake up the next day and be like, oh man, bro, sorry about that. Like, give me sorry. What's wrong with you? Why are you like this? There's something going on, man. That ain't normal. That ain't normal. That's what I'm saying. That ain't normal. Like, that's not what people do. You say you want to watch a movie, or you fall asleep, or do you want to go stand in the woods for a while, or I don't know, want to go get some tacos? It was Wally? You think so? That actually is probably a better explanation. Oh man, my guy was void touched.
I think you should take some me time and drop dead.
I didn't mean to hit that.
Chance to avert failure, troops. Grasp it.
Tacos sound fire. Tacos do sound fire. The big issue with legalizing it is that prison slavery is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and they didn't get enough prisoners. I don't know. I mean, like, I guess. Yeah. I'm not really big on like the conspiracy behind that kind of stuff. Honestly, I think really what it is that like the government just doesn't want to have to like be held liable legally for releasing that many people back into the wild if they legalize it federally. I think that really it's just the amount of people that it would release back into, you know, it's the amount of people that would be freed by a law change like that. Wait, it's like the event horizon for him? Yeah, for sure. Legalizing getting people out of prison is not a problem. I'm not saying... that, yes, that's the point. It's getting those people back into normal lives. And there's a lot of times too, like there's a lot of times too that, or not a lot of times, but there's sometimes that like I don't know, sensitive subjects like that I usually stay away from because I feel like people will get a little bit too invested in it. You know what I mean? I'm just talking about it from like realistically. They're just looking at the numbers, man. They're just, it's not I'm not saying it's an ethical choice. By all means, it's not an ethical choice. Not even close to it. You know what I mean? America has the highest incarceration rate in the world, by the way. Important factor. That's the point that I'm bringing up. Is the fact, like, think about the sheer number of people that sets free. They don't want that.
Operator,
they don't know what the effects of that are going to be. Where are those people going to go? What lives are they going to live? What jobs are they going to be able to find? You know what I mean? Like, even though, like, I think a lot of people look at it and go, oh yeah, no, isn't that, and it's like, yeah, like, and it's not like those people don't deserve, like, wouldn't deserve to be free. But it's the problem is that, like, this issue's gone on for so long that releasing that many people directly back into society is gonna probably cause some pretty big issues in a lot of places. It's a problem that they directly and knowingly created. Yes, I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying that that's the reason why they don't do anything about it. Because that means that they would have to actually own up to mistakes that they have made and actually do something. You think that's gonna happen? I don't know about all that now. Maybe too much edibles? Yeah, edibles are fucking dangerous, dude. Edibles are dangerous. I had like 2 bites. I had literally like 2 bites of a piece of chocolate. And I passed out on a beach for 6 hours and woke up with the bottom of my feet sunburned.
Told your story on alley walls. Children sat agog to listen. A legacy wasted. Troops.
Yeah, never trust edibles. That shit's like a fucking. That's like playing Russian roulette.
For the Eximus project.
The man you refer to is dead, but Ordis is sure he would also have told you. Tag.
Then there are those who just can't readjust and commit another crime on purpose to get re-imprisoned because it's easier for them on the inside. There's a lot of people that are like that, especially with how, like, depending on how long they've been in.
The capsule is ready for transport to the surface. Sending air supports to help you jump higher.
That 2 in 1? Not a bad deal. 2 items.
A sister beacon? Trigger too many of those, and you will have to fight a sister of Parvo.
So trigger them.
The elevator. Find ionic charges nearby, or else we will be going nowhere.
Not as dangerous as putting fruit in an alcoholic punch bowl. Oh. Who are you telling? I had this like Kentucky moonshine before. Absolutely, like, quite literally just pure ethanol. Literally just pure ethanol. Like, I mean, it was like 1% off or like a 0.% off to make sure that it didn't just dissipate when you open the jar. And I ended up using it, boiled it with made like apple pie out of it, and had like the slices that were in there, and I had like 3 jars of this stuff, and one of those jars sat for a while and steeped for a long time. And I remember I took it over to one of my family reunions, and I told people, I was like, hey, I'm gonna be honest with you, this tastes delicious, okay? This tastes delicious. I'm like, but it's going to fuck you up. And they're like, yeah, I ate my first time. Like, yeah, sure. I don't know why I'm giving southern accents to my Midwestern family, but there were a lot of people that did not take my warning very seriously. They paid the consequences for that. Yeah, it's delicious, but it'll ruin your life. Yeah, exactly. And they did not pay attention to the consequences of their actions that I warned them of. I'm like, look, I wouldn't go too heavy on this. I saw one dude. Well, I mean, there was one dude that totally deserved it. He totally deserved it. It was some guy that wasn't even invited. He was like a neighborhood person or whatever. That my dad was like, oh yeah, sure, you can come in for a little bit. And this motherfucker goes and he makes a cup of it. He pours himself a cup. It's for shots. It's for shots in the family, and that's about it. That was all it was there for. This motherfucker pours him a cup of it. He sits at one of the tables that we have, drinking that shit. I think I looked back like an hour and a half or like 2 hours later, and he was knocked the fuck out, sitting in the same seat that he was sitting in. Martini, thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I was like, serves that motherfucker right. Serves him right. Greedy ass motherfucker, how dare you? This is for my family. This is for my family. Oh. Is there like a jump pad or something I'm missing over here? Probably somewhere. Yep, right here. Oh. I got distracted with storytelling. Now I'm gonna fall all the way down. Okay, now I'm stuck. I just drop back down and then just pop all the way back up. Yep. I didn't even know you could do it like that. That's cool. You learn something new every day.
Oh, Vala is gonna be livid when she hears it was me who took you out.
Who?
Ready to make the biggest mistake of your career. Troops, the enemy is attempting to extract. Failure to stop them will incur my extreme displeasure.
Oh, that sounds terrible.
Love what they do.
The capsule has to rebuild its shields, and is diverting all propulsion to that.
What's the recipe for void justice you were talking about? What was the recipe of the void juice you were talking about? I have nothing to lose and want to try it. Well, first thing that you have to do is you have to go and you have to find somebody that has connections into the deep eastern sides of Kentucky. That's where the hill folk live. And somebody out there will probably know about somebody out there will probably know somebody who knows about one of the best bootleggers out there. You get some high quality pure shit. I'm talking about like it's like 99.8%, something like that. It's crazy. It's like the problem is that if you hit like 100% pure ethanol, it like evaporates, right? It becomes, I think, goes back to gas or something. I forgot how it works chemically, but it can't be pure otherwise, like fully pure. Otherwise, it'll just disappear. It'll just disappear. So you get that, and then after that, you get some brown sugar. You get some cinnamon. You get some apple slices, some apple cider or apple juice, either one, and then you boil it all together, and bam, there you go, baby. Let it cool for a while, and you have yourself some fantastic juice to sip on. You want to call it that? Please give. It is delicious, by the way. It is absolutely fantastic. Like, I think that's like the worst part about it is that it's like, it is so absurdly deceptive. It's so deceptive because you'll drink it and you'll go, that tastes like absolutely nothing. Like it tastes like or not nothing. It tastes delicious. Like I'm drinking some refreshing fruit juice, and then like,
Operator.
And then only like a few minutes, then just a few minutes later, you'll be like,
Argon.
what have I done? What have I done? Somebody says Forma. I don't like, the only other Forma that I would want to put on here is an Umbral, and I don't know how to get another Umbral. That's the only other thing that I could think to put on there is another Umbral. Because like I feel like it would be kind of wasted. It'd be wasted if I put anything else in there. You know what I mean? Check Tessin, who sometimes sells unbranded Forma, bootleg Forma. LD really needs to test Octavia Prime and Saren Prime. I have Saren Prime. Umbra Formas are really only worth if you're using 3 Umbral mods. Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. I have to see. Queue it up when you're ready. Do one more. Do one more, and then I'll probably get some dinner. And maxing Octavia is boring, but you can play around with the tunes and stuff, which is fun. Yeah. Yeah, believe me, I know. I have a buddy that only plays as Octavia, and he doesn't really. I take that back. I have a buddy that the only things he's been playing with for like the longest time, or at least since I started, he'd been playing with Torrid, Incarnon, and Octavia, and he's just like, "There's nothing else for me to do in this game." But yeah, you kind of like maxed out. You've like maxed out the most like meta boring things for you to use, so you're probably gonna get a little tired of playing.
Sephiroth, I know who you are. Well, were. Do you think you are
Got bored and hasn't played in a few years. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, when you like look up like what is the most meta things to do, and you just do the most meta things you possibly can, everything else you can achieve outside of that is going to look lesser in comparison and not make any sense. Like, why would I go get a weapon that I know is ranked lower than this weapon? That doesn't make any sense. Why would I purposefully use weapons that aren't the best weapons in the game, that aren't the best frame in the game, that aren't the most brain dead way to be able to play it?
one smoldering beam of jade light after another?
Funny, you do not even realize it. You sound exactly like one of them.
Base!
Sending air support to help you jump higher.
Base! Fucking Ortis just slammed his ass. He's like, you sound exactly like one of them, motherfucker.
A sister beacon? Trigger too many of those, and you will have to fight a sister of Parva.
So trigger them.
What? The elemental power lines have been severed? You'll have to supply power manually. Find ionic charges scattered about.
I wonder how good the Stug is going to be after the next new Sisters update. Man. Imagine the Stug being like one of the best secondaries. Stug Incarnon. Just saw your review the other day. Glad to see you're still playing. Great video, by the way. I'm glad you enjoyed it. That's not the last review, by the way. That was just the review after 200 hours. I still have to do a video about New War, and then I still have to do a video about I didn't mean to throw that. I still need to do a video about New War, and I still need to do a video about I still need to do the Ultimate review. Probably do a New War video next tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Wait, no, not tomorrow. Next week. Keep bumping my head.
Are you going to let that be her legacy? Surely she deserves more. To be part of something real. Something honest.
Honest? Odin did not trust you back then, and Ordis does not trust you now.
Get him, Mortis. Fucking tell him. Tell him he ain't nobody. Tell me ain't nobody. Ain't worth your fucking time. Ignis, Wraith, and Karnan. Do you think that they'd really do an Ignis, Wraith, and Karnan? I mean, the Ignis Wraith is already very strong. I mean, I feel like you could probably do probably the vast majority, probably even the vast majority of fucking Steel Path with the Ignis Wraith. Did you ever try the Assaultra Prime? I don't think I did. I never put it together. I put it together, but I don't think I ever used it.
It's too late for mediation. You've escalated this situation way beyond the original remit. You represent an embarrassing mistake. And you want to repeat those sisters? We shred them.
This is your last chance to avert failure, troops. Grasp it.
Numbers. We love the numbers. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bam.
You are home free. I have a command post. The window relay. Bring your bullet to Lens there.
I do need to try out the Exceltra, that's for sure. Forget about that one. Mr. Legendary, can you use Operator Void Jump to get back? Oh, Mr. Legendary, you can use Operator Void Jump to get back to the elevator easier in this mission. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. There's a couple ways to go about that. Okay. Okay. All right, guys. I'm going to get some food in me. I'm hungry. It's been a longer stream than I was planning on. I was only going to do 6 hours, and I was actually having fun, and I'm like, you know what? We're going to do this instead. Thank you guys for hanging out today. Big shout out and big thank you to the people that subbed and to the big people, or the big people, to the people that also super chat today. Massive, incredible, like wild generosity from you guys. I really appreciate it. As to popular command and demand, we'll play Hades 2 on Saturday. Tomorrow we'll do Elden Ring DLC, and then yeah, Thursday I'll be writing and recording and putting a video together and all that good stuff. But I'm gonna get me some food, and I'm gonna chill out, and I'm gonna relax, and yeah. So it's been cool. Thank you guys for hanging out today. Thank you guys for everything. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe, enjoy the rest of your evening, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Same time, same place. A little bit earlier. I'll get on earlier tomorrow. Anyway.